The real reason why Trump wants to strike Venezuela is so strange that it's causing his own supporters to turn on him. Trump has claimed that his rationale for deploying large amounts of US Navy ships to patrol and conduct airstrikes in the Caribbean Sea near Venezuela is to stop the mass inflow of unlawful substances into the US originating from that area. However, this reasoning doesn't make sense because Venezuela in the Caribbean Sea only accounts for less than 8% of substances entering America, with the vast majority actually coming over land from Mexico and through the Atlantic Ocean from Colombia. This has caused both Democrat and Republican lawmakers to demand the release of documents that detail the administration's real strategy, while many of Trump's supporters who originally backed him because of his stance to put America first and start no new wars are now frustrated at what seems to be the president's attempt to do the exact opposite of that for a reason that no one outside his inner circle knows.
Pete Hegseth is now using a lower-level admiral as a fall guy. In response to the now confirmed double tap strike on an alleged drug boat in the Caribbean on September 2nd, he says, Admiral Mitch Bradley is an American hero, a true professional. He has my 100% support. I stand by him and the combat decisions he has made on the September 2nd mission and all others since. So he is confirming what Caroline Leavitt said earlier, that the administration denies that Hegseth gave the order, but it did happen. This is like the opposite of the buck stops with me. Hegseth is saying that it was the admiral's decision to double tap the boat, not his. Is he trying to cover his ass for the potential war crime committed here? Okay, take a deep breath. First off, he makes it clear that the admiral is a patriot who has his full support. Well, he knows that if Democrats take charge in 2028, the DOJ could very well prosecute this as a potential war crime. So he and the White House is oddly making it clear that it was the admiral's decision, not his. And according to the Washington Post, this has Defense Department officials furious, calling it Protect Pete bullshit. Okay, if there ever is an investigation, there is an unreleased video and audio of this strike. So instead of conspiring all this nonsense, have you ever considered that maybe Pete and the White House is just saying the truth, that yes, it was the admiral's decision, but Pete is ensuring the admiral and service members know they have his full support? Well, according to the initial Washington Post story that broke this story, Pete's order was to kill them all. And the reason the admiral ordered a second strike was to comply with this order. And I don't know if I fully believe everything the Post says, but it's just a shame that we have 100,000 yearly drug overdoses and finally Department of War killing these narco-terrorists, and all the media's attention is not on the Americans who have died, but on the terrorists who have. It's called the U.S. Criminal Code, the UCMJ, and the laws of war, and we will get to the bottom of it. Yeah, you definitely have the priority that will save a lot of Americans' lives. Like, focus up. We're trying to save any dignity this country has left. Okay.
And all right, that's where we're at with that. And we are live. Yo, this is S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to get into Trump's cabinet meeting, and then we're going to get into some news updates, of course, on the D.C. shooter, Venezuela, Ukraine, and some more things that came through. All right, guys, let's go ahead and double tap that screen, like the video, and let's get right into it.
Where in the world, think of that. In 4 long years of the Biden administration, there were just $1 trillion of new investments in the United States in 10 months. We've secured commitments of over $18 trillion. So they had, in 1 year, less than $1 trillion. That's in a period of 4 years. Think of it. 4 years, they had less than $1 trillion. In 10 months, we have more than 18 trillion. Is that right, Scott? It's even going to be higher than that.
It'll be higher.
And going up. And we're waiting for the Supreme Court case, and it's so important and so vital for this country because we're not only respected again, we're putting out wars by our trade policies, and we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars, and our country is wealthy again and secure again, and it's part of national security. And I hope that—
Remember, these investments mainly come from the promising of manufacturing, of bringing back manufacturing to the USA, and of buying American energy. So we'll see how that works out. But so far, the manufacturing is coming through. Is it the promising of buying American oil and energy? We'll see about that one.
It goes well. I think it's very important. But when I think of the number, we're going to be over $18 trillion in 10 months, and which is a record times probably 8 or 10 times, I think more than that, for any country. There's never been a country that's had that kind of an investment ever in history. And there's never been a country that's had half of that. It's a tremendous thing that's taking place. We have companies moving in from all over the world, from Mexico, from Canada, from Europe, from China, from Japan a lot. We just had Toyota is going to spend $10 billion. They just announced on building new plants in this country. All workers. They're going to be all workers. But they're spending a tremendous amount. So the stock market is at 46 all-time highs. And this last Friday, which is called Black Friday, was the biggest ever online sales that there's ever been by a lot. More Americans are working today.
Yeah, even CNN had to admit that there were record numbers of sales this year compared to last year.
Than at any time in the history of our country. I mean, these are the facts we have to get out. And, you know, there's this fake narrative that the Democrats talk about, affordability. They just say the word. It doesn't mean anything to anybody. Just say it. Affordability. I inherited the worst inflation in history. There was no affordability. Nobody could afford anything. The prices were massively high. Do you remember when we took over eggs? You did a great job in that, Madam Secretary, Agriculture, Brooke. Eggs were 4 or 5 times higher than they had ever been. They said, don't order eggs for Easter at the White House. And we ended up doing it, and we got the egg prices way down, lower than what they were before. But the word affordability is a con job by the Democrats. They say affordable. I watched the other day where some very low IQ congresswoman talked about affordability. She had no idea. Their prices were much higher. As an example, energy.
I'll say this. I mean, I don't like how Trump is downplaying the affordability topic, but the affordability crisis is something that the Democrats created during the Biden administration due to that crazy inflation that we were having. And also, the Dems talk about affordability, but really, let's be real, they run the most expensive, the most unaffordable states.
Gasoline, we're now at about $2.50 a gallon. We're going to be, I think, at $2 a gallon. We could even crack that at some point. I'd love to do it. And we could do it more easily if we weren't building up the strategic national reserves, which Biden emptied out before the election so that he could try and get elected, meaning he started it, then he got thrown out of the race. And she took over and she kept it going. And they emptied out these strategic national reserves, which are really meant for something else. They're not meant to keep people happy with their gasoline price. They're meant for war. They're meant for problems, big problems. He emptied it out, and then she continued it during the process of trying to get elected. Didn't work out too well for him. And they virtually brought it down to the lowest level, I believe, in history. And it didn't have much of an impact because the prices were very high. But our prices now for energy, but for gasoline, are really low. Electricity's coming down. And when that comes down, everything comes down. But the word affordability is a Democrat scam. They say it, and then they go on to the next subject. And everyone thinks, oh, they had lower prices. No, they had the worst inflation in the history of our country. Now, some people will correct me because they always love to correct me, even though I'm right about everything. But some people like to correct me, and they say 48 years. I say it's not 48 years. It's much more. But they say it's the worst inflation that we've had in 48 years. I say ever. But whether it's 48 years or ever, it's pretty bad. We had the worst inflation that we've ever had. Since last January, we've stopped inflation in its tracks. And there is still more to do. There's always more to do, but we have it down to a very good level. It's going to go down a little bit further. You want to have a little tiny bit of inflation. Otherwise, that's not good either. Then you have a thing called deflation. And deflation can be worse than inflation. But we have it almost, we'll soon be at a perfect level. But we inherited the worst inflation. But we have 20 states that are now selling gasoline at less than the $2.75. Think of that, $2.75. And it was at $5 under Sleepy Joe. Grocery prices are down with the cost of Thanksgiving turkey this year down 33%. It was lower than 33% lower than under.
I mean, quite honestly, Trump could just sum up this argument just by comparing the affordability in blue states and the affordability in red states and show that how there's like a 20 to 30% price difference across the board. Like when it comes to childcare, education, transportation, like groceries. So I don't like how he's just trying to say, oh no, it's a hoax. No, like just say it's a Democrat manufactured crisis, because it really is. Like, yeah, we definitely prices went up 20% across the board under them. Like this is public record. You could actually look this up. And yes, the CPI, Consumer Price Index, went up 20% under Biden. So we're still dealing with that 20% price increase. And the only way to get out of that is to raise wages. I don't think Trump should just be downplaying the affordability crisis, because yes, it affects all of us. But you might want to definitely put it down on the blue states that have a crazy amount of unaffordability being reported.
The Biden administration, egg prices are way down,
look in New York.
86%. Thank you. And mortgage rates, despite the fact that we have an incompetent chairman of the Fed, a real dope, who should reduce rates. I saw even Jamie Dimon said he should be reducing rates. I never saw Jamie Dimon say that. I wonder why he said that. But he really said it because he's right. But we have a guy that's just a stubborn ox who probably doesn't like your president, your favorite president. But they're going to be coming down. We'll be announcing somebody probably early next year for the new chairman of the Fed. I talked to Scott about taking the job, but he doesn't want it. You got the greatest job here.
Yes, sir.
Right? He said, no, I want to stay chairman. I want to stay right where we are, Treasury. And I think we're doing really great, aren't we? Huh?
We're doing great, sir, and it's a great team to be part of.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. Under my executive order to lower prescription drug prices, which I think is the single biggest thing we've ever done that nobody writes about because you're fake news. I've made unprecedented deals along with Bobby and Oz and all of the people that work on it. A lot of people that you wouldn't even think work on it, but they do, to slash drug prices by 200%, 300%, 400%, 500%, 600%, 700%, 800%. Nobody's ever heard of it before because I instituted favored nations and no nation agreed to do it. And then I said to the nations, if you're not going to do it, I'm going to charge you 100% tariff, which is more money than we're talking about.
Now, as much as it irritates people to hear Trump say we're lowering prices by 1,000 and all that, and you can only increase, but yes, as much as you hate to hear that, no, Trump is actually speaking facts, though. He is lowering drug prices dramatically by about 80%. So yes, by getting most favored nation pricing, that means we're going to pay about the same amount as the nation that pays the least. And now there's two things that could happen with the pharmaceutical companies. They could play this two ways here. They can either raise everybody else's prices to our standard, or they're either going to find a median, or they can either let us just get off and just, like I said, get the most favored nation pricing, which dramatically lowering our prescription prices on most of their prescriptions. Now, if we can just get the leasing on pricing solved, then we'd really be doing something to the insurance companies. Well, I'm sorry, not insurance companies, but the pharmaceutical industry. Now we really can make progress there. This is a step in the right direction, but the leasing on price, that's really going to hit them.
And they said, sir, we'd love to do it. Please, we would be honored to do it. And they agreed that they would go along with the whole thing. Nobody thought you could do it because they felt, number one, you couldn't get the drug companies to do it. So we're paying, as an example, for let's go with the fat drug, F-A-T, for fat people. Anybody use it at the table? Don't ask.
Yeah, he lowered the price of the fat drug, Ozempic, and for our big back Americans and our diabetics. But yeah, shout out Trump.
But the fat drug was $135. Think of that. For certain people, $1,300 for certain countries, $1,300 in New York. So in New York, it was $1,300. And in London, it was $135. And a friend of mine called me. He said, what is this? Why is it? He got used to paying $1,300. Well, now what we have it down to is, Bobby, what's the number? Like 150 or something? We have it down to a low number, don't we?
Yeah, it's around 100, 125, 150.
Yeah, think of that. So we got it down from $1,300 to $125 to $140, depending
Shout
on
out.
various countries. In other words, we're paying the lowest price, tied for the lowest price in the world. It's people said you could never do that because you couldn't get the countries to agree to it. I did. Every country agreed to it because I said.
Hopefully, this is going to lead to a whole lot of Americans abusing this drug to lose weight. Because, like I said, it's mainly supposed to be used for, people who have diabetes. It's pretty good for them. And let's be real, like, make sure you look up Ozempic and all the side effects that come with it before you go Ozempic crazy because you don't want to go to the gym. All right? All right.
If you're not going to agree to it, that's okay. I'm going to charge you tariffs. And as soon as I said that, they said, we agree. And then we had to be a little tough with the drug companies, but they came along. And the bigger problem was the countries. The countries just wouldn't go along with it, but they did. Every country. So we have reduced drug prices by 500, 600, 700, 800, 900%, depending on the drug, depending on the company, depending on all of the different factors involved. Nobody's ever even thought of drug reductions like that, price reductions. And I told you the story that in my first term, I was so proud of myself because I reduced drugs. It was the first time in 28 years that drug prices were reduced. It was 1/4%, 1/4%. And I was so proud of myself. I said, it's the first time in 28 years that drug prices went down over the course of a year, over the course of a presidency. 1 year. 1/4%. I had a news conference. I was so proud. Now I got them down, not 1/4%. I got them down 400, 500, 600% and more. Yeah. And the fake news won't write about it. And it's going to have a huge impact on healthcare because a big part of it's buying drugs, buying prescription drugs. It's going to have a huge positive impact because Obamacare is a disaster. I said it years ago, and I say it now, and the money should be paid, taken away from the insurance company. Obamacare was made to make the insurance companies rich.
I mean, that's all it did. I mean, ever since Obamacare was implemented, the insurance companies have only gotten richer and their stocks have increased by 1,000%. I mean, shout out to you, United Healthcare. I mean, and those are the main perpetrators, the guys who denied 30% of their claims. Those guys were the ones getting rich off Obamacare while insurance premiums increase. And look, Obamacare provided care. We're not saying that. We're just saying that it got unaffordable. And, the main thing about it was supposed to be affordability, not just providing care.
Their stocks have gone up 1,000% in a short period of time because the money goes to the insurance company. I want the money to go to the people. Let all the money go to the people and let the people go out and buy their own health care. And I see on television, people are advertising now, we will help you buy healthcare. We will go out and help you buy. That's becoming like an industry because of what I said. So something's going to happen. It's probably not going to be easy because the Democrats, frankly, they don't want to make a good deal for the people. They just want to make a bad deal for the country. They want to make a bad deal for the Republican Party. But the Republican Party is united. And I will say that what I would like to do is the money.
Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video. Appreciate the support, by the way. And make sure to hit that icon at the top and subscribe to the channel. Appreciate the support. All right, let's keep it going.
Money doesn't go. Trillions of dollars get paid to drug companies. And you still have lousy health care. Obamacare is horrible health care. We wanted to go to the people and then let the people go out and buy their own health care, and they'll do great. They'll do great. So we're negotiating that now with the Democrats. While congressional Democrats want the largest tax hike in history, I proudly signed the largest tax cuts in American history with the Great Big Beautiful Bill. The Great Big Beautiful Bill, the biggest piece of legislation ever signed, and that includes the extension of the original Trump tax cuts. But it's the biggest tax cut ever signed, and it includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. So think of that. And in addition, you get, if you buy a car, this is great for our car industry because we have a lot of car plants. We're bringing back the automobile business. 60% of it was stolen because we had incompetent presidents or incompetent trade people. but 60% of it was stolen over the years, and now I think we're bringing it all back. I think we'll be bigger than we've ever been in the auto business. That's not even to mention AI, where we're leading China. We're leading China by a lot. They're not going to catch us. We have to be smart, but if we're smart, they're not going to be able to catch us. They know that. They told me that. Next year is projected.
Yeah, I always want people to think about that when he says 60% of our car manufacturing left the United States. Like, those were the jobs are supposed to, trickle down on the American people. But for some reason, people just sat by and watched these jobs leave America and then complain about trickle down economics. Always did say no, trickle down economics work. The problem is, though, we done sent the rain cloud over there to China and Japan, and then we're getting mad about where the jobs are going to and why are there not jobs coming over here? Or why is there no prosperity over here? Because for some reason we're just allowing our jobs to be shipped out or allowing immigrants to undermine us for our jobs here, and then we're complaining about it. Mainly the Dems. It's mainly them.
To be the largest tax refund season ever. And we're going to be giving back refunds out of the tariffs because we've taken in literally trillions of dollars. And we're going to be giving a nice dividend to the people, in addition to reducing debt. As you know, I inherited a lot of debt, but it's peanuts compared to the kind of numbers we're talking about. So we're going to be making a dividend to the people. And additionally, we're going to be able to reduce debt. And as time goes by over the next 2, 3, 4 years, those numbers are going to go up. And I believe that at some point in the not too distant future, you won't even have income tax to pay because the money we're taking in is so great, it's so enormous that you're not going to have income tax to pay. Whether you get rid of it or just keep it around for fun or have it really low, much lower than it is now, but you won't be paying income tax. We've slashed $1 trillion in costly job-killing regulations, saving Americans an estimated $2,100 for a family of 4. The Biden administration was the exact opposite, but times 4. They went up $6,000. We went down $2,100. Think of that. To bring down energy, electricity, and utility prices, I ended the Green New scam. They call it the Green New scam, one of the greatest scams in the history of our country. They talked about global warming and all that crap, and what they've done to this country. What they've done by allowing 25 million people into our country, many of whom are criminals.
Yeah, the problem with this whole green initiative that Biden was going off with was, I guess, the heart was in the right place. Like, I get it. We want to start turning towards green energy, but how about we start producing it ourselves instead of buying it from China and giving China that, I guess, that advantage. Like I said, we didn't feel too kindly when China was holding out on the mask and pharmaceuticals, but we're just going to go ahead and give over our solar power, our solar energy, and our wind energy to them. Remember, and it was an initiative to start pushing more of that, and we're not the ones producing it. That was my main gripe with it, to be quite honest. And, I'm gonna be real with you. When you look what's going on in Europe, it does seem to be on the backs of the European people and just adds on to their electricity bills. It's being subsidized by them. So it's not really doing what it's supposed to do.
Many of whom, 11,888 are murderers, and we have to get them out, and we're doing it. We're doing it. I think what the job that our law enforcement groups are doing, Christy, you and Tom and everybody, amazing. What you're doing is amazing. I terminated the insane electric vehicle mandate. And look, some people that make electric cars weren't happy with that. But we have to do that because you have to have a choice, whether it's a gasoline-powered car. And we have so much gasoline. China doesn't have gasoline. We do. And whether it's a hybrid, which really are working really well, the combination of electric and gasoline driven. But we, everybody was supposed to, by 2030, everybody had to own an electric car under the Biden stupidity. And not everybody wants to do that. I like electric cars. I like all cars. They're all good. They all have reasons. But you want to be able to go and buy what you want. I opposed historic tariffs that are now bringing in so much money that nobody's ever seen anything like it. And countries that were ripping us off, including allies, but they were ripping us off for years. I won't use the names. I won't mention Japan. I refuse to mention South Korea. I will not mention names. But they were ripping us off like nobody's ever been ripped off before, and taking horrible advantage of your country. But now we're making a lot of money. We're making a lot of money because of the tariffs that are pouring in.
Hey, shout out BTK for starting us off with a super sticker. Appreciate the support. Shout out to my man BTK. And then shout out to my man Gaming. He says tree huggers got to stop making laws. I mean, literally, because that's one of the main reasons why we do lose out in manufacturing as well, and companies go overseas, because their environmental laws and all that good stuff is not as harsh as ours. Like, I'm gonna tell you this right now: the main reason why China dominates in rare earth refinery is because they don't care about their environment. They don't care about the people who live around the rare earth refinery and how they're getting lung cancer. They don't give a shit. We do. We do so much that we actually push the manufacturing business out to other countries, and we kind of need to cut it back, not to China level, but we do need to cut it back a bit.
And it's really national security. Among everything else, it's national security. We've also rapidly turned the worst border crisis in world history. I believe we had the worst border ever in history. I don't care if you had a fourth world country. You know, we allow third world country in. We would allow fourth world countries in also. It doesn't matter. There was never a border that was as bad as our border. We allowed anybody in with no checks, no vetting. So we've rapidly turned the worst border crisis in world history into the strongest border in the history of our country, and probably one of the strongest borders in the history of the world, because we have nobody coming through. And I want to thank our people. The Border Patrol is so amazing, ICE, and I want to thank the military for the backup, because they're standing right behind.
Oh, guys, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's go ahead and get those likes up, and let's get more people on the conversation. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys. But make sure to double tap that screen
Behind them, and that was really nasty for a period of months, and now it's no longer nasty. Now they don't even come up. Nobody comes up. It's an easy job. It made your job a lot easier, because they know they're not going to get through. And we take people in, but they have to come in legally. For 6 months in a row, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. You believe that? 0. We had millions of people coming in a year, millions. Now we have 0 for 6 months. And these are given by
and he didn't even need a border bill.
radical left people that do the numbers. I mean, they're not doing them any favor. They're being we don't have our net numbers are unbelievable. But we had 0 people in the last 6 months. Illegal border crossings along the U.S.-Mexico border have plummeted to the lowest level ever recorded. And nobody talks about that anymore. You know, it's crazy. They don't talk about it. You think they'd say, well, Trump's done a great job in the border. This country is being destroyed by the border. But you always find something new. Like, is he in good health? Biden was great. But is Trump in good health? I sit here, I do 4 news conferences a day. I ask questions from very intelligent lunatics, you people. And I give the right answers. There's never a scandal. There's never a problem. I give you answers.
All right, I don't know about always giving the right answers, but at least you give an answer and you finish your sentences. So I'll give you that. But you don't always give the right answers. But shout out Trump, though, for at least being out there to give answers. Something we did not see from Biden at all. Like, what can I say? They basically hid this man in the basement and only brought him out for special events.
That solve your little problems. You go back and you can't find anything, but you do stories about Biden was in wonderful health. The guy didn't do a news conference for 8 months. If I go one day, I had one day where I didn't do a news conference. There's something wrong with the president. You people are crazy. I'll let you know when there's something wrong. There will be someday. That's going to happen to all of us. But right now, I think I'm sharper than I was 25 years ago. But who the hell knows? By the way, I took my physical. I got all A's, everything. But they said to me, would you like to take a cognitive test? I said, is it hard? They said yes. I said, well, I'm a very smart person. who was the last president to take one? No president has ever agreed to take one. Because when you get into the mid questions, meaning, 10, question number 10, 11, 12, 28, 30, they get harder and harder. And they said, would you like to do it? I said, well, no reason to do it. Nobody's ever done it. I'll do it maybe, but there's really no reason. They said, sir, the problem is this is Walter Reed Hospital. And that's a military hospital. And that means that things are, sort of open. It's not like private where you have, if you do poorly, we'll have to, probably you'll find out. I said, I won't do poorly. I'm a smart person, not a stupid person. And as the doctor will tell you, I aced it, right, Susie? I aced. I got every question right. And these are tough questions. These are questions that I would say 99% of the people that I'm talking to right now, meaning the people from the fake news, would not do well in those exams.
I'm done.
But I'm the only one that took it.
So yes, everybody was having a TDS moment about Trump's MRI test. They were like, "Oh, what's happening? What's wrong? Are they questioning Trump's cognitive ability? I don't know. Trump's been looking a little sleepy." He's like, "Come on now, can you guys chill out?" Like I said, you sat down for 4 years as Biden was a complete train wreck, and think about it like this: we can't trust you to call out Trump since you couldn't call out Biden, okay, or you didn't want to. So y'all might just want to sit down when it comes to calling out somebody's age or somebody's mental cognitive ability, because you kind of ignored Biden for 4 years and then you called us ageist and delusional. So I don't know. You might want to sit down for a little bit. Shout out to my man Gaming. He said the joking side of Trump needs to be talked about more, honestly.
I got every single question.
Shout out to my man Gaming.
And then I read in the New York Times, is Trump sharp? Trump is sharp. But they're not sharp. That's why they're going out of business, the New York Times. I hear that they're losing so much money. It's ridiculous. They're a bunch of fakers. But we can never let another thing happen like what happened to us with a fake election, with a rigged election, where a guy like Joe Biden assumes the presidency. Because the man was grossly incompetent. And he was incompetent 30 years ago. But he was really incompetent for those last few years. And our country was put at great danger because of it. So for 6 months in a row, we had 0 people. Illegal border crossings along the U.S.-Mexico border have plummeted to the lowest level ever, ever, ever. Think of that. And the net benefit to our country is enormous, incalculable. America is strong and respected again. On the world stage, we're really respected. In fact, I went to a NATO and they were calling me the president of Europe. We're doing very well. We have a lot of respect. As you know, we have a problem with a war that our people are trying to settle now with Russia and Ukraine. We are not involved in the war monetarily anymore. Biden gave away $350 billion like it was candy. That's a massive amount of money. And much of it in cash, a lot of it in equipment. I don't give away anything. We sell the equipment to NATO. The European nations pay us for the equipment, 100% price. And then they bring it to Ukraine or whatever they do with it. But we're trying to get that settled. I've settled 8 wars. This would be the 9th. And our people are over in Russia right now to see if we can get it settled. Not an easy situation. Let me tell you, what a mess. It's a war that never would have happened if I were president. Not even a chance. And it didn't happen for 4 years. We've renamed the Department of Defense the Department of War, and I thought that would be controversial. And frankly, I tell you what, I haven't met one person. There's not one person I've met that doesn't like it. Think of it. We won World War I, World War II, everything in between, everything before it. And then we said, let's change the name. So we changed it back to what it was, Department of War, and Pete's doing a great job. We ended 8 wars. Think of that. 8 wars, but we're going to do one more, I think. I hope. Every time I end a war, they say, if President Trump ends that war, he's going to get the Nobel Prize. If I end that war. Well, he won't get it for that war, but if he ever gets it for the next war, now they're saying, if he ever ends the war with Russia and Ukraine, he's going to get the Nobel Prize. What about the other 8 wars? India, Pakistan, think of all the wars I ended. I should get the Nobel Prize for every war, but I don't want to be greedy. Actually, the woman who got the Nobel Prize said, "You've got to be kidding. Trump deserves the Nobel Prize." So that was very nice of her. I appreciate it, which is true, actually. But I don't care about that. You know what I care about? I care about death. I care about all the people that are dying. And last month, 27,000 young people died, mostly young people.
Now, it's actually funny, though, because the lady who did get the Nobel Peace Prize got it for speaking out against the Maduro regime. Yes. The same regime that everybody was criticizing Trump for going after, she got a Nobel Prize for speaking out against. It was absolute like comedy. I was like, wow. Wow. It's like, it does matter who does it. It really does.
Soldiers, despite some missiles being shot into Kiev and other places. But think of it, mostly young people. 27,000 people died between Russia and Ukraine last month. What a shame. So we're restoring law and order to our cities and towns. If you look at what's happened, and I want to pay my deepest respects to those two incredible people from the National Guard in West Virginia they came from. I spoke to their parents. Sarah is gone. She passed away. She's looking down on us now, and she loves her parents, and they loved her. They were. Somebody said, "How are they doing?" I said, "The word is devastated." Doing. How are they going to do? They're devastated. The rest of their lives, they're going to be devastated. She was an incredible person, highly respected, top of her class, everything. She was like a perfect human being. 20 years old, just started. She was like a baby. She was so proud. They were giving her a promotion. And she told the parents that she was getting a promotion, and they were so proud of her. Then they get a call that this happened. And we have one young man who's fighting for his life. He's fighting very hard. I think he's probably doing better than anybody. And they said he didn't have a chance. I'll tell you, the one who said he's going to live is his mother. He spoke to his mother. "Sir, he's going to live." I spoke to her very soon after this horrible event took place with this scum that is able to come into our country. I spoke to his mother. "Sir, he's going to be okay. I'm telling you." No doctor thought that. Nobody thought that.
Yeah, so he's talking about, of course, two National Guardmen that were shot. The young lady succumbed to her injuries, and they were both shot in the head. They were both shot in the head. So, like I said, we're pretty much like praying for a miracle with this young man because, yes, he was also shot in the head. They were alive at the scene, but of course, the young lady was alive at the scene, but she succumbed to her injuries, and the guy, he's still fighting for his life. So we're still seeing what happens to that. All right. Let's get over to the next speaker, which I believe is Hegseth.
Was mistreated, and now it's being given love. And we're building one of the great, I think, maybe the greatest ballroom. We needed it for 100. Start with Pete, and then if you want, we'll take some questions at the end. Please, Pete.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. As you said, it has been a historic year at the Department of War. Recruiting and retention over this year are at the most historic levels our country has ever seen. When I had a chance to be on a aircraft carrier destroyer over Thanksgiving, the spirit in our ranks since the election under President Trump is unprecedented. I've never seen anything like it as a soldier myself in uniform. And I know a lot of
guys, make sure you guys double tap that screen and like the video, guys. And if you can go ahead and hit that icon at the top and subscribe to the channel, appreciate the support. But let's not forget to double tap that screen.
You feel the same way. We've ripped out the DEI and the political correctness. It's all merit-based at the department. We're getting back to basics: accountability, training, readiness, lethality, and that's reviving that spirit. And Mr. President, we're rebuilding the military, historic investments. I just took briefings on the Golden Dome and F-47, next generation capabilities that are going to make sure that for generations to come, America has the most powerful, most capable, most lethal military in the world, which you have rebuilt once and we're rebuilding again. And then we're reestablishing deterrence and credibility. If you look at what happened, we deal with every day the outcome of what happened in Afghanistan, the debacle under Joe Biden. We just dealt with it in the streets of Washington, D.C. with those two National Guardsmen. And then what happened on October 7th with Hamas, what happened in Ukraine, a war that never would have started under President Trump. We're having to rebuild that. So whether it's freedom of navigation and taking the fight to the Houthis, whether it's Midnight Hammer, those beautiful B-2s going 37 hours back and forth, undetected, delivering with precision, and Iran not getting nuclear capabilities, Europe and NATO stepping up to 5%, locking down our southwest border. It's been an honor to work with Christy and Tom and everyone else down there to lock it to zero, operational control of our border. And then it's getting after and going after narco terrorists and designated terrorist organizations in our own hemisphere. As I've said, I'll say again, we've only just begun striking narco boats and putting narco terrorists at the bottom of the ocean because they've been poisoning the American people. And Joe Biden tried to approach it with kid gloves and allowed them to come across the border. Cartels take over community, 20 million people, hundreds of thousands of Americans poisoned. And President Trump said, no, we're taking the gloves off. We're taking the fight to these.
So it does seem like he's standing on the double tap that Admiral. Well, like I said, he's standing by the order that Admiral Bradley laid out, or commenced by double tapping those. Well, I guess double tapping the boat, because he struck the boat one time, destroyed it. There was apparently 2 survivors, and they end up blowing up the survivors as well. Now, like I said, the way it is being framed as these were non-lethal combatants, and if you kill non-lethal combatants in that manner, that would be considered a war crime. You're supposed to take them in, and I guess, well, yeah, they were supposed to take them in. They were supposed to arrest them and then release them to, well, either I don't know where. Last time they released these guys back to their home country. So I'm assuming that's what they were supposed to do again, or take them into custody. Instead, they blew them up. Now, were these high-value targets? I don't know. Were these guys even there? Who knows? Because they haven't released the video yet. So let's wait and see.
Designated terror organizations, and that's exactly what we're doing. So we're stopping the drugs, we're striking the boats, we're defeating narco terrorists, and we're
But they did confirm, actually, I'm sorry, but they did confirm that the second strike did happen and that there were 2 guys. So yes, it has been confirmed that they did eliminate those 2 guys.
And Peter, you may say one thing, that drugs coming
Identity
in
unknown.
through the sea by sea are down 91%. And I don't know who the 9% is.
I'm not sure either, sir,
but down 91% by sea.
We've had a bit of a pause because it's hard to find boats to strike right now, which is the entire point, right? Deterrence has to matter, not arrest and hand over and then do it again, the rinse and repeat approach of previous administrations. This is meant to get after that approach. And I will just end by saying, as President Trump always has our back, we always have the back of our commanders who are making decisions in difficult situations. And we do in this case and all these strikes. They're making judgment calls and ensuring that they defend the American people. They've done the right things. We'll keep doing that. And we have their backs, Mr. President.
Good job. Thank you very much. Howard?
So we set out to stop the ripoff of the United States of America. This is about global change of trade. We've been ripped off since 1945 when we set this policy. So we set out, and together with my partners, Jameson Greer and Scott Bessent, we set out to change that. So we started, the first one was the UK deal, right? We asymmetric. They pay us 10% and we get charged nothing. That allows us to export, and that began the process. Then we did the biggest, European Union, 450 million people, $20 trillion economy. They completely opened their borders to us, and we charge them 15%. That makes America $100 billion a year and turns it back to where our economy is the best. And so
they got the EU to drop their import bans and limitations on all of our products, thus allowing a lot of our industry into their market, while also maintaining a 15% tariff on them, while they get to impose no tariffs on us. So our products get in there, tax-free pretty much.
That President Trump's trade agenda was the right trade agenda. Then we go to Japan and Korea. They offer us $750 billion in cash to build in America at the president's direction. And we're going to start, as an example, nuclear, right? We need to have a nuclear arsenal in America of power, the generation of power. So we're going to build hundreds of billions of dollars financed by the Japanese and the Koreans, meaning they give us the money, we build it here, and we split the cash flow 50-50. We're going to
Yeah, that was the loan guarantee. So Japan pretty much said that, look, we'll give you $550 billion in loan guarantees, and only towards the promising of building a manufacturing plant. So you can't access it unless it's for manufacturing a nuclear power plant. And that's what these companies are doing. They're taking out these loans, knowing that's going to be backed by the Bank of Japan. They're going to give the loan in America. These banks are going to be assured to give out the loan because it's going to be backed by the Bank of Japan. Even if it fails, the Bank of Japan will cover it. So that's what they mean by a loan guarantee. And any success that comes out of this loan is split 50-50. So, I mean, hey, everybody wins.
build ships, $150 billion worth of ships in America. That changes the way things work, right? After those trade deals, then you go to how are we going to reshore, right? Let's start talking about the auto industry, right? We've been competed against by Koreans, the Japanese, the Europeans. We're kicking our tail. President Trump changed it. 25% tariffs, bring it all home. This year, General Motors stock up 40%, Ford up 34%. And on the same day that we announced we had set all the tariffs, Sean Fain, the head of the United Auto Workers, called and said, I can't believe I'm calling a Republican Secretary of Commerce to tell the president that this is the greatest administration for auto workers in America. Stocks up and the auto workers up. That proves that President Trump understands how to take care of the whole ecosystem, both the companies and, more importantly, the people who work there. Semiconductors, right? We didn't build any. The Biden CHIPS Act was a $60 billion giveaway, right? We've now turned that. $300 billion is committed to America. That's going to go up to $750 billion in the next 60 days, right? And then you go to pharmaceuticals, right? $250 billion being invested in America, and then working together with Bobby Kennedy.
I already told you about how AstraZeneca is building a pharmaceutical manufacturing. Building a manufacturing plant in, where was it? Maryland. Yes. So AstraZeneca is going to start producing pharmaceuticals in Maryland.
Right, pounding away on that MFN, working together as a joint team. They're coming to over $250 billion and cutting prices in half. We did the golden share of U.S. Steel to make sure the Mon Valley is protected. Intel gave us 10% of the company, make tens of billions of dollars, right? And the last thing I will say is a year ago today, I was working on transition with President Trump, right? To build the greatest cabinet ever for the greatest president ever. And as I sit here today, I can't be more proud of how you did it, sir. You've created the greatest cabinet. It is a joy to be at this table.
You know, one thing we will mention, so they came to see me from Intel and they had a problem. I said, look, we'll fix your problem, but I think the United States is entitled to 10% of your company.
Damn.
And the chairman looked at me and he goes, you have a deal. Tell him how much money have we made since I made that deal?
It's only $40 billion.
40 billion.
Huh?
We made $40 billion. That was, what, 3 months ago? Does anybody write about it? Nobody writes about it. That's okay.
I mean, bro, if you're putting it towards the debt, yeah, sure. Somebody needs to write about it.
Mr. Secretary.
Like, bro, if you're telling me taking a stake in some of these countries can help us, I don't know, gain tax revenue to pay off the debt, as long as it's being used towards that and not towards BS, yeah, I'm all for it.
How we doing with transportation?
Well, Mr. President, so just
Better than how China
aviation.
uses it.
Many of you heard that we have an infrastructure made of copper. We have to transition to fiber. The last administration said it was going to take more than 10 years to complete the transition from copper to fiber. They had no plan to actually do it. We have already completed a third of this transition from copper to fiber. Now it's going to take longer for us to go from analog to digital. By the way, the rest of the world transitioned 20 years ago from analog to digital. We are just going to do that at the FAA right now, but we're buying new radios. We're going to buy.
But all right, I'm just going to skip to the all-stars of this administration. So shout out to my man, Scott Besson.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Scott?
Mr. President, it's been a great year on the economy, but the best is yet to come. The tens of trillions of dollars that have come in investment, both the portfolio investment by companies, investment by countries that is turning into a CapEx boom for the U.S. Capital expenditures up 15% in history. When CapEx is up, jobs will follow. The One Big Beautiful Bill is an incredible, as you said, thanks to your leadership, along with Speaker Johnson, Senator Leader Thune, we had that done on July 4th, which everyone said was impossible. And the great thing about that bill, sir, for the American people, it's for industry, 100% expensing, build your factory here. You can write it off immediately, but you also insisted on the 4 benefits for working people: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, auto deductibility for American cars, and that is retroactive. So as a result, in 2026, we are going to see very substantial tax refunds in the first quarter. So the best way to address the affordability crisis is to give Americans more money in their pockets, which is what this bill has done. We're going to see real wage increases. I think next year going to be a fantastic year. Taxes, deregulation, energy certainty. That's why everyone with your leadership is coming to America. Bond market had its best year since 2020. Everyone said couldn't be done. So we're going to have growth. We've had 2 4% quarters before the Schumer shutdown. We're going to go back to that. So not only are we going to have great growth, but it's going to be low inflationary growth. And stock market obviously is following, but next year is going to be the year for Main Street.
Hey, and shout out to my man Chase for sending the oh dear for 800 jewels. Appreciate the support, man. Shout out to Chase
as all this kicks in. And you came in, immigration, I called it the 3 I's: immigration, interest rates, and inflation, that were killing the American people. Close the border, the promise kept. Interest rates are down, and 10-year bond, again, best year since 2020. And inflation.
I know there was doomsdaying the bond market during the tariffs. Said like everybody's going to abandon us, but no, the bond market is actually doing pretty well. Oh, we're heading towards a recession. No, actually, GDP grew 3%. So what are you guys talking about? I mean, you keep moving the goalposts down the line to when tariffs are just going to cause the end of the economy. And I'm just wondering when you guys are going to accept that you were wrong.
By energy prices is going to roll next year. I think it's going to be a fantastic year. We can look back, be very proud of this year, but I think 2026 is going to be great for the American people. Thanks to you.
It'll be great. Thank you very much. Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to serve with this great team that you've assembled. And I just want to pick up on something you said, Mr. President, because you hit the nail on the head, that it is absurd that Democrats talk about an affordability crisis that they created and the people around this table work every single day to address. You'll hear a lot of statistics today. You hear a lot of statistics in our political conversation. I think the most important statistic for the American people is that under the Biden administration, the average American family lost over $3,000 of household income.
Thank you.
And under the
that's what I'm saying. We lost $3,000 of buying power under Biden, and we probably only gained about maybe like due to the lowering of inflation, probably only gained about like 1,200 of it back. So we're still in the hole. And the only way to get out of this hole is not only to keep inflation at a steady level around that, like I guess 2% or so, but to also raise wages as well. And I mean, trust me, the immigration policy, that's helping out as well. And of course, bringing manufacturing here to America. And maybe if we can just stop the H-1B visas and stop Trump on this whole 600,000 Chinese spies, I mean, students from coming in, then he'd really be cooking. He'd really be cooking. But like I said, though, the main thing to get us out of this affordability crisis is to raise wages.
10 months of this Trump administration, they have gained over,
AKA, we got to start cutting taxes and cutting regulations.
For $1,000 of household income. What that says very clearly is that we are fixing the problem that Joe Biden and the Democrats created in the last administration. If you look at every affordability crisis that's confronting the American people today, it is traceable directly to a problem caused by Joe Biden and congressional Democrats. Why did homes get so unaffordable? Because we had 20 million illegal aliens in this country taking homes that ought by right to go to American citizens. Why did tax bills get so unaffordable? Because Democrats were raising taxes while congressional Republicans under the president's leadership, we're now cutting taxes. Why did food get so expensive? Because we printed trillions of dollars and threw it into green scams that made our agricultural economy suffer while Americans were paying higher prices for food. On every single one of those issues, Mr. President, I think we've made incredible progress. But it would be preposterous to fix every problem caused over the last 4 years in just 10 months.
Thank you. I mean, shout out JD for calling it out. That's why he's the media front man, because he knows actually how to explain what's really going on. It's like, yo, a 4-year affordability, bro. There was a 4 years of straight price increases. We're talking about a 20% increase across the board in prices. And you guys are telling me that Trump was supposed to fix that in 10 months? And we're just going to blame this all on Trump for 10 months. When Biden was effing up for 4 years and they was lying to y'all, telling y'all it was the best economy ever. Okay, like, come on now, let's be reasonable.
I think that we've done incredibly good. But what I see over the next year, and you heard Brooke talk about joy and gratitude, what I really think this season represents for me, and I think for the entire administration, is that we have now done incredible work to fix what Joe Biden broke. And I think the next year in American growth and American prosperity could be the best year that we've had in the United States of America. It's going to happen because we're all working hard. It's going to happen because we have the greatest country in the world. But I think for congressional Democrats in particular, if they want to talk about affordability, they ought to look in the mirror. We are fixing what they're broken. We're proud to do it. It's the job that we were elected to do. But I think 2026 is going to be the year where this economy really takes off.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Great. Yeah.
President Trump.
Which is true. I mean, we have a lot of manufacturing projects starting up from like biopharma. Like I told you about the AstraZeneca plant being built in Maryland. We got everything from food and consumer products. Like Pilgrims is going to build a $400 million prepared food plant in Georgia, in Walker County, Georgia. So prepare for that one if you're in Georgia. Primo Brands also. I mean, we got semiconductor, we got First Solar, an AI-enabled solar module mega factory in Louisiana. Let's see here. We got Rockwell Automation, which is a greenfield plant in Wisconsin. That's coming. I mean, there's a lot more I can name right now. Like, there's a whole list of manufacturing coming back, from aerospace defense, which is what Boeing, a $1 billion plant that's going to be built in South Carolina. I'm sorry, not built, but expanded in South Carolina. There's so many projects I can name off right now. It would take a minute to do so. So by next year, yeah, we are looking at a major construction boom, manufacturing boom, and all that. And let's see how that translates over, because you never know. It all might be taken over with AI, God forbid.
Thank you for talking about Sarah. Heartbreaks for her family. And Andy is doing well. His parents, Melody and Jason, wanted me to tell you, and I was with them yesterday in the hospital. He's a miracle. I was there when the surgeons came in, and they wanted you to know this. He's a miracle. And if everyone in this country can continue to pray for that family. He's got a long road ahead of him, but he is a miracle. And of course, our DC initiative is led by our amazing, and the monster will be held accountable who did this.
Thank God.
Our marshals, of course, are leading the DC Safe effort. We have made over 7,000 arrests at your direction. DC is safe again. Working with everyone around this table, Pete and everyone. Scott and I were in Memphis together last week. And everyone, and Bobby, your HHS doctors and medics are on the ground to help people in Memphis and DC. In Memphis, we've made over 3,500 arrests so far. And Homeland Security, Christy, you've been instrumental in this. But it's everyone working together as a team. We even have Treasury agents out there. It's unbelievable, on the ground in DC and Memphis. Of course, law enforcement first. At the FBI, we have a 100% increase in the arrest of violent criminals, thanks to your leadership. DEA, led by Terry Cole, over 45 million fentanyl pills, 4,200 kilos fentanyl powder. That is the equivalent of 347 million potential lethal doses. That's unbelievable that you've taken off the streets of our country. And the weight of all the drugs combined taken off by DEA is the weight of 17 full semi-trucks of the drugs just since you've been in office. the drugs that had flowed into this country under the previous administration. ATF, led by Rob Sakata, has seized more than 31,000 illegal guns. 31,000. Unbelievable at your leadership. 19,000 of those were from trafficking cases. We've been sued on the legal front now. We have been sued 575 times.
Damn.
575 times. More than every administration going back to Reagan combined. Most recently,
Well, you know what the Dems are going to say? Because you're the most unlawful. You guys are a fascist dictatorship. It's like, no, chill out. It's just that the Dems got time to file 575 lawsuits that haven't really produced anything.
yesterday, I was sued by an immigration judge who we fired. One of the reasons, she said she was a woman. Last I checked, I was a woman as well. 24 Supreme Court wins, President Trump, 92% success rate. We told you it would take a while to get to the Supreme Court. We're doing it at record speed, led by John Sauer, of course, Sarah and Hosh, all working together. Immigration, we're winning. Nationwide injunctions, ending DEI funding, working to secure that our federal workforce is aligned with your America First agenda, representing pretty much everyone in this room. We met with your general counsel yesterday, Doug, working with everyone. It's nonstop. ICE, of course, we're winning there with Christie. We're Brooke, SNAP benefits, won there. Marco, USAID. Pete, National Guard, of course, going nonstop. Our U.S. attorneys are fighting violent crime, working around the clock to make America safe again, which was your directive. Our Civil Rights Division, suing Gavin Newsom 3 times now, Prop 50, keeping boys out of girls' sports, and in-state tuition for illegal aliens. We've sued over election integrity.
Which is true. I mean, shout out to Monty because he low-key sent me this little, what was it? It was a screenshot from, it was like a college in Washington. It was a screenshot from them, from their website, pretty much stating that, yes, you can actually get tuition. You can get, the government or the state actually will pay for your college tuition if you are an undocumented immigrant. I was like, wait, whoa. Doesn't that go to prove that we kind of have just been skirting the process, that there are even 20-year-olds here who are born here, or maybe not, maybe they were brought here as kids and they still haven't been naturalized, and then we didn't let them get all the way up to the point where they need to go to college and they're not even a U.S. citizen, and now we got to create a program for them so they can get funds to go to college. That's insane. Instead of helping that person out to get them naturalized, you guys just want to create loopholes for them. Wild. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get over to Tulsi Gabbard.
Small business.
No, not you.
That's small business investment companies. So we are running this agency like the best.
There we go.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. I am truly grateful to be a member of your team here at this table, to help support you in delivering on the promises that you made to the American people. You came in with a very clear mandate of taking on the rampant weaponization, politicization of the intelligence community and federal law enforcement, experiencing yourself, the deep state abusing their power as they have against you, your family, and so many of the American people. Bring out accountability truly for those who have abused their power, making sure that the intelligence community is supporting your efforts in keeping the American people safe, secure, and free, and being the president of peace. I'm grateful to be in this position as your director of national intelligence to support you in these efforts. And I'll cover very briefly what we've done over the last year under your leadership and what we look forward to continuing to focus on next year. First of all, under your leadership, again, we've taken on a historic effort for transparency, declassification, and exposing these abuses of power by these deep state actors. We've declassified over 500,000 documents, many of which had never been seen before by the American people, put them online to bring about this level of transparency. We formed a weaponization working group, again, to be able to go after a lot of these abuses of power that have never seen the light of day, to support the accountability.
All right, now let's get into Marco Rubio.
Interior. Of course, Interior, the largest balance sheet, record amounts of oil, record amounts of gas. And again, we set out with a goal, energy diplomacy, sell energy to our friends and allies. We're exporting a record amount of energy to all of our friends and allies. You're giving us 3 days for helping restore and preserve all of our best parks. So as we close out, then I want to also say a big celebration going on here in Washington, D.C.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. First of all, this is a very talented team, as you've seen, and as you know, because you picked every single one that's on your.
Oh, and shout out to Chases. Don't forget that video on Venezuela I sent you. Don't worry, I got you. I'm looking for it right now.
Deserve tremendous credit for doing that. It's an honor to be in this role. It's also an honor to be involved in and be a witness to what I believe is the most transformational year in American foreign policy since the end of the Second World War, at least. And it's transformational because for the first time in a long time, we have a president who basically puts America at the forefront of every decision we make in our relations with the world. And that may sound weird to people, like, of course you always do. No, that hasn't always been the case until about a year ago. And I think we've all witnessed in our own respective spaces how in every interaction the president has with the world, the goal he has in mind is very simple. Does what you want us to do, or is it what is it going to make us stronger? Is it going to make us richer? Is it going to make us safer? If it is, he's for it. If it's not, he's against it. If something's going to make America weaker or poorer or less safe, the president's going to be against it. And every single thing he has done in our foreign policy has been driven by the American people in mind. And I can go down the list. Why has he focused on mass migration? It's very simple, because no country is safe if you can just walk in without us knowing who you are into your country. We've seen the destruction that that's wreaking, not just in our own country, but the impact that it's having in Europe and in many other parts of the world. You talk about trade deals and the trade situation has been involved in. People, all this reporting on it. It's very simple. The president views the last 40 years as an era of which American workers and American farmers have been ripped off. They've been ripped off. And what he's saying is we want to have trade with the world, but it has to be a trade in which American businesses and American workers and the products they make and what American farmers grow and produce has a fair shot to be sold around the world. On issue after issue, that's been the case. You talk about foreign aid reforms. This is not our money. This is taxpayer money. When the president has said, we're going to do foreign aid, but we're going to do foreign aid for countries that are aligned with the United States and in a way that doesn't waste the taxpayers' money. Mr. President, you deserve tremendous credit for that. Many of us, the vice president, by the way, I want to acknowledge, has played an extraordinary role in our foreign policy. And he too has been a witness to all of this as it's been occurring. And he's been a big part of it as well. You talk about NATO. The president's not against NATO. He went to NATO and basically said, look, you guys, we're paying all the money. And he got them to do the 5% commitment, which everybody said was never going to happen. It was impossible. Everything this president does is driven by the American people. Whether you don't have to agree with the actual move, but understand the motivation. The motivation is always you, the American people, and what's good for you, for your family, for the country, and for our economy. But the president is also committed to peace in a way that all of us have seen. He achieved in Gaza, and he does it, by the way, not just because he hates war and he thinks wars are a waste of money and lives, but because he's the only leader in the world that can. No other leader in the world could have pulled off what happened in Gaza. And I can tell you, I can't get into the details. The vice president knows what I'm talking about. That deal doesn't happen without the president's direct interaction with the leaders that were involved in this decision making. And everyone said that deal couldn't hold. And then the president shepherded through the United Nations of all places to get a global coalition of countries to line up behind the peace deal, behind the border peace. And it's still, every day is a challenge. But it's been driven personally by the president. It's the reason why we're involved in this whole Ukraine-Russia conflict. That's not our war. It's not the president's war. This war started. It never would have happened if you've been president. But this war is going on, and the president is trying to end it, not because, listen, we got a million things to focus on in the world as a country, but he's the only leader in the world that can help end it.
I mean, yeah, let's be real. It was crazy when Trump actually got a ceasefire to happen in the Gaza, and all the Dems did was try to poke holes in it. There are very few that actually gave the man his flowers, but everybody else didn't want to bring up the fact that I'm like, all right, well, Biden was just allowing the worst parts of this war to happen, or this conflict to happen. For those of you that was crying about a genocide, the worst parts of it happened under Biden. So for you guys to sit there and not give Trump his flowers for the one time, and then you can go back to hating the man, but for the one time for getting that ceasefire through and it's still remaining, is wild. Like, it just shows the TDS. And like, did you really even care, or was it just a thing to poke at Trump about?
And that's why that's why even as we speak to you now, Steve Woodcock is in Moscow trying to find a way to end this war, to save lives of 9,000 people, Mr. President, as you want to know, are dying every week. More people are dying a week in that war than have died in the entirety of the U.S.'s involvement in Afghanistan or Iraq. Just think about that, how bloody and destructive it is. The president's taken on this issue of Sudan personally, not send out deputies to do it. Again, far away from the United States, because he's the only leader in the world that can bring it about to an end, not to mention all the other peace deals, very dangerous ones like India and Pakistan, or Cambodia and Thailand. And so on all these things, Mr. President, I think you deserve tremendous credit for the transformational aspect of our foreign policy. For the first time in probably 4 decades, the American foreign policy is driven by what is good for America and Americans, whether it makes us safer and stronger and more prosperous. If it is, he's for it. If it doesn't, he's against it.
And people gotta understand though, like when it comes to the Ukraine deal, you can't blame that on Trump. That's all on Zelensky. Zelensky's performance on the battlefield is being exposed, because if he was doing well on the battlefield, that peace deal wouldn't have been so favored towards Russia, to the point where certain parts of Ukraine are supposed to be now de facto Russia. Like, I would hope that like dispels you of any delusion that Ukraine was winning. Okay, I hope that dispelled you, because if Ukraine was winning, then the peace deal would have been overly favored towards Ukraine, but it wasn't. Actually, let's be real. If this delusion that you guys were pushing was real, then we'd have been talking about Ukrainian actually getting all their land, getting security guarantees from Russia that they'll never attack, and you know what? Maybe even taking Russian land. But none of that's happening. So why are y'all being oh so delusional?
And that sort of clarity is transformational. I close with this, and I know I'm last, so I wanted to be fast, but there was a lot to cover. I do want to say this is the most wonderful and magical time of the year. By that, of course, I'm referring to the college football playoffs. And I just want to say this as a point of personal privilege. If and I'm a Florida Gator, but if the University of Miami gets screwed out of the college football playoffs after going 10-2 and beating Notre Dame, the whole thing should be scrapped, and you're going to have to take over it next year.
Well, thank you all very much. It was terrific. I hope it wasn't too long, but it was very concise.
State. It's going to be Ohio State. I'm sorry, guys. Look, I'm not trying to be biased, but it's most likely going to be State.
And we've done a lot. This group has done a lot. Amazing. Everybody at this table has done a fantastic. And Susie, thank you for doing a great job as our chief of staff. First female chief of staff in the history of our country, which is pretty amazing when you think of it, right? And she's the best. Thank you very much. Great job. So after that, do you want to ask any questions?
Mr. President, there's been a lot of speculation about who the next Fed chairman could possibly be. You said you had somebody in mind.
Yeah.
How many names were you given on the final list? And does that person currently work on the board of the Federal Reserve?
Well, I'd say that we probably looked at 10. Then Scott interviewed some people that I didn't know, but he knew. And a lot of people were involved in the process, actually. And Howard was involved. But I think we probably looked at 10, and we have it down to 1.
I want to ask you about Elon Musk, if I could. You talked about Elon Musk. You had him dinner here in the White House. Is he now back in your circle of friends?
Well, I really don't know. I mean, I like Elon a lot. He was he really helped during the election with his endorsement. He felt strongly.
I love how people start crying in the chat every time I mention Ukraine losing, as it like, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry that your like delusional world is falling apart. But yeah, if you looked at that peace deal, Russia's getting their way. And I'm sorry, but there's going to be parts of Ukraine that's going to be de facto Russia. There's going to be a world where kids grow up where they're going to be calling that part of Ukraine ex-Ukraine and de facto Russia. And they're going to remember this time like this where we foolishly backed the proxy war. You're going to be telling your kid how you foolishly thought Ukraine was winning. There's going to be that future is coming. Okay, my man. I'm sorry.
Look, we had one problem. You know, I didn't want to have everybody have to have an electric car. And he makes electric cars. And yeah, I think we get along well.
You know, on affordability, when you talk about affordability, is going forward, are the American people, do you believe, getting impatient with the reforms that you're making? They talked about it's about.
I think they're getting fake news from guys like you. Look, affordability is a hoax that was started by Democrats who caused the problem of pricing, and they didn't end it. Look, they lost in a landslide. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote. We won everything. You take a look at districts, it was 2,750 to 525, because that was an affordability problem. We brought it down. Look at energy. Look at the gasoline price. It's like the simplest, and it's the biggest, because if energy comes down, everything comes down. That's the way it works. We are going to be at 250. You said 199 in some places in the country, right? You said it. I didn't say it. And they won't check you. They'll check me. So, I like to use your number. 199 a gallon. Unthinkable. If you go back a year and a half ago, it's unthinkable. So, no, we're bringing the prices down, way down. Beef is coming down now. We've done certain magic and beef is coming down. But we inherited horrible prices. We inherited really the worst inflation in history. We inherited that. When I came in, that's what he had. And we fixed inflation. And we fixed almost everything, if you want to know the truth, including 8 wars. We got 1 to go, but including 8 wars. But when they always say, I watched today where they have a race going on right now in Tennessee, and this woman goes, affordability.
And congratulations to the Republican candidate who won that district in Tennessee.
But affordability.
I mean, I'm be real with you. It was an easy win. The lady was a bad candidate.
They're the ones who caused the
in an already Republican district, to be quite honest. So I'm not really too impressed with the Republicans for this win. It's just like I wasn't impressed with the Dems for their win, to be quite honest.
problem. The prices were way high. We're bringing the prices down. But they're like scam artists. They're I call them con men and women. They come out, they say affordability, like, I see prices. We're going to get prices down still further. But we brought them down from the prices they cost. The reason that they had the highest inflation in the history of our
Nah, Chase, I'm glad you deleted it. That was hilarious. He's like, because Trump wants to help the enemy more than the ally. Bro, do you see how delusional they have to be to sell that to themselves? Like, you literally think Trump wants to help Putin win? No. Putin just won the war on his own, and for some reason, mainstream media was reporting to you guys that Ukraine was winning. And now here we are dealing with the fact of the matter. And now people got to deep down into their brain to do the delusional backflip of, or the mental gymnastics of, Trump had to be helping Putin in order to get this off. No. Even if Trump was helping Putin, what would that do for them on the battlefield? Like, really think about it. Unless you can sit there and say that Trump sent out soldiers to help Putin, which I know you can't, I know you're not willing to say without looking stupid, then you need to shut up.
country. It's because they had the highest prices. But we brought them down. And now we have normal inflation. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, thank you so much for taking questions.
Thank you.
Sure. I wanted to clarify something that you had said on Sunday regarding the boat strikes near Venezuela. You had said that you didn't know if the second strike on that one boat had happened, or you wouldn't have wanted it. Now that your administration has acknowledged that it happened, do you support that second strike? And Mr. Secretary, I wanted to clarify something you had said in an interview back in September, I believe on Fox News. You said that you would watch that strike live on television. In real time, did you know that there were survivors after the initial strike?
Well, look, all I know is this. Every boat that you see get blown up, we save 25,000 on average lives, 25,000 lives. They've been sending enough of this horrible fentanyl and other things like cocaine and other things, but fentanyl right now is the leader of the pack, to kill our entire nation. Because a little speck on the head of a pin can kill somebody. It's very dangerous stuff. I know so many people where their sons were drug addicts. They had one little sample and they died. They died. They couldn't believe it. As far as the attack is concerned, I still haven't gotten a lot of information because I rely on Pete. But to me, it was an attack. It wasn't one strike, two strikes, three strikes. Somebody asked me a question about the second strike. I didn't know about the second strike. I didn't know anything about people. I wasn't involved in it. I knew they took out a boat. But I would say this, they had a strike. I hear the gentleman that was in charge of that is extraordinary. He's an extraordinary person. I'll let Pete speak about him. But Pete was satisfied. Pete didn't know about second attack having to do with two people. And I guess Pete would have to speak to it. I can say this. I want those boats taken out. And if we have to, we'll attack on land also, just like we attack on sea. And there's very little coming in by sea. I think we've knocked out over 90% of it. There's very little, and I understand that. There's very little. We're saving hundreds of thousands of lives with those pinpoint attacks. It's an amazing thing when you see a boat going along. And, a lot of the press would like to say they're not. You see the boat. They're not maybe drugs. You see these boats. First of all, who has 5 engines on the back of a boat going in weird directions and loaded up with lots of white containers? They're bags of things. No, they've done an amazing job, and Pete has done an amazing job. But Pete, you could probably better answer the question.
No, you're spot on, sir. I think you got to start with the baseline, which Marco laid out. Everybody's laid out. You got 20 million people invading our country over 4 years. We don't know where they're coming from. That includes Tren de Aragua and cartels and violent criminals. They bring drugs, and you mentioned it, Mr. President, poisoning, an intentional poisoning of the American people, killing hundreds of thousands of Americans. So the president had the courage to designate these cartels as designated terrorist organizations. Now, a number of us here served in the military and spent 20 years fighting terrorists like Al-Qaeda and ISIS on the other side of the world. How do you treat Al-Qaeda and ISIS? Do you arrest them and treat them, pat them on the head and say, don't do that again?
Nope.
Or do you end the problem directly by taking a lethal kinetic approach?
And that's what everybody's not really understanding. They are designated a terrorist organization. So yes, we can treat them like the Houthis. And when we bombed the Houthis in Yemen and none of y'all said anything with no congressional approval or anything, then, I mean, this is the same thing now. Now, do I really agree with them taking out those 2 guys? Not really. But when you relate it to what they did in Yemen and what they're doing now, and the fact that these 2 groups are now both labeled terrorist organization, it does stand up to consistency.
And that's the way President Trump has authorized the War Department to look at these cartels. And I wish everybody could be in the room watching our professionals like Mitch Bradley, Admiral Mitch Bradley, and others at JSOC and SOCOM and other commanders. The deliberative process, the detail, the rigorous, the intel, the legal, the evidence-based way that we're able to, with sources and methods that we can't reveal here.
Yeah, because the CIA is operating in Venezuela. I'm pretty sure they're the ones, giving them the information. As you said, sources we cannot reveal here. And that's what's kind of irritating everybody, because we want to know, all right, well, what is the information you're getting to carry out these strikes? And you're so sure that you're taking out the narcos, or but you're taking out cartel guys. That's a reasonable question.
Like Mitch Bradley, Admiral Mitch Bradley, and others at JSOC and SOCOM and other commanders. The deliberative process, the detail, the rigorous, the intel, the legal, the evidence-based way that we're able to, with sources and methods that we can't reveal here, that make sure that every one of those drug boats is tied to a designated terrorist organization. We know who's on it, what they're doing, what they're carrying. All these white bales are not Christmas gifts from Santa. This is drugs running on 4-motor fast boats or submarines that we've also struck. No one's fishing on a submarine. And I have empowered them to make that call. Now, the first couple of strikes, as any leader would want, you want to own that responsibility. So I
shout out Laverne Proper for sending in the 100 for 2 joules. Appreciate the support.
Said I'm going to be the one to make the call after getting all the information and make sure it's the right strike. That was September 2nd. There's a lot of intelligence that goes into that, building that case and understanding that, a lot of people providing information. I watched that first strike live. As you can imagine, at the Department of War, we got a lot of things to do. So I didn't stick around for the hour and 2 hours, whatever, where all the sensitive site exploitation digitally occurs. So I moved on to my next meeting. A couple of hours later, I learned that commander had made which he had the complete authority to do. And by the way, Admiral Bradley made the correct decision.
Wait, she or he?
Ultimately sink.
Oh, she or he?
A couple of hours later, I learned that commander had made which he had the complete authority to do.
All right, she.
And by the way, Admiral Bradley made the correct decision.
Okay, Admiral Bradley's still a guy, but I guess there's a commander who made the order. That was never mind.
To ultimately sink the boat and eliminate the threat. He sunk the boat, and eliminated the threat. And it was the right call. We have his back, and the American people are safer because narco terrorists know you can't bring drugs through the water and eventually on land if necessary to the American people. We will eliminate that threat, and we're proud to do it.
So you didn't see any survivors, to be clear, after that first strike? You personally?
I did not personally see survivors, but I stand because the thing was on fire. It was exploded in fire or smoke. You can't see.
Okay, so he's saying from the video he's seen, he's like, I didn't see no survivors, but I mean, hey, they're saying there was. So and this is where things get a little bit foggy. It's like, whoa, what do you mean? So you tell me you seen the video and you ain't see, two people hanging on for their life? Like, well, were they there or not?
You got digital. This is called the fog of war. This is what you in the press don't understand. You sit in your air-conditioned offices or up on Capitol Hill and you nitpick and you plant fake stories in the Washington Post about kill everybody, phrases on anonymous sources not based in anything, not based in any truth at all. And then you want to throw out really irresponsible terms about American heroes, about the judgment that they made. I wrote a whole book on this topic because of what politicians and the press does to warfighters. President Trump has empowered commanders to do what is necessary, which is dark and difficult things in the dead of night on behalf of the American people. We support them, and we will stop the poisoning of the American people.
And Mr. Secretary, on the second strike, you said it happened more than an hour after the first strike?
I couldn't tell you the exact amount of time.
Minutes, or you had left the room?
I already stated my answer quite clearly.
So remember this, we lost last year. I think it was more than that, but people don't like saying it because they always said 100,000, 115,000, numbers we've been hearing for years. So we lost last year more than 200,000 people, dead people, ruined families beyond the 200,000. And those 200,000, that family will never be the same. But these people have killed over 200,000 people, actually killed over 200,000 people last year. And those numbers are down. Those numbers are down. They're way down. And they're down because we're doing these strikes. And we're going to start doing those strikes on land, too. The land is much easier. It's much easier. And we know the routes they take. We know everything about them. We know where they live. We know where the bad ones live. And we're going to start that very soon, too.
Mr. President, thank you so much, Mr. President.
And you know what? When we start that, we're going to drive those numbers down so low. And then you're going to have families be able to live without the fear of their son or daughter just having a pill to have a little fun and ending up dying within a period of 60 seconds, right? No, we're not going to let that happen. We're not going to let it continue to happen. What Biden did to this country by allowing all these people, and I call them animals in many cases, I think they're animals, to come into our country and destroy our country and let all those drugs pour in. Let people just walk across the border like it was nothing. You look at them, a lot of them, you say, oh, let's not discriminate. I'm not talking about color. I'm just talking about you look into the eyes of some of these people. We're smart. And you see a killer. Come on in. Just come on in. 11,888 murderers. Many of them committed more than one murder. He allowed them into our country, totally unvetted, totally unchecked. But he also allowed drugs to come in at record numbers. And hundreds of thousands of people a year died. And we're taking those son of a bitches out. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, for taking
Okay.
the questions. I think this is the most transparent administration I've ever seen.
I'm impressed by these people I'll tell you, how strong are you? You've been holding it for 2 hours. There are very few physically. There are very few people could do. I'm very proud of you.
Thank you.
I have no idea who you are, but you're strong.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, last week, militia groups in Iraq attacked the Kurdistan region's gas field, the largest gas field, which even the U.S. companies invested in the energy sector in the Kurdistan region. And the Kurdistan Prime Minister requested the United States to provide them some sorts of means and defense systems in defending their civilian infrastructure and U.S. investment in the Kurdistan region. Are you willing to providing them this support? And about this question, tomorrow the United States is going to open an air trade.
Can you speak louder?
Yeah, of course.
Is that possible?
Yeah,
the most gentle, beautiful voice. Gentle person. Go ahead. Just take fewer words and louder.
Yeah, sure. I repeat my first question. Last week, the Iraqi militia groups attacked one of the largest gas fields in the Kurdistan region of Iraq, which even the U.S. companies have invested in these gas fields.
Yeah.
And then
Are you from Iraq?
I'm from Kurdistan, Iraqi Kurdistan.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm working for Huda Media Network. And the Kurdistan region prime minister, he requested the United States to providing them some sort of defense system to defending these gas fields and U.S. investment in the Kurdistan region. Are you willing to helping them?
Well, we'll look at it. I heard about it, and I'm hearing about it more now, frankly. It wasn't at the top of my list. It's a very unusual question, I think, but I assume you're from the area, and to you, it's a very important question, and to me, it is also, because people are being killed. I will say this, Iraq has been much different in terms of us than they were prior to us taking out the nuclear capability of Iran. You know, Iran has gone down many, many steps in terms of its fear factor. They were the bully of the Middle East, and they're really not the bully of the Middle East anymore. And Iraq,
yeah, I mean, according to the Iranian foreign minister and the president, they've stopped their nuclear enrichment program, and they've just worked on advancing their missile program. So, yeah.
Iraq was being bullied by Iran.
Where that goes.
We had a president that thought it was brilliant to blow them up, and they blew them up, and all of a sudden, instead of having a power that was basically equal to Iran, they had Iran ruling the Middle East for a long period of time. But Iraq, from the day we hit them with those B-2 bombers and knocked out and obliterated, because CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't total obliteration. Well, it turned out it was totally obliteration. It was every single one of those missiles hit its target. It was actually amazing, but it was wiped out, totally wiped out. I will tell you, Iraq has been a much friendlier place. They talk to us. The prime minister actually nominated me along with about 78 other countries for the Nobel Prize. I'm the only one that was nominated by almost 100 countries that didn't get it, but that's okay. But I saved a lot of lives. But Iraq nominated us for the Nobel Prize, and that was a great honor. You know, we didn't expect that from Iraq. Iraq has been a much different place since the taking out of Iran the nuclear capability. Yeah, let's get to another question.
The meeting,
Here we go. This guy's a beauty.
Secretary Rubio mentioned the meetings ongoing in Russia today. Do you have any update from Mr. Wickoff and Mr. Kushner?
No, because I've been spending too much time with you. I mean, we're spending a lot of time in here. We wanted to do this you talk about being open and transparent. This has to be the most transparent administration in history. We spent a lot of time answering your questions and giving you a lot of good results. I mean, I think everybody here gave you good results.
I don't know, man. Look, it's 2 weeks until they had to come out with the Epstein files. Then we can go ahead and say, Trump has the most transparent administration. Till then, let's just save that title.
But no, I don't. I
We need
will
to
have
see some
after I
things
leave here.
first.
But do you hope for a breakthrough, or is it not
I
quite
don't
at
know.
that stage?
I don't know. Look, I don't know. All I can tell you is that we're trying very hard to save 25 to 30,000 people, mostly men, mostly soldiers, every month. 25,000 to 30,000 soldiers. It's impossible. That's half a stadium. Take a big football stadium. Take half of those people in a stadium, and they're wiped out. They're killed every month. It's crazy. That war is crazy. And it would have never happened with me, and it didn't happen for 4 years.
You just mentioned potential land strikes. Can you elaborate anything on that? Are you talking
Yeah,
about
I'll elaborate. If they come in through a certain country or any country, or if we think they're building mills for whether it's fentanyl or cocaine. I hear Colombia, the country of Colombia, is making cocaine. They have cocaine manufacturing plants, okay? And then they sell us their cocaine. We appreciate that very much. But yeah, anybody that's doing that and selling it into our country is subject to attack.
So not necessarily just Venezuela.
No, not just Venezuela. No. Venezuela's been very bad. Venezuela's been really bad in something else, probably worse than most, but a lot of other people do it too. They would send murderers into our country. They would empty their jails into our country. They sent people into our country that we don't want. They sent their drug dealers and their drug people into our country. They sent people from their mental institutions into our country, and we're getting them out. That was bad. That was real bad. And they also sent drugs. Yeah.
On Tim Walz, Mr. President, do you think he should resign over the fraud scandal in his state?
That who should?
Tim Walz, over the fraud scandal in the state.
Look, I think the man's a grossly incompetent man.
Hmm.
I thought that from the day I watched JD destroy him in a debate.
I'm weak.
I was saying, who was more incompetent, that man or my man? I had a man and he had a man. They were both incompetent. And I had a man and a woman. I thought she was very incompetent too, but now she's leading the field. And I think she's leading the field in this.
Yeah, people were upset that Trump used the R word, called that man retarded, which was absolutely hilarious. And I mean, trust me, this is how outraged they were about it. Let's check out this clip, and then we're gonna get into the media analysis.
Trump called the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, the R word. Which one, retard? Don't frickin' say it. Mental retardation was originally introduced as a medical term in 1961 for people with intellectual disabilities. You just frickin' said it, you retard. And that right there is the very reason it became a slur. People like you started to use this medical term as an insult. How do you think that makes people with actual intellectual disabilities like Down syndrome or Fragile X syndrome feel? Like their real existence, their unchosen reality is nothing more than your go-to put down? Honestly, just shut up. We are done with you mob of wokies controlling what vibrations we can make with our mouths. In America, I can say whatever the hell I want. Okay, say the N-word then. Shut the heck up. But this is the issue. The post Trump used the R word in was calling out Tim Walz for overseeing $1 billion plus fraud scheme in a state where people, largely Somali immigrants, abuse COVID funds, funds for autism therapy, and Medicaid and Medicare funds, among others. This is the problem with wokeness. Your outrage should lie here, not over a freaking word. Okay, first off, let's not demonize an entire community over the faults of a few. And second, yes, humans are capable of being upset at multiple things at once. I'm against fraud, but I'm also for treating people with dignity. You know, past presidents used to, at the very least, try to act with some level of dignity in public. Trump's destroyed all of that because he's realized that this fake, politically correct bullshit actually does nothing for the American people. Should we be more concerned about rooting out fraud in funds supposed to be used for those with autism, or more concerned with hurting some people's feelings? You know, the way we speak matters more than you might think. When you dehumanize and insult people, you're more likely to support harming that person. The words we say are often the precursor to the actions we do. Okay, Mr. Psychological Phenomena, you focus on the words, we'll focus on the fraud. You can do both. Tim Walz was only doing one. He was doing more than you sitting behind a freaking camera. Look at you, bud.
But yeah, that's where the outrage lied. Instead of focusing on the scam, no, they focus on the word retarded. I was like, okay, we see what y'all really care about. I mean, deflection much, but all right, though, guys, let's get right into it. Because Trump says he will honor National Guard shooting at victim's White House, which he did. But let's get more into it.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says the suspect in the shooting was radicalized in the U.S.
Yep, he was radicalized in the U.S. Let's take a man, because now more details came out about this man. So let's take a look into it.
After arriving from Afghanistan in 2021.
We believe he was radicalized since he's been here in this country. We do believe it was through connections in his home community and state, and we're going to continue to talk to those who interacted with him, who were his family members, to talk to them. So far, we've had some participation, but anyone who has information on this needs to know that we will be coming after you and we will bring you to justice.
Damn.
We're joined now by former FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe. He's a CNN senior law enforcement analyst. Andy, great to see you as always. What do you make of the secretary here describing him as radicalized? What exactly does that mean? How is evidence gathered to prove that?
So it's really important that we're precise with those words. And I'm not sure that the statements we heard over the weekend are exactly that. Typically, when we say radicalization, we're talking about somebody who is becoming more extreme in their religious or political beliefs until they reach the point that they actually resort to violence to pursue those beliefs. When we're talking about this individual, there's no question he went through some process since he's been here in the United States.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the man was basically vetted 3 times. I mean, one to be vetted to work with that paramilitary group that the CIA was running to carry out night raids. And then the second one, well, was to be let into here. And then the third one was when he was actually get naturalized in 2025 in April. So what the hell was going on there?
That took him from ally of the U.S., somebody who fought shoulder to shoulder with our folks in country in Afghanistan for years, to becoming someone who picked up a gun and pointed it at, used it lethally against service members here in the United States. It may not have been a traditional radicalization path, but clearly he experienced something that brought him to that terrible moment.
So emails obtained by the Associated Press paint to a picture of a person
unable to hold a steady job or commit to his English courses, while he was alternating between periods of dark isolation and reckless travel. What do those kinds of things tell you about this suspect and that kind of path that you're talking about?
Yeah, so a couple things. There's no indication that this individual was radicalized or sympathetic with terrorist organizations, the Taliban, Al Qaeda, before he got to the United States. Had he been,
I mean, obviously, he was helping fighting them. And I looked up this guy's record. No, he was actually out there shooting at them as well. Like, yes, he had a gun in his hand. He was also shooting. People try to lie and say he was just a translator, but no, he was out there shooting them as well. So he was out there carrying out the night raids with us, out there killing the Taliban or killing people in the Taliban.
Never would have been approved to work that closely with the CIA and with our special forces folks over there. So what investigators are looking for now are communications and contacts to people who might have been associated with those groups. So far, we haven't heard any evidence in that category whatsoever. But what we have heard is a lot of things about his life here in the United States that may have precipitated a devolution in his mental illness. So you have someone who served overseas in an incredibly high operational tempo, engaged in violent combat on an almost nightly basis. He did this for 8 years on behalf of U.S. interests, fighting with our soldiers. He's then transported to the United States, cut off from his culture, cut off from his extended family, cut off from his mentors, loses his military career, his esteem, all those things that he had spent 8 years creating in his home country. Finds himself in Bellingham, Washington, in substandard housing, driving food delivery to try to make ends meet for his wife and 5 children.
I mean, damn, I ain't gonna lie. It kind of sounds like the story of your average vet, sadly, but hey.
We know he suffered financial distress, lost his work permit, so couldn't even do that anymore. So you can see these sort of life stressors stacking up on this individual. Understanding that, the idea that he may have had some sort of a break that led him to this horrible, horrible, violent decision, that picture seems to come together a little more clearly.
To what you were just describing, there was a community advocate who apparently reached out to a refugee organization for help, fearing that the suspect at one point was becoming suicidal. Yeah. As you hear the secretary there saying that they're going to interview folks that interacted with him, what would you ask them?
Well, that's exactly what you want to do. You want to talk to family members, anyone he may have interacted with, either in his neighborhood or at work or something like that. You want to just get a sense of what sort of things did he say? What did he do when he wasn't working? How did he occupy his time? Was he somebody that spent all of his time scrolling on his phone, looking at terrorist propaganda or violent images? Is he somebody who you could interact with on a social level? People who progress towards that very isolated, disconnected place that sometimes leads to violence start to lose the capacity to conduct social interactions, to develop friendships, to participate in community events. So it's really much more of a holistic view than a very specific, did this person talk to an ISIS recruiter?
The White House press secretary just addressed this at the briefing. Let's listen into what she said.
Here are the facts.
Now remember, they're still looking into it to see if he had any connection to a terrorist organization. So, because right now it's kind of looking like he just had a really rough life, or things were going not so well for him in America, and that might have been the reason he snapped. Not saying that's the truth, but hey, it might have been the reason. He might have still tapped in with some type of terrorist group or terrorist cell that, I guess got him to do what he did. But like I said, we're talking about a man who was living the rough life, and all of a sudden he snaps, drives across country to shoot 2 National Guardsmen. I mean, and we don't even know if the National Guardsman was his actual target.
The terrorist who gunned down American soldiers blocks away from the White House in an ambush was an Afghan national who was flown into our country by Joe Biden's administration in September 2021.
And no, I'm not making the guy a victim. I'm just telling his story. And I mean, if telling his story means I'm making him a victim, then I'm sorry, you are wrong. But that's the story of the victim. I mean, I'm not the victim, but the shooter. He's not a victim. He's a person who killed somebody. Like, let's be real. He's no victim, but if we talk about his story, it does seem like the only victim he was of is terrorists. Mental health, maybe. I don't know. We don't know. But right now, what we do know is that, yes, he had a lot of things going on beforehand, and we don't know if he has any real terrorist connections. This might have just been a collapse in mental health. Now, are we for sure about this? Of course not. But hey, we got to look at both sides of things. We just can't sit there and just say, oh, right off the back, he's a terrorist.
In the chaotic wake of their botched withdrawal from Afghanistan, one of the most embarrassing moments in the history of our great country. Joe Biden's historic failure in Afghanistan continues to haunt this country and our men and women in uniform. Not only did this surrender lead to a suicide bombing that killed 13 American heroes in Kabul, but now National Guard troops were shot on U.S. soil by the same kind of enemy. We continue to live with the deadly consequences of Joe Biden's horrific leadership. Nearly 100,000 Afghans were recklessly released into the United States with little to no vetting. There was no regard for the disorder and violence.
No, all right. And shout out Sandra Lounge, because you're right. Libs are sick, victim blaming. Because isn't that crazy how they were trying to sit there and say that, oh, the National Guardsmen shouldn't be there, or it's Trump's fault. And I'm just going like, hold on. Are you really trying to blame the National Guards for being there, the victims of this attack? Like, are you serious? Now that's pushing it. Yeah, that's right there, victim blaming. But I'm not gonna lie, trying to sit here and find out like what led this guy to it. Let's be real. We got to make sure that this was a terrorist attack, or he was influenced by terrorists for sure, before we just run off with the narrative like Fox News is that it's a terrorist attack. We got to get rid of all these Afghanis. Like, nah. Let's not go too far down there. Let's be reasonable here. But yeah, let's be real though. The libs are sick for trying to blame the National Guard for being there.
Violence that this would unleash on American communities and American culture. Reportedly, thousands of these strangers and unknown individuals were flagged to the Biden administration for national security, public safety, and fraud concerns. But the terrifying truth is that the Afghanistan debacle is just a small part of Democrats' complete and total betrayal of the American people during the Biden years. The tragedy that we just witnessed the day before Thanksgiving is a reminder that untold thousands of terrorists, gang members, and criminals were invited into our country and remain here to this very day. The border is now secure, thanks to President Trump, but the threat in our interior remains real and urgent. These public safety threats are already inside our land, and President Trump was elected on a promise to find and remove them, and he has already taken significant steps and made significant progress towards fulfilling this promise. But there is more work to be done because President Trump believes that he has a sacred obligation to reverse the calamity of mass, unchecked migration.
Now, I'm not gonna lie, what killed me about this whole press conference, how Caroline Leavitt got it wrong about how this man got here. And she keeps saying that, oh no, he was one of the guys that was stuffed onto the plane during the evacuation. And no, he wasn't. Like I said, he was led into Operation Allies Welcomed, and he was vetted, so-called vetted through that program to be in here. I mean, that whole press conference irritated me. But all right.
Individual who threatens our national security or our citizenry will be subject to removal. President Trump has already permanently paused migration of foreign nationals from third world countries that pose a very high risk to the United States. For too long, past American presidents supported self-destructive immigration policies that allowed foreigners who outright hate our country and have no interest in assimilating into our culture. They've allowed these individuals to flood peaceful American communities. This disastrous approach has drained our welfare program, driven up the cost of housing, suppressed wages, and jeopardized the safety of law-abiding American citizens. In fact, according to a new bombshell report from the New York Times, Somalian migrants in Minnesota have defrauded nearly $1 billion in taxpayer-funded benefits under Democrat Governor Walz's leadership. President Trump is putting an end to this dangerous America Last approach. His position is rooted in common sense. In the wake of last week's atrocity, it is more important than ever to finish carrying out the president's mass deportation operation. America cannot allow millions upon millions of unvetted illegal aliens to be rewarded with amnesty after they broke our nation's laws to come here. They must go back to their home countries. It is also essential to immediately address the massive fraud and corruption that has been going on for decades in other aspects of our immigration system, most notably when it comes to asylum claims. Millions of people who have come here under false pretenses are told blatant lies now enjoy temporary legal status.
Now, Ozzy, you're right. The botch operation is Biden's fault. That's true. But he didn't come through that one. He didn't get through there. Now, you're right. We do have a whole bunch of Afghanis that came through there that weren't properly vetted. They were just pushed onto a plane, and we don't know what their affiliations are. So that part is true. But that guy coming through there, the guy who shot the 2 National Guardsmen, no, he didn't come through there. He came through the Operations Welcome, which was still under Biden. By the way, still under Biden. So he was still let in under Biden. By the way, there's no denying that. But for 4 years, and until he got 4 years leading up to his naturalization, he wasn't a problem. We're just now hearing about how his life was for those 4 years and how it might have led him up to this.
President Trump is ending this scam as well. And I would point out that the Democrats have tried to block this administration from doing so at every turn with lawsuit after lawsuit. The hard truth is that even when it comes to our legal immigration system, past presidents—
Caroline Levitt saying a lot there, a lot of it does not reflect the reality of this particular individual.
That's right.
And that does not make what happened here in Washington any less alarming. We have to be very clear about that. But she's talking about little to no vetting. I mean, that's not the case with this individual. This is someone who worked for years on some of the most sensitive operations in Afghanistan with U.S. forces.
At the direction of U.S. forces,
Correct.
Shoulder to shoulder.
During multiple administrations, including the first Trump administration, which I think is why this is particularly alarming, because this is someone who applied for asylum in 2024 under the Biden administration, was granted asylum during this latest Trump administration, and yet still gets through the cracks.
That is why it's so important for us to figure out how this happened, what led to this. We know that this to get vetted to work with the CIA and with Joint Special Forces Command in Afghanistan, there could not have been any information that he had any terrorist leanings whatsoever. He worked in that.
Well, no, hold on now. Let's not sit there and be foolish and say that now, because there actually could have been. Now, he was most likely vetted to be seen to be, well, let's see here. How could I say this right? All right, here it is. So pretty much, I'm pretty sure that they vetted him to see if he was part of, the Taliban, or he had any links to the Taliban, not anything outside of that. Like, he could have had links to ISIS, Al Qaeda. There could have been other people he could have been linked to. So we just can't say that, oh, well, just because he got, vetted by the CIA, that means that, oh, they checked everything. They went over every box. They checked every box, went through every terrorist organization and made sure that, yeah, he's clean. And then let's be honest, Afghanistan doesn't have the extensive criminal database that we have. So when we sit there and act for any crimes about this guy, I mean, we don't know for sure. We really don't. But I mean, this video right here pretty much describes what I'm talking about. Right here. Let's get into it.
They brought tens of thousands of unvetted Afghans into the United States of America. Now, NCTC has done their job, and they've identified over 1,400 of these Afghans as having ties to ISIS and to other terrorist groups, yet Biden let them into the interior of the United States. Same thing with a bunch of ISIS-affiliated Tajiks and Uzbeks who came into the United States of America as well. There's around 600 of them that were also identified by NCTC that are here in America right now.
There are over 1,000 Taliban and ISKP operatives in the United States. These are deep cover operatives that report to Sirajuddin Haqqani and then the leadership of the Taliban and ISKP.
And where's this intel coming from?
The anti-Taliban resistance.
Who's running that?
There are several resistance fronts. There's also President Amrullah Saleh, who's leading Afghanistan Green Trend.
And can you talk about him? That's where I was going with this.
President Saleh?
Yes.
Of course, yes.
They brought tens of thousands of.
So trust me, it's not an absolute guarantee that he was working for a terrorist organization, but I mean, it's definitely not outside the realm of possibility. Definitely not.
Capacity for 8 years. He earned the opportunity to come over here because as a partner working in that function, he would have been number one on the Taliban's kill list once they took the government over. So
True.
he comes back to the United States with we can only assume, a clean record, and somehow goes from that to being someone who attacks and tries to kill our own patriotic servicemen here in the United States. We have to figure out why that happened. The information we have right now points to a reasonable and likely conclusion that some sort of mental distress was involved here. There is, to our understanding so far, no information about a connection to terrorism. So starting her speech by referring to him as a
Yeah, I know. It's going to be a while before we even, if there is, it's going to be a while before we find it, because it's going to be a lot easier to figure out, all right, well, what happened before and leading up before we can really trace back any terrorist connections. So to be continued. But all right, now let's get over to our guy Rubio on Fox News with Sean Hannity. Let's get over to the right side of news, because we started off on the left. All right, guys, let's go ahead. Let's get right to it. Let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. And let's go ahead and let's see if we can get the call-in line open. We are $82 away from it. And listen to and remember to double tap that screen and like the video. All right, guys, let's get right into it.
All right, I want to start this out with a fun question, because there are really serious issues involving national security, peace around the globe. I mean, you're at the highest level of discussions, and we're going to get into a lot of the hot spots and success and all that. But I've got to ask you, there's a show that's come out. It's called The Age of Disclosure.
Yeah.
Okay, I know everyone probably, right? Everyone asks you about it?
Sure.
I mean, yeah, if you were here, what was it, 2 nights ago when I actually switched over to Rumble and Kick, and we watched The Age of Disclosure. So that was actually a pretty good night. But yeah, so if you were here about 2 nights ago, we watched The Age of Disclosure, and it was pretty damning. At this point, I'm pretty sure there's aliens out there. I'm pretty sure, and there ain't nothing we could do about them, and they ain't gonna tell us, because I mean, like, hey, if we gotta tell people about aliens, then they're gonna expect us to do something about it. And I mean, the people aren't gonna be able to rest too well if we hit them with there's aliens out there, and ain't shit we can do about it because their technology beyond our comprehension. So, we can tell you, but there ain't shit we can do about it.
It's a new documentary. We had repeated instances of something operating in the airspace over restricted nuclear facilities. It's not ours, and presidents operate on a need-to-know basis.
Yeah.
Okay, that is
so a couple points on it. First of all, I'm not disavowing that. It was an interview that was done almost maybe 3 or 4 years ago when I was in the Senate.
Right.
So it wasn't recent. The second point I would make, I was describing the allegations that people have come forward with. I have people that came forward to us. Some of these people were Navy pilots, admirals, generals, whatever, that would come forward and say that there were programs in the U.S. government that not even presidents were made aware of. So I was describing what people had said to me, not things that I have firsthand knowledge of in that regard. A little bit of selective editing, but it's okay, because you're trying to sell a show there. But the fundamental comments, I haven't seen it, but the clips I've seen and people have shown me are fundamentally true, and that is, there are things, we know this has been documented. There have been things that fly over the airspace, restricted airspace, be it where we're conducting military exercises or the like, and everyone in the government says they're not ours. And so what I worry most about, just me personally, is that some adversary, another country, for example, has developed some asymmetric capability for surveillance or the like that we just are not prepared for. We're looking for missiles and fighter jets, and they're coming at us with drones and balloons. Remember, when NORAD turned on the radars and started looking for balloons, all of a sudden they spotted a bunch of balloons flying overhead. 90% of them were innocent, things. A couple of them were Chinese. And so, but we never look for balloons because our radars aren't trained for that. So that really was the point I was trying to drive.
And one of the problems is, I mean, once these spacecrafts, come into restricted airspace, ain't shit you could do about it. I mean, they've already tried to fire missiles at these things and it was ineffective. I mean, so there's nothing we could do about it. That's why we don't really talk about it. I mean, that's why we can sit there and tell the American people, but a lot of people are going to expect us to do something like, oh, what are you going to do about it? They're invading our airspace. Wah, wah, wah. And I'm like, well, we can't. I mean, sure, we tried and nothing happened. And we're just grateful they didn't do anything back about it. So we just kind of, I'm be real with you, sound like the intelligence agency and the government are just throwing their hands up about it because, well, we can't do nothing and they're getting secret tech off it. So they benefit and they can't do shit about it. Part of the reason why they won't tell us anything, or be honest.
I can't comment on the rest of the documentary. It has, as I said, claims from people that were former admirals, naval fighters, people with high clearances in government. Some of them are pretty spectacular claims. I'm not calling these people liars. I don't have independent knowledge that what they're saying is true. The one observation I had is we had people that did very important jobs in the U.S. government who are saying these things. So we have people with very high jobs in the U.S. government that are either A, liars, B, crazy, or C, telling the truth. And two of those three options are not good.
Those
But
are
I
the only
don't know
three
the
options.
answer. I don't know the answer. I don't have any point of, I don't want to call them liars. I just don't have any independent way to verify everything they said.
I spent time, I've been talking to the mother of the National Guardsman that's in a hospital here in DC who's clinging to life. The issue of the vetting of Afghan nationals. We learned that so many of them had so many warning signs, and I'll put up on the screen the statistics. We took in 76,000. There were over 5,000 that never should have made it into this.
Jesus, so 76,000 resettled into the U.S. Man, 6,868 flagged for really derogatory info. Okay, about 5,000 flagged for national security, about 656 flagged for public safety, and 885 national security risks still at large. And I'm just like, bruh, if y'all flagged them, why didn't y'all go get them? Which is crazy, but I mean, here we are.
Country. We were assured repeatedly by the Biden administration that they had been vetted. There's no way that many of them could have been vetted.
Fall into the same groups.
886 of them, I'll put that on the screen, also are at large in the country as we speak.
Right.
You put a pause on this. The State Department has, the president has, Kristi Noem has spoken out. Where are we with all of this, and how dangerous is this?
Well, the pause is actually, we've announced it, but in fact, we've been much more careful since we took over, with a lot of pressure on us, by the way, to let more people in. So many of them served as interpreters alongside us in Afghanistan, and so their lives were at risk. So we had a lot of pressure to begin with, but we've slowed that process down from day number one to take an extra look at people. Here's the problem with vetting people. You can't have a perfect vet no matter who that person is, for a couple of reasons. The first is you can only vet information that exists, right? So it is possible that in many cases, there are things about these people you just don't know. No matter how much you vet them, you just don't have certain information. And in some parts of the world where there's very limited documentation, very limited, you can't just go out and interview people in many cases because of the presence of the Taliban, et cetera. It becomes very difficult.
Yeah, that's very true. And like I said, I mean, a lot of these countries or the countries in the Middle East don't have an extensive database like we do on all of our criminals or anybody who's committed an offense. Like, they don't got it like we do. If these countries ask that from us, trust me, we can give them that. But if we ask that from them, they're kind of scratching their heads going like, bro, I'm not even sure we go back that far. We probably got like maybe 1 year of files for this guy, and there you go. And that's about it. Like, and we let them in just on that type of green light. Like, well, we didn't find much, so that should be good enough for you. I mean, do you have any records on the guy at all? No, but we didn't find anything. And we let a lot of people in under that green light. So we do got to be honest, when it comes to the vetting process that was in Afghanistan, when it came to looking in on or asking the Afghani authorities or the Taliban pretty much for anything on this guy, let's be real. Do you expect the Taliban to tell us the truth? Of course not. And two, even if they did have that information, I mean, even if they did have, or the longing to do so or the wanting to do so, they probably couldn't even do it.
Second thing you can't vet, you can vet what people have done in the past. You can't vet what people might do in the future. There's another dynamic at play here, and that is you could allow someone into our country who has no history of radicalization. Perhaps they even have worked with you in the past, but they are susceptible to radicalization once they enter the United States because they don't assimilate well, because they fall victim to some of this online propaganda and efforts to radicalize people. And 2 or 3 years later, you find that they have radicalized. That is a threat. That is a real threat. It is a threat for everyone. We have homegrown people in the United States born here that have been radicalized. But I do think it is a higher threat among people that come from cultures and backgrounds that make it harder for them to assimilate once they get into the United States, and that make them vulnerable to Arabic language, for example, propaganda by ISIS or Al-Qaeda or any of these other groups that are looking to radicalize people. So look, the bottom line is there is no effective way to allow hundreds of thousands of people to enter any country in the world and not face consequences. You take 100,000 people from anywhere in the world, and you're going to have some percentage of them that turn out bad. Either they turn into criminals or potentially terrorists. I think that threat is heightened when you come from places that have terrorist movements that would target these people for radicalization once they enter our country.
There seems to be some misunderstanding. I call it the Trump doctrine. I have my definition of it. Okay, I agree with the president. I don't want America involved in forever wars ever again. I agree with that part. But that does not mean isolationism. There seems to be a group of Americans that misinterpret what the president means. As examples, in his first term, he wiped out the ISIS caliphate. He took out Soleimani on that tarmac. He took out Baghdadi and associates. He dropped the mother of all bombs on Afghanistan. You know, I don't know how anybody could think the world's not a safer place by taking out Iran's nuclear sites. That's not isolationism. That is American force used for good. And 12 days later, Israel and Iran stopped fighting.
Well, the way I would describe it, it's not isolationism. It's also not adventurism, which is this argument that others have fallen into, that somehow there's a problem in the world, and the only solution to it is for the United States to send military assets.
Actually, the only problem we didn't like about the 12-day war is actually how Israel started it. That's the only thing we did not like. Like, they was like pressuring everybody about Iran's nuclear capability. Iran kept saying, well, we have no intention to honestly make a nuke. We have no way of transporting it. So everybody was wondering, even Iran was wondering, yo, what are you tripping about, Israel? Israel says, look, man, we see your nuclear facilities. We got Mossad in there, and we don't trust you. So, I mean, unbeknownst to everybody, Israel went and carried out a strike on their nuclear facility. And Iran, and here's the thing, they did it thinking that, oh, well, we're going to get the Iranian people to go against the Ayatollah. Nope, that's not what happened. Actually, the people who hated the Ayatollah and the people who supported the Ayatollah all came together in trying to force the Ayatollah to attack Israel. And that's exactly what they did. And then 12-day war commenced. So really, Israel actually started a 12-day war on the premise that, yo, Iran's about to get a nuclear weapon, which they've been spouting about for years now, decades, honestly. And they finally got what they wanted, was us to attack Iran. Did it escalate into a war? Thank God it did not, because it didn't. But it did get Iran to stop their nuclear proliferation. So shout out. I mean, it didn't go the way Israel wanted it. So you can only be happy, because they really wanted us to get into war with them.
To go solve it. What the president has done is he has, number one, he defines what's in the core national interest of the United States. There's a lot of terrible things happening in the world. Not all of them are at our core national interest. Number two, he defines what the outcome he wants. And number three, he takes actions that are very specific and limited to getting the outcome that's good for our country. So the case in point is Iran. Iran had these nuclear facilities. We know what they were. We've known what they were for a long time. And the president conducted a precise campaign. It wasn't a prolonged war. It was a 24-hour operation. B-2 bombers left the mainland of the United States, came over a defined target, dropped payload, 14 missiles or 14 rockets right into the holes of those facilities. The bunker busters turned around and went home. And that's it. It didn't involve 5 days of fighting. It didn't involve 15 days of fighting. It didn't involve ground troops or 6 months. He had a goal. The goal was we were going to destroy this nuclear facility. We were going to obliterate it.
Yep. And once Trump obliterated that Fordo nuclear facility, yeah, both sides stopped. I mean, Iran stopped shooting missiles because trust me, Iran did not want it. Iran did not want it with, Iran did not want it with America. Trust me, they didn't want it. Actually, they wanted us to stay out. And as soon as we stepped in, they bowed out. And, well, Israel, they was hoping that we were going to finish them off. And once they seen, they weren't about to start it back up because they were taking damage as well from the back and forth of missiles. Both sides were taking immense damage.
He went in, he did it, he got out, we were done, we achieved our objective. The objective was the destruction of the nuclear facility, which was achieved without entangling America in something broader than that. That's a great example of the limited and strategic and focused use of American power to achieve something that's in our national interest. It was in our national interest not to have Iran have a nuclear program that can be turned into a weapons program that could one day threaten the United States. And the president found an opportunity to do something about it, and he did it.
We talk a lot, and a lot of people talk in the Make America Great Again movement about America first. And I believe in America first, but I also believe that we have to have insight, wisdom, understanding that goes along with that. And it seems like every one of the examples I just gave you, where the president did use the might of the US military, it's against radical Islam. And that threat, I think, when people are chanting death to Israel, when they're chanting death to America, specific threats against our country, I have not forgotten 9/11/01. What is the nature of radicalism that maybe some people don't understand why it's in America's first interest?
Because ultimately, all radical Islamic movements in the world identify the West writ large, but the United States in particular, as the greatest evil on the earth. And
I mean, yeah, due to our interventionism in the Middle East and the reckless killing of people over there. I mean, yeah, they do say that. Even till today, they say this.
every chance they have, the notion that somehow radical.
But honestly, Iran was never going to try to attack America. They never were going to try that. Everybody keep painting them as this suicidal nation, or as the Ayatollah, as their leadership, as this suicidal nation. And honestly, when it came down to it, they didn't do it. Because if they really wanted to, let's be real. When we attacked them, if they were this suicidal nation that we thought them to be, then, I mean, why didn't they just keep on attacking Israel? Why didn't they try to attack the United States? Why? Because they know better, and they know we could glass them overnight. Like, I'm going to be real with you, taking out Iran is not going to be easy, but we could do it easily. The problem is, though, that one, no new wars, and two, I'm going to be honest with you, like, the whole nuclear threat of Iran isn't really there, but hey, Israel propped it up and we bit.
Islam would be comfortable with simply controlling some province in Iraq or Syria. It's just not borne out by history. Radical Islam has shown that their desire is not simply to occupy one part of the world and be happy with their own little caliphate. They want to expand. It's revolutionary in its nature. It seeks to expand and control more territories and more people. And radical Islam has designs openly on the West, on the United States, on Europe. We've seen that progress there as well. And they're prepared to conduct acts of terrorism. In the case of Iran, nation state actions, assassinations, murders, you name it, whatever it takes for them to gain their influence and ultimately their domination of different cultures and societies. That's a clear and imminent threat to the world and to the broader West, but especially to the United States, who they identify as the chief source of evil on the planet. Okay, the reason why they hate the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the leadership of the UAE, of Bahrain, is because they've allowed the United States to partner with them. That's why they hate them. They consider them infidels for it. They hate Israel, but they also hate America, and they hate anywhere in the world that we have influence. They seek to attack it, including here in the homeland. If you look at the domestic terrorists, at the attacks that have happened here domestically, the overwhelming majority of them have been inspired by radical Islamic viewpoints. And that includes the shooting in the Pulse nightclub in Orlando, Florida. That includes the Saudi pilot in Pensacola, my home state, 2 attacks that people seem to have
also
forgotten.
my home state.
I know it is. Congratulations on
You were my senator for a while.
I was.
You got promoted. Let me move to Venezuela if I can, then we'll go to Ukraine.
No, but not to speak to his point, though, there have been terrorist cells that have been getting busted all over America. I mean, there was even one that was brought to my attention that was going on in Michigan where they got 2 guys who were communicating through an ISIS cell, and they was planning to carry out an attack. And luckily, the FBI honed in on them. So yes, it is happening, and they are mainly blaming the last 4 years under Biden, because a lot of people came under here unvetted or just through the border undetected, and well, they're here and they're planning.
In Venezuela, it seems like America is showing its military presence. We've been taking out narco-terrorists, conflict about, and Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, addressed this earlier today in terms of the chain of command and taking out the right decision to take out these boats that are bringing drugs into our country that are killing Americans. Maduro's been basically told by the president to get out. Are we on the verge of a possible conflict here?
No. So there are a couple things that I would say about it. The first is what the president has authorized is a counter-drug mission in the region. The fact that Maduro is upset about it tells you that drugs are coming out of Venezuela. If you look at these boats, the Maduro regime is not a legitimate government. What it is it's a transshipment organization. It allows cocaine and other drugs that are produced in Colombia to be trafficked through Venezuelan territory, and with the cooperation of elements of the regime, are allowed to sail out on airplanes and leave Venezuela on airplanes and ships headed towards the United States. So they openly cooperate with the drug dealers. In addition to that, the Venezuelan regime is a source of instability in the entire region. Over 8 million Venezuelans have flooded into neighboring countries as a result of the regime's activities within their own country, including into the United States.
They also happen to be the foothold of Iran. That's not spoken about enough.
Yeah, no, that is also true. One, due to the crazy inflation that goes on in Venezuela, a lot of people has migrated out. And then there is the fact they do work with China closely. They work with Iran closely. They work with like our biggest enemies very closely. Actually, bro, Xi gave this man like a very expensive new phone that hasn't even hit the market. And it was kind of cool, actually. Maduro was out here showing it off and all that. I'm just like, okay, so yes, you work closely with our enemies and you work closely with Iran. Not as closely as you work with China, but I'm be honest with you, that's still a problem. So yeah, the Maduro regime does work closely with our enemies. So that is true.
Iran, its IRGC, and even Hezbollah has a presence in South America. And one of their anchor presence, especially for the Iranians, is inside of Venezuela. So we just finished talking about Iran and the hostility it has towards the United States. Where they have planted their flag in our hemisphere is on Venezuelan territory with the full and open cooperation of that regime. So the fact that Maduro feels threatened by the presence of U.S. assets in the region in a counter-drug mission, it proves that he's into the drug business. And by the way, it's not me saying it. I'm not just making this up. This was an indictment that came out of the Southern District of New York back in 2020, an indictment. It was undisputed until the president decided to do something about it. No one disputed that Maduro was in the drug trafficking business. No one. Yeah. Now that he's doing something about it, you have all these people on the left and others that are coming out saying, well, it's not true and it hasn't been proven. We have an indictment by a grand jury, not by politicians, by a grand jury in the Southern District of New York that indicted him and a bunch of people in the regime. So that's what's important to point out here. Now, all that being said, I also, it's interesting, if an aircraft carrier of the United States was deployed off the coast of Japan, or was the coast on the...
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video. Appreciate support, by the way. And let's also make sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting that icon to the top, take you straight to the main page, and make sure you subscribe. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's get right back into it.
Pacific somewhere, or was deployed in the Mediterranean, or in somewhere off the coast of Europe, everybody would be happy because it would show America's commitment to our security partnerships that we have around the world. But somehow, if an aircraft carrier and our naval assets are deployed in our own hemisphere, that's problematic. I would say that if you're focused on America and America first, you start with your own hemisphere where we live. What happens here, I'm not saying things that are happening halfway around the world are not important. I'm saying what happens in our hemisphere impacts us faster and more deeply than something that's happening halfway around the world. Let me ask similar questions. Do you think, especially with the drought issue that Iran is dealing with?
It is funny because the same people crying about these boat strikes are the same people who want boots on the ground in Ukraine. It's hilarious.
And Maduro basically pretty much being told by the president to get out. Are we possibly on the verge of looking at regime change in both countries?
Well, look, at the end of the day, we're Maduro, and his problem basically is that this is a guy, if you wanted to make a deal with him, I don't know how you do. He's broken every deal he's ever made. Now, that doesn't mean you shouldn't try. If you can work out a way that, you can bring stability to the hemisphere, you can make Venezuela help be a country that isn't the base for Iranian influence against and activities against the United States. You could have a Venezuela that didn't traffic in drugs and didn't send people to our country like Tren de Agua gang members and the like. That would be great. The problem is Maduro has made 5 deals with different parties over the last 10 years and has broken every single one of them. The Biden administration made a deal with Maduro. No one talks about this. He made a deal with Maduro. Here was the deal. Maduro asked that his nephews, convicted drug traffickers, be released from U.S. prisons. He asked that his chief money launderer, his money man, his bag man, be released from U.S. custody before he stood trial. In exchange, he promised to hold free and fair elections. He got the nephews back, the drug dealers. He got the bag man back.
Oh, so that's why we're so upset. Okay, no, I did not know that backstory. I didn't know that we gave him a deal pretty much saying like, bro, look, we'll give you back your family. Just make sure you have a fair and free election, and we got you. We got your homie, you got some of your family members, and I mean, we can keep them here for life, or you can go ahead and have a free, fair election, bro. We're not even saying you got to step down. Just have a free, fair election, and if you win, it is what it is. He had that election. He didn't win. Instead, he stole the election. He just said, F it. What y'all about to do about it? And this is why America's pissed.
And he never did the free and fair
stole the elections.
They stole the elections. They suckered Joe Biden. They're not going to sucker Donald Trump. And so that's really the fundamental problem we have here. I think the president is a unique figure in modern American history. He's prepared to sit down and meet and talk to anybody. Okay. He just met the other day with the president of Syria, who has, an interesting past, to say the least, in terms of his past activities. He's willing to meet with Putin. He's willing to meet with Xi. He's willing to meet with Kim Jong-un like he did in the first term. He's willing to meet with anybody. But at the end of the day, there has to be somebody that you can actually make a deal with. We've made a deal with the Chinese, but Maduro's never kept a deal. That doesn't mean the president won't try. It doesn't mean we shouldn't try.
Let me ask you, maybe you spent the most time, and the president's been clear that he thought Russia-Ukraine might end up being the easiest peace deal to make. He said it ended up being the hardest. It is the hardest. Your recent comments show some optimism, and you recently said you had the most productive, meaningful meetings that you've had, that your goal is for a prosperous future for Ukraine, and your goal is to never have war again.
Yeah.
There's no other way to really explain it. It's clear that President Zelensky at this point is ready to make peace. The more difficult party, as an outsider looking in, you can correct me if I'm wrong, seems to have been Vladimir Putin. Where are we in the process for you to make, for you to seem more optimistic than I've heard you publicly before?
Well, first of all, I'll say, in terms of the president saying it's the easiest conflict, I think what he's really saying is it's the most illogical war. It's the one you logically would conclude you should end, because no one's really winning that war in traditional sense of winning. The Russians 7,000 Russian soldiers are being killed a week. Okay, 7,000 is more than what we lost in some of the wars we fought in its entirety. They're losing 7,000 soldiers a week just on the Russian side, not to mention the destruction on the Ukrainian side. What they're literally fighting over now is about 30 to 50 kilometer space in the 20% of the Donetsk region that remains. And so what we have tried to do, and I think have made some progress, is figure out what can the Ukrainians live with that gives them security guarantees for the future. They're never going to be invaded again, allows them not just to rebuild their economy, but to prosper as a country, be a country that has an economy that grows theoretically, doing the right things. In 10 years, Ukraine's GDP could be larger than Russia's. These are the kinds of things. Stop the war, make sure they never get invaded or attacked again, protect Ukraine's longstanding and long-term sovereignty and independence so that they don't become a puppet state. They're actually independent and sovereign, and allow their economy not just to recover, but to prosper and turn it into a story of prosperity. That's what we're trying to do.
Thank you, God. Thank you. My bad. But pretty much what I was trying to say is that, there's pretty much a lot of people who are upset that everything is favored more towards, Russia. And here's the thing. This actually works out for the Ukrainian people if you really think about it. I mean, think about it. The war stops, so their lives are spared. They get restabilization funds, rebuilding funds. And then, of course, there's going to be no more war because they won't be let into NATO. Now, yes, there are more things that help out Russia, that brings Russia into the global economy, gives them more land and all that good stuff, takes off sanctions. Yeah, of course, Russia gets all that. But think about the three things that help out the Ukrainian people. Just focus on that. If you're oh so hurt for the Ukrainian people, okay, cool, great. You got a big heart. But focus on those three things and don't focus on so much what Russia's getting, or you're not going to be able to sleep at night.
To achieve here. So what can Ukraine agree to, given all the dynamics that I just described, and what will Russia agree to? And at the end of the day, it's not up to us. It's not our war. We're not fighting it. They're not American soldiers. It's on another continent. We are engaged because we're the only ones that can. European countries, there's no one else in the world that can do this. The Chinese can't do it. The only leader in the world that can talk to both sides and make a deal as possible is President Trump. And he's been very patient. He's dedicated a lot of time to it. A lot of the top people in his administration have been involved in this. We are trying to see if we can bridge the divide between both sides. To do that, we have to talk to both sides. We have some irrational people involved in this issue. Okay, people who believe that we should only talk to the Ukrainian side and not talk to the Russians at all. You can't end a war between Russia and Ukraine without talking to Russia.
Right.
But you also have to take into account the Ukrainian position. They've been very brave in how they fought. But we think that now is the ideal time for both sides to end the war. And if there's a way to bridge the divide between the two sides, we're the only ones in the world that can do it. And that's what we're trying to do. Ultimately, it's going to be up to them. If they decide they don't want to end the war, then the war will continue.
True.
We're going to try to bring it to an end. And I think the president should be commended for that, not attacked for it or criticized. Some of these people have this notion that our policy should be just continue to fund Ukraine unlimited amounts for as long as the war takes. That's not realistic. That's not reality. And that's not going to happen. And we've been saying that for a long time. Well, you can't sustain the scale and scope of it. And I also think it's realistic for Russia to continue this war for 4 or 5 years.
I would have thought on paper that Russia would have rolled over them in 3 weeks. And wow, the president at one point said.
What people forget, Sean.
Yes, but please don't mistake that for Russia's losing. That's the problem. Like, I get everybody's argument of, oh, well, why is Russia taking so long if it's such an easy win? I mean, come on, Seth, explain that. I mean, like, bro, that doesn't change the fact that they're still whooping their ass on the battlefield, even if they're dragging it out. Actually, let's be real. I mean, you're right. Putin could have went 10 times hard. He could have started hitting them with hypersonic missiles. He could have hit them with, he could have nuked Kiev. I mean, he could have did all this, but he didn't. And I think one of the reasons why he didn't do it is because there are people in Ukraine that consider themselves ethnically Russian, and you want to leave those guys out of it as much as possible. That's just my opinion on it. But guess what? Just because it took Putin a long time to win doesn't mean he's not winning, actually. Or just because it's taken him a long time to roll over Ukraine doesn't mean he still isn't rolling over Ukraine. Just because he's slow cooking them doesn't mean he ain't cooking them.
At some point in this war, Russia controlled substantially more territory in Ukraine than they do now. The Ukrainians, if you look at what the map looked like in March or April after the invasion, or May, 3 months after the invasion, and what it looks like now, the Ukrainians have pushed the Russians way back from where they were. So they've already achieved tremendous things because of their bravery, their courage, and how hard they have fought. But there's also the reality. This has now become a war of attrition.
Yep.
And sadly, the Russians have shown their willingness to sacrifice 7,000 soldiers a week.
Crazy.
In an effort to achieve this. Putin a couple weeks ago said, it may take long. We are going to achieve our objectives. It may cost more and take longer than we wanted to, but we will get it done.
Yep. And it's about nutrition. And that's the problem that nobody wants to address. Is like, one, Ukraine, they don't have enough men. Putin still got more reserve. The man honestly got like about a 2.2 million army if you include his reserves. Like, he's still hitting you guys with the regular army. We haven't even thought about the reserves yet. That's like 900,000. So the man haven't even tapped into the reserves yet. And I mean, God forbid he does, because then he can just keep continuing this. And Ukraine, they don't have any reserves, or they actually have to start pulling citizens off the street. And I mean, how much more citizens can they pull off the street before they just empty out their population of men? That's what we're dealing with here. And think about it. Why does Ukraine have to come to America so they can fight on an even level with Russia? Because Russia, they got drones and missiles. Ukraine just got drones, and they're begging us for missiles. We don't want to give them missiles because we don't want to give them $1 million to handle a $40 drone.
And so I actually think that's their mentality. And what we're trying to see, is it possible to end the war in a way that protects Ukraine's future?
Which is true.
That both sides could agree to. That's what we're trying to find out. And I think we've made some progress, but we're not there yet.
How confident are you? Last question.
It's hard to tell about confidence level on it, because ultimately, you know, the decisions have to be made in the case of Russia by Putin alone, not his advisors. Only Putin can.
But here's the thing. The problem is, I think people get upset, like, oh, what about the Ukrainians and respect to their fighting? Like, all right, bro, I get it. Yes, respect to them, but they're still losing. There's still a battle of nutrition, and they're going to lose. Like, that's it. That's the thing. Like, we can sit there and honor the fire in their heart, but I'm sorry though, they're still going to lose. Russia still got more men, they got more missiles, they got more drones. Like, bro, if they started doing the same thing Ukraine doing by pulling civilians off the street, then they really gonna win. So I'm sorry, but it was never a possibility. They put up a good fight though. I'll give them that. But that's all you can do for them. Is this, hey, you put up a good fight.
This war on the Russian side. So I think we're going to explore. We have tried to bring both sides together and see what proposals we could come up with that both sides could live with. We're going to do everything we can to make it work. That's what we've been doing for 10 months. That's been our aim and our goal here the entire time. I think we've made some progress. We've gotten closer, but we're still not there. We're still not close enough.
But all right, now let's go ahead and get into the next video with our guy, Jesse Waters, and let's see what's going on.
Biden and Trump are now tied. They've both held 9 cabinet meetings, but Trump's going to beat his record because he has 3 more years. We're not even sure about Biden's number because one meeting was hosted by Jill.
Damn.
And a major update on Jill Biden later in the show, so stay with us.
You always find something new, like, is he in good health? Biden was great. But is Trump in good health? I sit here, I do 4 news conferences a day. I ask questions from very intelligent lawyers.
All right, hold on. I do want to actually cover this real quick, and we'll get back to this video. But I do want to cover the over celebration that the Republicans are taking over Tennessee.
All right, this is a Fox News alert. The AP has now called the special congressional election in Tennessee for Republican Matt Van Epps, a major win for House Republicans. President Trump just posted on Truth Social, congratulations to Matt Van Epps on his big congressional win in the great state of Tennessee. The radical left, Democrats, they threw everything they had at him, including millions of dollars. Another great night for the Republican Party. Here now with reaction, Texas Senator Ted Cruz. These elections are very nerve-wracking to me because most people don't know that the election is happening. In this district, the way it goes all the way from Kentucky down to Alabama, most people don't even know what district they're in.
Well, and look, that's the danger of any special election, that you have whoever's pissed off, they know about the election. And right now, the people who are pissed off are the left. They're the people who hate Donald Trump. And so this was a very red district. And it was dangerous. We could have lost this district because the people who showed up.
And shout out to Gaming. Hey, shout out to yo, appreciate the support, brother. He says war of attrition always favors the bigger country. And I mean, that's the truth, like it or not. And take this from a military guy, ex-Navy guy, not me. Take it from him. If you want to beef with somebody, I mean, take it up with Gaming. Sorry to put that off on you, brother.
Many of them are the ones that are motivated by how much they dislike President Trump. At the end of the day, we won this district. And I think look, all of that, everyone is looking through the crystal ball. What does this mean for the midterms in a year? It's going to be a turnout election. And the left will show up. Hate is a powerful motivator. They hate President Trump. It doesn't matter. He could cure cancer. He could feed the entire world and they would hate him. There's nothing he can do to change that. What we've got to make sure is, number one, that conservatives show up, but number two, that just the common sense middle, regular people who, what is dangerous in an off-cycle election is people that are feeling complacent, like things are going well, I'm happy, and the danger is those folks stay home. We've got to set out the alarm bells that if we allow the Democrats to flip the House, to flip the Senate, it is an absolute catastrophe.
It's bad for the country. I mean, it'll be nonstop investigation, impeachment, the same nonsense we've lived through. Scott Beston's comments were very interesting to me today. We've never had trillions committed manufacturing. Your state, 500 billion in one case, another 100 and some odd billion in another case. That is, I want to see shovels in the ground. Jobs will be created. The tax. Now,
what the Dems are pretty much saying is that this was kind of close. I mean, it wasn't really the outstanding victory that we thought it was going to be, but I mean, 45-53. But they are saying that, it was kind of close. The Republicans are actually really scared about this. And I'm like, no, not really. This was their district. Of course they were going to win. And that was just my opinion. But the way they're kind of toting it around, just like how the Dems were toting around their wins on November 5th, was hilarious. I'm just like, all right. I mean, we're kind of winning already conquered territory. So not really sure what the celebration is about, to be quite honest.
Cuts, energy dominance. I think that will be a force of nature economically.
It is massive. The volume of the investment commitments that have happened this year, it's nearly $20 trillion. There's never been another year in the history of America with anything close to it. Now, you're right, Sean. Press releases are one thing. You've got to actually see shovels in the ground. You've got to see the dollars deployed, the jobs happening. They're happening in Texas. We're seeing shovels in the ground in Texas. But that is a really important part of the Trump legacy, is creating an incentive where people want to invest and create jobs in the United States. I'll tell you, today I spent about 3 hours at the White House with the president, and we were there with Michael and Susan Dell, who announced 6.
And shout out to my man Jed. The Karen lost, but she looked so confident on CNN. I mean, facts. You're right. She's like, I got 48 hours to win this race. I'm just like, yeah, she was hella confident, even after she said she don't like the people in her district. I'm not sure how she didn't think that was going to sink her, but it is what it is.
$6.25 billion that they are giving to the Trump accounts. The Trump accounts, it may be the single most important part of the one big beautiful bill that passed this summer. The Trump accounts, I authored this provision. It creates a private investment account for every child in America. It seeds newborn babies with $1,000. parents, family, employers can give up to $5,000 a year in a tax advantage account. All of that is invested in the S&P 500. And this provision is going to do two things. One, every kid in America is going to get the benefit of compound growth. And two, it is going to create a new generation of capitalists. And what Michael and Susan Dell did, the Dells are Texans, they're great friends. They gave $250 to 25 million kids all across the country. And I wrote this provision in the bill to invite philanthropy. Other philanthropists will follow. And think about it. Look, if you go back decades ago, when Congress passed Section 401k of ERISA, I don't know that anyone thought it would totally change how people save for retirement. Today, there are trillions of dollars in 401k plans.
Yeah.
These Trump accounts are 401ks for kids. There will be trillions of dollars in it, and it will literally change the face of this country. It was interesting at the press conference today at the White House, a reporter asked the president, is this going to be a major part of your legacy? He said, absolutely. I told the president, I don't think there's another president in American history who's done more for the children of America than Donald Trump, because between the Trump accounts and school choice, another provision that I wrote that President Trump signed into law, we are benefiting the kids in a transformational way.
If Scott Besant's right, and I only have a minute, and 100% depreciation for manufacturers, and that means pharmaceuticals, that means semiconductor chips and automobiles being brought back home.
Which is already starting to be built right now. The investments has been laid, the ground has been laid, and trust me, coming next year, you're going to start seeing that construction boom and the manufacturing boom that's going to follow right after. All right, now let's go ahead and get back to our man, Jesse Waters.
The guy didn't do a news conference for 8 months. If I go one day, I had one day where I didn't do a news conference, there's something wrong with the president. You people are crazy.
Biden called a lid by one every day. Trump's working 12-hour shifts. The Oval Office logs show that he clocked in 50-hour work weeks last month. It's more than Greg. And he still had time to post 160 times last night. How does he sleep? The sweet sounds of pile drivers are driving Melania crazy.
The trucks and cranes and excavators in the background, and you hear them, and every time I hear them, I love the sound. To me, I love the sound. I wouldn't say my wife is thrilled. She hears pile drivers in the background all day, all night. They go till 12 o'clock in the evening, day, night, pile drivers. Darling, could you turn off the pile drivers? Sorry, darling, that's progress.
It's not just the White House that's getting a makeover. The whole world looks different.
It's also an honor to be involved in and be a witness to what I believe is the most transformational year in American foreign policy since the end of the Second World War, at least. And it's transformational because for the first time in a long time, we have a president who basically puts America at the forefront of every decision we make in our relations with the world.
Trump's chief negotiator paid Moscow a visit today. Steve Witkoff was meeting with the Russians, hoping to iron out this peace deal before the new year. The Ukrainians have already given the green light, and the press, they're at the edge of their seats.
Here we go. This guy's a beauty. Go ahead.
Secretary Rubio mentioned the meetings ongoing in Russia today. Do you have any update from Mr. Witkoff or Mr. Kushner?
No, because I've been spending too much time with you. I mean, we're spending a lot of time in here.
Witkoff and Kushner met with Putin today and asked him, deal or no deal? Trump wants another record.
We ended 8 wars. Think of that. 8 wars, but we're going to do one more, I think. I hope. Now they're saying, if he ever ends the war with Russia and Ukraine, he's going to get the Nobel Prize. What about the other 8 wars? I should get the Nobel Prize for every war, but I don't want to be greedy.
Oh, guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, and make sure to hit that icon at the top to go to the main page and subscribe to the channel. Appreciate the support, by the way.
Trump just wants to get into heaven. But before that, he wants to make sure our house is in order, and that includes cleaning up the backyard. Biden left it a mess. The cartels are squatting on the porch.
He allowed them into our country, totally unvetted, totally unchecked. But he also allowed drugs to come in at record numbers, and hundreds of thousands of people a year died. And we're taking those son of a bitches out.
The Secretary of War is hearing his orders loud and clear. The mission's on.
We've only just begun striking narco boats and putting narco terrorists at the bottom of the ocean because they've been poisoning the American people. And Joe Biden tried to approach it with kid gloves. allowed them to come across the border, hundreds of thousands of Americans poisoned. And President Trump said, no, we're taking the gloves off.
11 U.S. warships in the Caribbean and 15,000 troops are waiting for the call. Maduro in Venezuela knows exactly what's coming because Trump's telling him.
I can say this, I want those boats taken out. And if we have to, we'll attack on land also, just like we attack on sea. And there's very little coming in by sea. I think we've knocked out over 90% of it.
Trump told him, leave or else. And with all the coke boats being smoked, the president's getting closer to making the call. Maduro has three options: leave with your life, stay and risk it, or go underground and run a shadow government from the rainforest. Reports say the socialist dictator is preparing his forces for guerrilla warfare. Or Maduro's men might mutiny. Their military is small and inexperienced, and Russia's closed up their war chest. Chuck Schumer, though, he thinks he's tough, and he wants to play too.
Let me be clear. If Trump were to order an attack on land, that would be an act of war, and Congress would invoke the War Powers Act.
Congress hasn't formally declared war since World War II.
Sorry, guys. Sorry. My bad. I got to watch this mute button. But what I was pretty much saying was, all right, well, when Trump went and struck the Houthis in Yemen, and he struck them on land at an apartment complex, took down the entire apartment complex, where was the outrage then? Or are you guys just picking and choosing? Because like I said, it's kind of funny how it's the same people who are upset about these strikes in the Caribbean Sea, but also want boots in Ukraine, and were also hushed up when, we attacked the Houthis in Yemen. Land strike, by the way.
And I'm not sure we want Schumer involved. He can't even keep the government open. Trump's fighting terrorism, narco-terrorism. He's not starting a
Sorry, guys. Last time. I just got to keep my hand off the mute button.
war. The war on drugs has been going on since the 80s. He's just the first president not to surrender. And it's not just Venezuela. The whole hemisphere is on high alert.
You just mentioned potential land strikes. Can you elaborate anything on that? Are you talking
I will elaborate. If they come in through a certain country or any country, I hear Colombia, the country of Colombia, is making cocaine. They have cocaine manufacturing plants, okay? And then they sell us their cocaine. We appreciate that very much. But yeah, anybody that's doing that and selling it into our country is subject to attack.
The president just announced an entirely new doctrine. Any country that manufactures narcotics and sells it into our country is subject to attack. He's not just talking about vessels. Missile strikes inside Colombia, for instance, or Venezuela. Mexico definitely heard this. Getting filthy rich hooking our people on poison is now officially a terrorist act. And the cartels will be dealt with like Al-Qaeda. And governments that harbor them will be dealt with. This is a major escalation. Millions of Americans have been murdered by drug gangs in cities like Chicago, Philly. Overdose deaths have ravaged communities. Addictions torn families apart. It's made poor, young, desperate women do unspeakable things. Cartels have injected decades of death into our nation. And now we're finally, for once, killing them. Democrats now are accusing us, though, of murder.
What do we call it when there isn't a war?
I guess the common word would be murder. For Pete's sake, you've got people whose boat has been blown up. To make a Hollywood reference, when the bad guys are machine gunning the survivors in the water, it's not Americans in the movies. It's the bad guys.
How does not so young Sheldon think airstrikes work? We're only allowed to use one missile, and if the boat doesn't sink, the coke's still floating around, and
That is
every
hilarious.
terrorist is killed. What are we supposed to do? We're not allowed to launch another missile? Everything has to be.
Yeah, that is a funny way of looking at it. He says, so what are we just going to do? You're telling me, look, we just blow them up, and it's just like, all right, well, sorry, man, it didn't work out the first time. We just got to let them go and just leave them in the middle of the ocean. It is what it is, guys. We'll just let the cartel pick up their drugs and their personnel and just let them go.
The one-punch knockout, no combo.
It does sound ridiculous.
We have to chopper in and rescue all the terrorists and bring them to a hospital.
If the target is a boat and people, the mission is to destroy the boat and kill the people. In about 25% of these kind of attacks, we do reattack. Either if the facility was the objective, to destroy the rest of the facility. If the people is the objective, to kill the rest of the people. That's just the reality of what we're dealing with. And people
apparently the whole boat, drugs, the boat, the people, all of that was the target.
Get their head around this.
When we hit a tank, what are we supposed to do? Wait for bad guys to jump out and then let them run away so they can get into another tank? If the Coke boat hasn't sank after the first strike, do we wait for the narco terrorists to call for backup and load the cocaine onto another boat and get away? Or do we just knock the boat down to the bottom of the ocean like we just did? These traffickers are on deliver or die missions. They're not leaving hundreds.
Shout out to Jed. He says John McCain and Rambo would approve. I mean, bro, John McCain approves of almost anything that involves missiles and, you know, regime change. Well, whoops. But shout out to my man Jed. Appreciate the support.
Hundreds of kilos floating in the Caribbean. These guys' lives mean nothing. It's the kilos that count. If these narco terrorists swim back to shore,
I mean, shoot, even the YNs would approve. He's like, sometimes you got to spin the block twice. Sometimes, you know, when the ops don't fall down the first time, you have to spin the block. I mean, shoot, it happens in the streets. I guess it happens in the military too.
and tell their boss, El Jefe, we didn't deliver the product and we don't have the money. The Americans, kaboom. What do you think El Jefe is going to do? You think?
I mean, bro, he's going to take their fingers, or he's going to tell them to go back out there again and make sure my drugs are delivered. I mean, hey, bro, the cartel's brutal. They're brutal. Like, they don't care. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're telling these failures, like, dog, we don't care. Find a way out there. I don't care if you got to swim 500 feet under to go get them drugs over there. Get it done.
Believe that story? You think they're going to like that story?
Nope.
They're going to torture them until they tell them where the cocaine is or where the money went. And when they don't get an answer, they're going to get a bullet in their head, and then they're going to get buried in the jungle.
Yep.
In a way,
or more gruesomely chopped up.
Actually did these
They love
guys a
chopping
favor.
people up.
The media doesn't even believe these bad hombres are running drugs on the high seas. They think it's a bunch of bachelors on a fishing trip.
Here's the thing. There's no way they know who is on these boats. They could just be fishermen.
There's no way they don't know, bro. Come on now, you're being retarded. Now, that was a retarded statement by Jimmy Kimmel. Like, come on, dog. The CIA has already been reported to working in Venezuela already. So you don't think that they're running intelligence, since they are Central Intelligence. So don't forget what's in their name. So you don't think that they're the ones giving us this information? No, you really don't think. You think we're just shooting these guys willy-nilly. You really think that's what we're doing? I'm sorry, then you are highly uninformed and have TDS at this point. Because only because it's Trump, you guys are saying this. If this was Biden, you guys would be shutting the F up.
And El Pork Chapo said, blow him up anyway. He doesn't care. He doesn't even eat fish that don't start with filet-o.
First, it was the Maryland dad. Now they have a new name for drug smugglers.
The U.S. military ordered a second strike on defenseless shipwreck survivors.
Oh, so they're like Jack and Rose from the Titanic. I'll never let go, Juan. Sometimes you have to take a life to save a life. And those two strikes blew up more cocaine than Charlie Sheen could do in a year. But the alleged nipple Nazis calling these guys survivors, like they just got voted off the island.
One for Charlie.
If it's true that we dropped a second bomb in order to kill survivors, that is absolutely a war crime. There needs to be an investigation.
I mean, let's be real. If they're known as narco personnel and they're like, you know, valuable targets or high value targets, that could be another reason why we struck them. I mean, there's could be so many reasons why we hit these two guys. And like I said, for some reason, I don't know why, but Pete Hegseth has kind of thrown a wrench into the entire story with, oh, well, you know, when I seen the footage, I seen a burning boat. I didn't see two guys. You know, they might have mistaken them from, you know, 2 packs of cocaine that would just conveniently coast together, or 2 packs of heroin. You know, it's brown. So they might have thought it was 2 brown guys. Like, you never know. Okay, I'm sorry. No, that's definitely not it. But y'all get what I'm saying. It is a bit weird how he's saying that.
And we need to make sure that the people conducting illegal activity are held accountable.
When ISIS runs away from a drone strike, do we call them survivors?
Bro.
They tried to impeach Trump over.
No, I'm sorry, bro. This comment was too much. This comment was hilarious, bro. This man was, I'd rather have a drug dealer living next to me than a subhuman Trump supporter. I mean, like, all right, well, I hope that drug dealer is a cartel member who's gonna come over, not only just steal from you, but most likely chop your fingers off and all that good stuff. So, hey, hopefully you don't got a family man making those type of decisions.
For the perfect phone call. And now they want him and Hegseth impeached over the perfect boat strike.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
The DOW says it was all by the book.
I mean, bro, seek mental help. Seek a psychiatrist if that's truly how you feel. Next to a drug dealer. I mean, bro, hopefully you don't got a family making those type of decisions, bro. Pray to God you don't.
I watched that first strike live. As you can imagine, at the Department of War, we got a lot of things to do. So I didn't stick around for the hour and 2 hours, whatever.
Bro rather have his whole family put on drugs and actually have a person who hate drugs living next to him. Your average Trump supporter hates drugs, really. So you rather have a guy that would put your whole family on drugs and would like to put you on drugs than a fellow American? That says a lot about your intelligence.
All the sensitive site exploitation.
Sorry, I can't, bro.
So I moved on to my next meeting. A couple of hours later, I learned that commander had made which he had the complete authority to do.
Oh, they say the stupidest thing.
You know who agrees? That would be the New York Times. Yeah, the New York Times.
Okay.
Hegseth ordered a lethal attack, but not the killing of survivors, officials say. The Times then, in an unprecedented act of journalism, called out the Washington Post for reporting what happened without context. You know you've lost the plot when the Times steps in and fact checks the fake news.
I did not personally see survivors, but I stand because the thing was on fire. It was exploded in fire.
See, this is where threw a wrench into it. I personally did not see survivors. I just seen a fire. So, I mean, like, what are you saying? You're saying that, you know, the leaked footage, they might have mistaken that there were 2 people. It might have been, I don't know, 2 bags of cocaine or heroin that were just floating together that looked like 2 people. Like, what are we saying?
There's smoke, you can't see anything, you got digital. This is called the fog of war. This is what you in the press don't understand. You sit in your air-conditioned offices or up on Capitol Hill and you nitpick and you plant fake stories in the Washington Post about kill everybody, phrases on anonymous sources not based in anything, not based in any truth at all.
If we're going to investigate the Pentagon for killing terrorists, then Barack Hussein Obama needs to be investigated too. Bombs Away Barry was so trigger happy that he not only killed terrorists, he killed survivors and hundreds of innocent civilians. Obama launched a drone strike at a wedding. Not a single soldier stood up and said, I refuse to comply with this illegal order. This is a wedding, darn it. There are women and children here. What do you think would happen if the Trump administration called in an airstrike at a Venezuelan wedding? It'd be over. Democrats would storm the Capitol, and in their case, they'd say it was okay. Meanwhile, cartels have killed more Americans than Al-Qaeda ever did. Biden bombed a family in Afghanistan, 10 innocent people. And they just said, we messed up.
What it is.
The Secretary of War is not afraid of any.
Dang. All right. Yeah. I mean, it is what it is when Biden does it. It was 10 family members. No, y'all didn't say a damn thing, though. But it's all good when Biden does it.
Meanwhile, cartels have killed more Americans than Al-Qaeda ever did.
Facts.
Biden bombed a family in Afghanistan, 10 innocent people. And they just said, we messed up.
It is what it is.
The Secretary of War is not afraid of any.
I mean, and here's the thing, though. You know, so crazy, though. I remember when I asked people, so you're telling me like that wasn't an unlawful order? Or let's be real, though. Remember, and you don't think that those guys who are operating that drone, who are just, you know, your regular servicemen, don't you think they should go to jail? Are you going to keep that same argument? No, you're not. You're going to say, well, they was just following orders and it comes from the higher up. And how could they have known? Okay, great. Use that same thing for the guys who are doing those boat strikes out there in the Caribbean Sea. Use that same logic. Because like I said, a lot of people shut the F up when Obama did it. Y'all shut the F up when Biden did it. So why are y'all talking now? It seems a bit strange. I don't know. Like, you're seeming a little biased here.
Incoming. He's taking it in stride. He posted this. For your Christmas wish list, Franklin targets narco terrorists.
Which was in poor taste, by the way.
Now seditious Six Kelly's crashing out.
He runs around on a stage like he's a 12-year-old playing Army. And it is ridiculous. It is embarrassing.
And shout out to my man Jet coming in again. He says TDS is becoming harmful. First Tylenol, now that. Yeah, man, you know TDS is harmful when bro said, look, man, I'd rather a cartel member or a drug dealer live next to me than a Trump supporter. I'm like, wow. The person that wants to keep your family safe, you rather somebody who wants to put your family on drugs. Amazing. That is amazing right there. That how they get to that is crazy.
And I can't imagine what our allies think. And last night, he's putting out on the internet turtles with rocket-propelled grenades. I mean, have you seen this?
Even after the story's been debunked, Democrats are now blackmailing soldiers, threatening to put them in prison if they keep following orders.
Yeah. I mean, that's literally what they were talking about. I mean, even yesterday they were saying, yes, we should put them in jail, I mean, like, okay, well then, great. Let's run it all the way back then. Let's go all the way back to Obama. Let's get those guys. Let's run it all the way back to Biden. Let's make sure we get those guys. And then great, we can also get those guys who was carrying out the Caribbean strikes. As long as y'all wanted to be consistent.
Listen.
Walk it all the way back.
For any crimes being committed now 5 years, it will extend well beyond.
So you're threatening you're threatening servicemen for following orders handed down by this administration. That's what you're doing. This is borderline sedition.
The end of the Trump administration.
Hakeem just said anyone in the federal government carrying out the president's agenda could be facing charges.
Crazy.
Whether it's in the military, Homeland Security, ICE. They're saying next time a Democrat wins the White House, they're going to try to put you in prison. Now, what's so sensitive about the cartels in Latin America that certain people are trying to protect? Same thing happened in Ukraine, remember? When Trump zeroed in on Biden family corruption there, a CIA agent leaked a phone call to Schiff and they impeached the president. Now Trump's zeroing in on Latin America and CIA Slotkin is threatening soldiers and someone in the deep state's leaking to the Post trying to get Hegseth impeached. What kind of corruption and money are we looking at down here in Latin America that some people in our government don't want looked at? We know the CIA and USAID, they've been playing games down there for decades in the dark. Now, the minute Trump takes an interest in our own backyard, not in Europe, not in the Middle East, suddenly powerful forces are trying to set him up. Very fishy. When did killing terrorists become a scandal? Democrats can let them come into our country and kill us, but we can't kill them. They're defending drug smugglers over American families. What about our rights and our lives?
I mean, that's the logic they hitting us with right now. That is their logic right now that they're hitting us with. And they're trying to paint it as, oh, these are unlawful strikes. But I mean, they don't want to call out their own unlawful strikes. They don't want to give us any examples of any unlawful strikes in history that we can compare this to. So they might just want to sit down. They don't know because sadly, they don't know what they're talking about. I almost wish they had a point because of how confidently they speak about it. But all right, now let's get over to the left side of media. With CNN, Trump on Somali immigrants. I don't want them in our country. Let's get right into it.
Tonight, President Trump ups the rhetoric against Somali immigrants in Minnesota. This comes after prosecutors uncovered fraud that largely benefited parts of the state's community. They say 59 people have been convicted in those schemes and more than $1 billion has been stolen from taxpayers, despite only a small pocket of the tens of thousands of people in the Somali immigrant community there being responsible. President Trump, he's attacking all of them.
Somalians ripped off that state for
Well, hold on now. 78 78 Somalians. It was like 78 out of the 87 people who were caught up in this fraud for about $250 million. 78 out of them were Somalians, 78 out of 86. Out of 80,000, that's a small number. Now, if you want to go ahead and add the ones that are here under TPS and that are having their status revoked, that's another 700. I mean, then if you want to go after the ones that are possible immigration fraud, you may get like another extra 200-300. But to demonize the entire community, nah, that ain't it. That's just not right.
Billions of dollars.
But he's not lying, though. I mean, he is bringing up some pretty good, like some valid things that are going on, some concerning things that are going on in those places within that community.
Billions. Every year. Billions of dollars. And they contribute nothing. I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you. Okay? Somebody would say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. Their country stinks. And we don't want them in our country. I could say that about other countries, too.
Damn. Let's go.
And now a federal official tells CNN that ICE will launch an operation targeting Somali immigrants in Minneapolis and in St. Paul in the coming days. Camille Foster is back with us. This is not surprising because it is often the case that when something happens, Trump targets the entire community. But in this case, 59 individuals brought to justice or will be brought to justice over this alleged fraud. But now everybody from
86 people, but 78 out of 86 were of Somali descent.
Somalia should be kicked out of the country.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I don't get down with that one either. But all right, let's see what they got to say.
Look, the categorical denunciations are bad. It is also the case, and this isn't qualifying it in a way that abdicates Trump's responsibility for having said it, although he isn't the most sophisticated communicator. Charismatic, sophisticated, not so much.
Honestly, I hope this language that Trump is using actually whips that entire community into shape. To where we're just like, okay, yeah, Trump ain't playing with us no more. Those y'all who want to act up, y'all can get deported. Us, we're gonna start acting like Americans, and it'd be right for them to do so.
This is how we talk about race and ethnicity in this country. We do a lot of categorical denunciations. For a very long time, it was all about kind of Black lives and whiteness and what whiteness does. No one should be shocked that this is how we're talking about Somalians in this context as well. And I think in general, if we were to move away from that kind of categorical nonsense, it'd be a little bit easier to take on board the condemnations of the president in this context, as opposed to having to just kind of do it when it's convenient for us. So that's the first thing I'd say. But again, I do think that responsibility for this sits with the president. He ought to be a hell of a lot more careful. It is completely inappropriate to condemn an entire community for the failings of a particular community, but the failings of particular people in the community, but the failings of those people are real. And the actual scandal here is genuinely egregious. And there are lots of political actors who ought to be condemned. And I do think that we do ourselves a disservice when we don't try to interpret this in a way that allows us to both condemn the categorical statements here that are, again, irresponsible and wrong, but also acknreage there is actually a real controversy here. There's something that ought to be addressed.
I think that everyone acknowledges that this is a real, not only a real controversy, it's a real criminal case. And these people are being tried. However, Trump is basically saying, he literally has said they don't contribute anything. They should go back. We don't want them here.
I think what he said was that people who are complaining, et cetera, and who come from these bad countries, that they are bad and we don't want them here. Again, I think that's how most people who support the president are going to interpret this in a generous way.
But this is really the latest panicked scapegoating because Trump is in real trouble in a lot of areas. He fell asleep 4 times during this meeting, by the way, which is raising even more questions about the energy level.
Having your ass kissed for hours could be a little boring.
We've got the war.
He said having your ass kissed for hours could be a bit exhausting. I mean, no, they were just talking about the results. They weren't really, they were just talking about the results. And if you guys want to hate on the results of the Trump administration, I mean, that's on y'all. But to sit there and say, oh, he was tired, he was just sleeping, I'm just like, nah, maybe my man was just looking down. Like, if you don't got my man falling over on the desk, I mean, y'all might want to chill out. But hey, anything to make it seem like this man is getting too old, huh? I mean, y'all trying a bit too hard to the point where it's seeming a bit desperate.
war crime situation. Voters increasingly know. He said he was going to bring prices down. Prices
In
are not
fairness, though,
down.
this is the deflection that I'm talking about. There is a legitimate issue
And
here.
any
The
instances
failure
of fraud
of
should be prosecuted.
the failure
Instances of
of
fraud should be
Minnesota
prosecuted, and
officials
they're doing
who
it.
actually permitted this kind of nonsense to
But
take
that's
place.
not why
but wait a
Trump is
minute, wait a
passionate
minute.
about
That
this.
is
Yeah, I know, and they're all Dems. So the Minnesota officials who are all caught up in doing this, they're all Democrat. What about that? What about that? But shout out to my man Hellbat. Hey, shout out to Hellbat. He came in just in time. He says, who the fuck this guy think he is? The bridge is already burnt down. If they want a new one, build it. Hey, facts. Hey, I'll give you that one. And here's the thing, though. Honestly, there are people in the Somali community that's actually starting to come out and starting to be like, look, I was born here. I was raised here. I feel I am American. And I don't know what some people in my group is talking about, but don't confuse them for all of us. And I get that. I get that. But the ones who actually are pro-American, y'all need to speak out for yourselves, because trust me, the consensus around America is that you all think like this. You all think the same. You all don't love America, and you like Somalia more than America. And we're about to give y'all what y'all want, or what we perceive that you guys want. Because I don't think that you guys all want to go back to Somalia. Because trust me, Somalia is effed up. Like, we're bombing the bitch right now. And it's in a three-way fight for power. Y'all don't want to go back there. We know that. So y'all might want to settle down and start showing some American pride. You know, start getting a little bit more patriotic. And some of them are. Actually, most of them are. Most, like I said, most of them aren't committing this crime. But due to the fact that I guess some of y'all officials, like, you know, Ilhan Omar, talk so crazy about America, y'all might want to start condemning her on her speech about America. Because this is kind of where she led y'all. I'm gonna be real with you. And I know it sounds so petty, but let's be honest. This is because the language of these Somalian officials and why Trump is acting this way, because it is disrespectful for you guys to have the best opportunity here, and you guys will lose opportunity going to your own country, but to come here and talk like this, where you think is going to land you. And you're right, there's other countries that talk like this. Hispanics talk like this, Haitians talk like this, and the same to them as well. They can also get the boot as well. And I'm hoping that you guys have the same consistency for the other groups who do this as well, and not just the Somalians, because it is a bit weird how we're picking on the Somalians, but we could literally almost pick on every other foreigner group.
Precisely why people are talking
The
about
the governor of Minnesota, who didn't answer any of the whistleblowers or the warning signs on this scandal, who swept it under the rug, nearly became the vice president of the United States.
Precisely
and
right.
everyone
And
in the
is running
American
for
news
re-election
media
now.
ignored this. The New York Times is just now reporting on a scandal that's been years in the making. Why? Why didn't they do a deep dive on Tim Walz and the campaign on this?
Hold on.
How is this possible?
Wasn't it Merrick Garland of the Biden administration that brought many of these charges in the first place?
Yes, and Tim Walz.
So are you
it
really
happened on
suggesting
Tim Walz's
that
watch?
Democrats ignored it, even though a Democratic
Tim Walz is an incompetent governor, and yes, he ignored it.
Attorney General of a Democratic administration
It's a state
prosecuted the case.
It's a state. It's fraud within a state.
Yes, there are Democrats that are involved, and there's Democrats that are one that are holding them accountable. Yeah, that's true.
Program in Tim Walz's administration.
Here's the question that I have. Trump has now put a target on the back of Somali Americans all over the country. I understand, Camille, what you were saying about the significance of these fraud charges. What I am asking is it legitimate in the United States of America in 2025 for anybody who is from a particular nationality, whether you are Somali or Afghan, to be painted with the brush of any other person who happens to be from a similar ethnic or a country of origin, to be painted with that same brush? Is that what we're doing? Is that what we're doing?
That's what I mean, low key though. Is that what we're doing though? Because I'm be real with you, we gotta be that consistent with everybody. Then it's like, all right, then what about little Mexico? Because y'all mad about little Somali. I mean, cool. Are you mad about little Mexico, little China, little Tel Aviv's? I mean, little Hades, little Puerto Ricos. I mean, dog, we could go across the board with this. Little Italy's. If we're gonna be mad at little Somali, then we gotta go across the board with it. Then, and if we're gonna demonize people like that, I mean, okay, cool. Then I guess we do gotta. What are we gonna kick out all the Mexicans next because they're the ones bringing in most of the drugs? Is that what we're gonna start doing now? I mean, come on, like I don't think we want to do this. I don't think this is smart to sit there and just try to demonize a whole 80,000 people over with what a couple hundred of them did.
Slurs are wrong. Let's get that out of the way.
This is what he does, right?
But it's either right or it's wrong.
It's of course it's wrong, and it's very reminiscent of what he did with the Haitians, right? They eat cats. They eat
no,
dogs.
wait a minute. Wait, this
It's
is
very reminiscent of him calling Haiti a shithole. It's very reminiscent, particularly if it's a poor country, particularly if the people in that country are brown or black. Yeah, he
Wait a
has
minute.
no.
This is a culture-wide thing. This is a culture-wide thing. I mean, these phrases are thrown around all the time, and group slurs are a bad idea. But we get toxic masculinity. The patriarchy is wrong. Like we are all shorthanding.
I mean, is
lot
the
of slurs.
patriarchy wrong or not?
Can
I
say
mean, I don't know. I mean, but look, I don't think those are the same. I don't think those are the same thing. There are 59 people who have committed fraud. There has been a lot of.
Well, actually, somebody says, "Oh, they weren't chanting the Mexicans aren't what weren't." Actually, that's what they were doing. They're doing the LA riots. I mean, when they were going against ICE, they were actually chanting that. They were saying "fuck America" as well. So, I mean, so are we going to deport all Mexicans because of those guys? I'm just saying. I mean, y'all want to play mental gymnastics, but let's be real. It does kind of seem like we are being a bit prejudiced toward the Somali community at this point. Like, I mean, if we want to have that criticism of that entire group, then I mean, we got to go across the board with these guys. And I don't think we're willing to do that. I wouldn't want us to do that.
Fraud in these pandemic era programs. 3,500 defendants charged, billions of dollars. Donald Trump literally in the last week has pardoned or he commuted the sentence of a American fraudster, $1.7 billion worth of fraud. So people who are white are defrauding folks. People who are black are defrauding folks. Americans, Somali Americans. Why is it that suddenly all Somali Americans don't deserve to be here because of individuals who committed crimes? Why not this guy who Trump just let off scot-free?
Billions in fraud become the story about Donald Trump.
Agree that the fraud story in Minnesota is bad, and yet the topic we're discussing is not the fraud scandal. It's Donald Trump talking about
or the governor who swept it under the rug.
This is why he won in 2016, and it's why he won in 2024. Because instead of talking about the outrageous situation in which immigrants who were given the greatest privilege on earth, American citizenship, turned around and stole from the American people.
Yes, but not all of them. See, you hear your language, sweetheart. You're framing it as, oh, well, all 80K came over here and started stealing from us, but that's not true. Out of the 80K, we got 78 caught up in this fraudulent case. And then we got if you want to say the TPS as well, then we only got 700. So yeah, when you sit here and say that all 80K came over here and disrespected us, that's not true. There's a small group did. That's true. Okay, we can all sit there and agree to that, but we're not going to sit here and say that whole community.
We're talking about how Donald Trump talks about
backgrounds.
That is his
Hold on,
superpower.
People of all backgrounds steal and defraud. Okay, it would be a better argument if we were talking about a case that was not being prosecuted, about justice that was not being served. But it is happening in this case, and it is wrong that this happened in the first place. But the question, I think it is a fair question for innocent people, regardless of whether you...
I don't normally agree with Abby, but God damn it. I guess tonight I do.
Are from a country that Donald Trump doesn't like, or a religion that maybe he doesn't like, do you have the right to exist? Even when somebody who has the same characteristics as you does something bad. Is that okay?
Of the American people.
Lady, we get that, but it's not all 80K of these Somalians who are fleecing the American people. I mean, you can't just sit there and keep talking about this fraud case. Like, we get it. But they're being arrested, they're being prosecuted, and this problem is getting solved. But guess what? It wasn't all 80,000 Somalians who were in on this fraudulent case. If it was, we shut the fuck up and we like, go ahead, sis, cook. But no, you are literally on TV trying to frame it as if all of them are caught up in it. Excuse me.
Immigrants. It's just utterly unacceptable. And it is a unique visual when people have been granted
You just said the mass fleecing of the American people by immigrants.
Yes.
There is mass fleecing of the American people that is happening by Americans every single day.
I think
most of the fleecing is happening by Americans.
Took advantage of our generosity, and that is uniquely.
Okay, let me get a word in edgeways. Let me tell you.
I mean, yeah, the fraudulent way our tax dollars are spent. I mean, immigrants don't got nothing to do with that. Even how, bro, think about it like this too. The way our tax dollars are fraudulently spent for immigrants, they don't even have nothing to do about that. That's all us. These are our politicians. These are the guys we voted in that are doing this to us. So, I mean, let's not get it twisted at the end of the day. She do got a point.
There is massive fleecing going on by some immigrants in Miami and South Florida by Cuban-born immigrants.
And especially in California. Let's be real.
Who have defrauded Medicare. 75% of the arrests and convictions in South Florida for Medicare fraud to the tune of millions and millions of dollars is by Cuban-born immigrants.
So what? Why aren't we telling all Cubans to get the fuck out then? Yep, all you Cubans, you defrauded us. I know this is a small group in Florida, but all you need to leave now is like, you see how ridiculous it sounds at the end of the day? And it kind of just seems like it's all good, greenlit because, well, it's a Muslim community.
40% of the arrests and convictions on Medicare fraud across the country is from Cuban-born immigrants. But that is a community that by and large supports Donald Trump and that Donald Trump likes so much. So he wouldn't think, it wouldn't occur to him to say, Cubans are garbage and I don't want them here.
I'm just not sure that that kind of speculative conversation is as valuable as having a particular conversation
no, there's nothing speculative about what I just said. This is
well, you're
facts.
speculating about what he would do with respect to Cubans. That is explicitly speculation.
Heard him talk about Cubans?
This is again, we're getting derailed. That is still speculation, whether or not he would in general. This specific circumstance, however, does merit some attention. The Times wrote a very great, exhaustive piece. One dimension of it that we haven't talked about here is the fact that racial justice and unique concern about people being condemned for discrimination is one of the reasons why this fraud wasn't identified, pointed out, and better policed. That is a really interesting.
Oh, no, that is true, though. No, he is right about that. One of the reasons why this fraud like proliferated the way it did was, well, because the people who are running it were kind of holding Tim Walz like, well, I would say virtue hostage. Yeah, they were saying that, look, bro, if you stop this funding, we're going to call you racist and we're going to run against you to get this back open on the premise that you're racist and you're trying to hurt this community. Like, they were holding Tim Walz hostage by virtue.
Virtue hostage. People on the left who helped agitate for a lot of those issues that actually helped.
But Camille, we got to go. But what about the fraud that's perpetrated?
And shout out Little Lily Farah Esther. Hey, and thank you for sending the hot cocoa for 600 joules. Appreciate it because it is cold out here.
By just white people? Are we
I think
just
all
afraid
fraud
to condemn
is
white
generally
people
bad, and we should not.
We're
be
afraid of that
condemning
too.
people on
I
the
mean,
basis
look,
of their
there's
ethnicity or
fraud
race.
that is happening, and a lot of this COVID fraud was not identified and dealt with. So this is not a unique situation to Minnesota.
I mean, bro, if we talking about COVID fraud, then I'm be real with you. Almost every American then got to leave. Every group of Americans got to leave because everybody was involved. So, all right, now let's go ahead and get into Fox News and let's see what they got to say about it. Well, whoops, this is not kidnapping. Home's message for Dem leaders. Let's get right into it.
Someone alert Twisted Tim because there's an ice storm blowing in. And his little fur hat and his boots aren't going to protect his sanctuary fantasy for Somali refugees who are ripping off the American taxpayers.
You know, you told me to look into Minnesota and their fraud on visas and their programs. 50% of them are fraudulent, which means that wacko Governor Walz either is an idiot or he did it on purpose. And I think he's both, sir. He brought people in there illegally that never should have been in this country. Fraudulent visa.
Liberal Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry was all emotion today.
Our values and our commitment to the Somali community, to every community of immigrants and people in our city is rock solid and will be unwavering. But we need to also be demanding better from an administration who is intent on targeting people and committing so much time, energy, and money to terrorizing certain groups within our community. That's not American.
Always protecting the fraudsters. Joining us now, Border Czar Tom Homan. Tom, this is amazing, right? We have American taxpayers, including Minnesotans, being ripped off billions of dollars sent to Al-Shabaab and a terrorist organization in Somalia. We got all these other fraud schemes, autistic children, and Jacob Fry is worried about protecting the immigrant communities. Your reaction tonight to this? This is madness.
And to say those use his own words, we're terrorizing the community. Are you kidding me? I mean,
We're out there looking for illegal aliens and illegal alien criminals. And look, we've done operations in Twin Cities, but you know what? The uncoverings of criminal activity that Secretary Nolan just talked about just elevated their priority status. So yes, you know, there's going to be an increase of activity up there, and we're going to hold people accountable. We're going to enforce the law without apology. So again, I've told every sanctuary city mayor, governor, you can stand aside and let us make your community safe and remove criminals and even legal aliens that commit crimes that make themselves, that they're a resident alien, they commit a certain offense, a felony offense, even they're deportable and they'll be deported. We're going to enforce.
Okay, I do need to show you this clip. Now, trigger warning, okay? Trigger warning. I'm gonna tell you this right now. You will be triggered, you will be disgusted, you will not like what this man got to say. But bear with me on this one, because we got to go over this. Because this is one of the reasons why people honestly are kind of fed up with some of these immigrants. It's because of guys who speak like this, but you know what? There's some, believe it or not, there's some valid points. All right, let's get right into it.
You have lost. You lost. The mistake that you made is you let us in the first place. That's the thing with brown people. I'm going to say this as a brown person. Okay. There's a lot of us, like a lot. There's like 1.2 billion in India. There's more than 200 million in Pakistan. There's like 170 million in Bangladesh. Those are just the people there. I'm even talking about the folks who are expats or immigrants. There's a bunch of us, and we breed. We're a breeding people. And the problem is you let us in 1965. Yeah, sure. There were a few of us beforehand, but once you let one of us in, you know what happens with brown folks? Our grandmother comes, our grandfather comes, our uncle comes, our aunt comes, our cousin comes, our second cousin comes, our third cousin comes. Then we have kids, a bunch of kids. And then guess what? Some white women, you know, the Western civilization women, the pure women, the American women, quote unquote, the Rust Belt women, the real women, they like some of us brown folks. We don't take them. They come to us. So we're embedded. We are everywhere. We are everywhere. I've traveled this country. I'm going to speak as a brown person. Brown people are everywhere. There will be a Patel motel or there will be a Desi restaurant everywhere. I want you to realize this. You have lost. Your story is a shitty story filled with misery. It's filled with bland chicken. It's filled with terrible, terrible dry ass meat. Your music sucks. All your culture sucks. Nobody. That's why the kids like listen to black people and their music. That's why the kids love Latinos. Your parties suck because they're monochromatic. Our parties have better food, better music, better looking women.
All right, hold on, bro. Hold on. Wait. You know what? I ain't the type of sticker for white girls all the time, but hold on, bro. You might want to pause on that one. But all right, now, do you see this? They're already. This is why I say you guys need a different attitude, because you guys complaining about guys like this, bro. They're just laughing in y'all face, going like, "Look, you guys are complaining about how much kids we're having, why not having that much kids? You guys can do all the complaining you want, but unless we can push a mass immigration reform to where we're getting all these guys out of here, then you guys are gonna have to outbreed these guys." And no, I don't think that their culture is better than white culture. I think that both cultures are equal. I think both cultures have something to offer to the world. Both cultures, I get involved in both of them. So I don't like how we sit there and just try to completely down white people. I think he's actually just hurt from all the white people in his comments telling him to go the fuck home. And I think this is what this creates, honestly. And this is how I would say this is what hatred creates. And this is what these Muslims are starting to do. Now they're starting to lash out. Now they're starting to talk shit themselves. And here's the thing. I don't like it from both sides. I don't like how he just sat there and insult white culture as if his family did not come over here and benefit from white culture. It's like, let's be honest, bro. If your country was so great, y'all have stayed there, y'all have prospered. But no, you went to the fairest government in all the world, which in his case, I believe is the UK or America. I think it's the UK. So it's kind of crazy how they have this attitude, but it's like, okay, well, why didn't you prosper in your country, in the brown country? We do understand that y'all breed more, but come on now, that's no reason to get disrespectful. And this is what breeds that hatred for you guys. And you can't be mad at them when you're and you kind of in front of their face like this. But to play into what he was saying, this is why I say you guys need to stop complaining and start having kids. Stop complaining, and we need to start opening up these businesses and start trying to take charge. I'm talking to the white people, black people, Americans across the board. We can no longer complain because the enemy has no complaints. And if y'all see this man as y'all enemy, he ain't complain. There's no excuses. There's no complaints. It's just they already feel like they won. So if they already feel like they won, y'all are at an advantage because y'all can just surprise them. I guess this is my motivation speech to the white people and the black people of America, telling them, look, we're only going to lose if we let them, if we let them win. That's the only way. I mean, we outnumber them now, but how long that's going to last if we keep on these low birth rate numbers and we just bring them in to replace us? I mean, really think about that. I know, we affordability. But guess what? The problem is they don't care about that. And you're right. We do got to fix affordability while also handling these guys as well. Like guys like him who truly believe that, yep, the culture sucks. You guys are done. And we're going to outpopulate you. And I'm going to be real with you. In some cases, he is right. He is right. The problem is that they do populate. When these guys get together, it's like 4 to 5 people, 4 to 5 kids. When we do it, it's like what? 2 to 3? And that's just a few of us. Few of us make it to 3. So I always do say is like, bro, we can get mad at guys who speak like this, or we can see this a reason to stand 10 toes on business and get busy. And I mean, apparently get busy having kids and get busy trying to make this a prosperous nation for Americans and not voting in people who want to replace us. And I'm talking to you Dems too, because you Dems are the reason why guys like this is speaking this way. Let's not forget that. Let's never forget that part, because let's remember, y'all promoted it to our detriment. But all right, now let's get back to our guy, Tom Homan. All right. Now that I got that out the way.
Laws of this country without apology, including in the Twin Cities.
When do you expect ICE to make its presence really known in the Twin Cities, Tom? Approximately.
I can't forecast that. I don't want to give up operations, but I can tell you that, Secretary Noem's all over it. I know ICE and CBP and other federal agencies, the FBI, DEA, ATF. President Trump's been a genius on this. He brings all the government to these operations. So if we arrest an alien with drugs, you got the DEA right there, can prosecute the case before we deport him. If you get him with a gun, you got ATF right there to prosecute the case before we deport him. But I can tell you, focus is there. It's coming. But I don't want to give a lot. I can't tell you how many people are on the ground now, how many people are going to be on the ground. I'll leave that to the Secretary of Homeland Security. But focus is on those Twin Cities more because of the criminal activities been uncovered by DOJ and DHS.
And Tom, the Minneapolis police chief is now demanding that residents call 911, not on the criminals, but on ICE, and then accuse them of kidnapping if they actually start arresting illegals when they're wearing masks. Check this out.
Folks that are masked, that they're not sure if they're law enforcement, that they may be kidnapping people. Like we have had those reports.
Reports. Remember, keyword, reports. Never happened, but it was reported. And most likely when they investigated, they found out that, no, this was an actual ICE arrest. So yeah, stop fear-mongering people into thinking that people are just getting kidnapped off the streets, because it's not happening. And that's why that's why he said the word reports. Man.
I want to be clear to the community. The community should know that if you see something like that, that is legitimate, that you don't know if someone is law enforcement, you should call 911.
Yeah, so call 911 on law enforcement. That's a police officer.
It's just ridiculous. It is. And as a chief of police, does this officer arrest people? And when they arrest people, is that kidnapping? It's not kidnapping. We're enforcing the laws of this country. Laws that were passed by Congress, were appropriated with funding to enforce those laws. It was signed by a president. So shameful on any law enforcement officer to compare us to a bad guy and kidnappers. Bottom line is, when ICE or Border Patrol shows up, yeah, they'll have gear on, and they maybe wear a mask, protect their, the doxing themselves and their spouses and their children, but they got clear identification. It tells
but it's worse than that.
ICE. So
yeah, but Tom, I'm sorry, it's worse than that, because that police chief, after everything Minneapolis has endured since Floyd, that police chief is saying, we're not cooperating with ICE. So effectively, they're impeding ICE's operation in the city. If, in a way, you could argue that if they're not cooperating by not taking action to back up ICE, but they're saying, we're not working with you. Doesn't matter what you uncover, I guess.
Look, I'll say the same thing I said to other chiefs of police in sanctuary cities. Shame on you. I mean, your number one responsibility is the safety and security of your communities. and ICE is targeting criminals. Criminals. So for you not to partner with ICE to make your community safer is shameful. He ought to put his badge in the desk drawer and walk away, because he stopped being a cop, become a politician. If a true law enforcement official would work with ICE, okay, look, I don't want to be an immigration officer. I'll leave that to you guys. But when we have an illegal alien and public safety threat in the community, I want to be shoulder to shoulder with you. I want to help you make my community safer, because the chief of police, that's my #1 responsibility. If he wants to watch, stand aside, do it. But if you cross that line, Pam Bondi and her U.S. attorneys are waiting to prosecute anybody that impedes law enforcement, ICE law enforcement, Border Patrol law enforcement in doing their job. Zero tolerance for impeding ICE in their operations.
I can't even believe this is actually the Twin Cities, how it's being run and how the people have voted for this. Look, you got to save yourselves, people. Tom, always great to see you. Thank you so much.
Hey, and all right, guys, let's go ahead and get over to the next one. Now, let's see here. The 5, talk about a meltdown. Let's go ahead and get right into it, because, of course, the Dems were upset at a cabinet meeting that did nothing but just praise Trump. I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. I mean, it's funny how they're upset about somebody getting, I guess, praise, but hey.
Media is questioning President Trump's stamina, even as the president keeps his racehorse-like schedule and the White House releases the results of an MRI done on his heart and abdomen, describing them as perfectly normal. The president holding his 9th cabinet meeting, clocking in at almost 2.5 hours and hoping to put the health rumors to rest.
You always find something new, like, is he in good health? Biden was great, but is Trump in good health? I'll let you know when there's something wrong. There will be someday. That's going to happen to all of us. But right now, I think I'm sharper than I was 25 years ago. Then I read in the New York Times, is Trump sharp? Trump is sharp, but they're not sharp. That's why they're going out of business.
And the New York Post looking into Oval Office logs showing that Trump is working up to 12-hour days, but it's probably longer than that. Will that be enough to silence critics from running wild with all sorts of theories like these ones?
Has anyone in the history of the world ever have an MRI assigned to them and have no idea what it was for, as he says?
Maybe have, a short-term memory loss from a couple months ago.
Men in his age group also benefit from retiring, so can we write that prescription next?
We should be having a conversation in this country about how do you prevent progressive aging that could be debilitating.
The White House was refusing.
I mean, y'all should have that conversation 4 years ago.
To clarify, they even put out a letter from the president's physician, but still didn't reveal.
Yeah, why not?
For what?
Apparently, Gavin Newsom, he liked to joke and brag about Trump's health, but when he was asked about Biden, he was like, yeah, he was all good.
Yeah, they're fascinated by Trump's health now. They're so brave and they're so edgy. Colbert's hilarious on this stuff. I'm trying to look up the stuff he said about Biden, but I couldn't find anything. In fact, these same jokers were so defensive and offended when Biden's brain was the topic. How dare you go after such an elegant, articulate, but kind. He's so kind. Remember that? The whole thing, he's so kind. No, he was a mean a-hole to everybody, but you couldn't say that. And he stunk up the Oval Office with formaldehyde. Now it's Trump's MRI and they act like he's at death's door. Here's the difference. We don't care. I don't care. You can say whatever you want about Trump, his age, his cognition. It's not tied to my feelings, my ego. I'm okay with it. That's the difference. See, we never had BDS. We never had Biden derangement syndrome because his problems were real.
Yeah.
We didn't have to have them.
Like, we brought up real concerns. It was like, yo, this man did not finish his sentence. The last speaking engagement Biden was that he kind of forgot who was supposed to be coming up and he started yelling at everybody. Anybody remember that? Remember, it was put in, it was President Modi, or the Prime Minister of India, Prime Minister Modi that was supposed to be talking. He forgot that guy's name. I mean, wasn't that a bit concerning? Like, honestly, all through Biden's presidency, well, I would say this, the last 2 years was pretty concerning. It was like a whole lot of F-ups. Even when his interviews, he was barely able to finish sentences. So I'm just like, how did we not see this coming? Or how did the Dems not see this coming?
Conjured up in our mind like some big tornado of mass hysteria. We were like, oh, dude, the dude's a mess. And it's like, you guys are stupid for tying your horse to this guy, but that's what you want to do. But we weren't working ourselves up to it. Their TDA, it's now an addiction, is so overwhelming that they can't even think about how they were under Biden. You know, I could never work for Trump. I like him as president, but I could never sit through a meeting like that. My ass would be numb, and I'd be terrified of falling asleep because I fall asleep at the 5 a lot. So
you would have to go to the bathroom.
I would have to go to the bathroom, and I think he does this on purpose.
See who's going to break.
Who's going to break? Because 2.5 hours, that is brutal. And Walt, he can't comment on anything about, he doesn't know what's in it. You don't even know what's in your own damn government. You lost $1 billion. That dude has to go to jail. He's going to resign. He's going to resign.
That was actually the question I was going to ask Jesse. Is like Tim Walz, when he was on
the
Sunday shows, any criticism of him, he would just say, release the MRI. Well, now it's released, and so there's nothing.
Yeah, didn't he also say that Elon's stock was going to drop? And the minute he said it, it went right back up to the moon. Dana, I made a list.
Oh,
we all love lists. These are the hoaxes the Democrats have perpetrated. I'm looking at you, Jessica, just since Trump's been sworn in the second time. The MRI hoax, the Coke boat hoax, the Maryland dad hoax, the bombs didn't target and blow up the Iranian nuclear mountain hoax, the illegals don't get free health care hoax, the
that was
MAGA guy killed Charlie Kirk hoax.
Yep.
The Musk is stealing our Social Security hoax, and Antifa isn't real hoax. Now, I just came up with that,
which
off
is
the top of my
hilarious.
head. If I was a Democrat, I'm just crossing my legs. If I were a Democrat, I would be embarrassed. I'm drinking from a straw, too. I would be embarrassed because you're so wrong for so long. How do you live with yourself, Jessica? How do you live with yourself? Now, Jessica doesn't fall for it all, maybe half. But here's the difference between how Fox and the rest of the press covers these presidents. Fox would just point a camera at stuff. We would just point a camera at the border. We'd point the camera at crime. We pointed to Biden falling asleep and falling. And that's all you had to do was just show people what was happening. We didn't have to lie. We didn't have to leak. We didn't have to just the rank speculation. And that's the difference. And that's why people don't read the Washington Post anymore. No one watches CNN. The messed up part is they don't really care if the MRI was clean. They don't care about the president's health. They care about this president's health. And they want it to be bad. Yeah. They don't want him healthy. They're looking for a scandal that's going to be covered up. Like, think about Biden was coughing. He was frail. He was forgetful. And they.
But all right, now that let's stop hearing from these guys and let's hear from a younger generation of Republicans. Nikki Haley's son has been catching fire since his interview with Tucker Carlson and him pretty much going against the Republican establishment. And just honestly, and just the selling out of the youth jobs in general. And I love it because, well, he's part of that generation. So he obviously knows what's going on. He obviously knows what's being he talked about it within his group. So let's hear from him.
So his mom is one of the Republican Party's most famous women. And now Nikki Haley's son, Nayland Haley, is speaking out with a warning to his party saying, quote, "My issue is that the Democrats are listening to the younger people, and it's time for the Republicans to do the same." Gen Z conservative activist Nayland Haley joins us now. Nayland, thanks for getting up this morning.
Good morning. Thank you.
So Charlie Kirk had this to say about young people embracing socialism. I want to play this flashback for you. Let's watch it.
How do we get more young people under the age of 35 to have equity in the system?
Yes.
Not the Democrat version of equity where they want to have redistribution, but actually, are they paying a mortgage? Do they own stuff? Or are they permanent renters? A permanent renting class in this country is the prerequisite, is the leading ingredient for radical politics that nobody wants to see.
Facts.
We need to reinvigorate the ownership economy. And then all of a sudden, when you own stuff, you're less likely to burn down a Wendy's and vote for candidates like Zohran Mamdani.
True.
So Nayland, what do you think about that?
I mean, yeah, usually when you have ownership in America, or even if you have a family in America, you're usually all in. You're all in. Like, if it ain't ownership, it's your family that's making you all in about America.
Well, the goal, at the end of the day, the goal of every generation is
Or
to leave it better than you found
just
it,
on its
right? And
own.
not only are we not doing that, we're going in the opposite direction. It's getting worse. I think the first step our leaders need to do is admit that we have a problem. And right now, I haven't heard any Republican leaders talk about the issues that young people are facing. Congress has been nothing more than a glorified nursing home. They either don't know the problems that we're facing or they're ignoring it. And to be honest, I don't know which one's worse. You look at jobs, 1/3 of recent college graduates are unemployed. My friend group graduated all with great degrees with in great schools, and not one of them has a job, not one.
You know, trust me, I hear that in my group as well. Like all of them some of them graduated with tech degrees like myself, and a lot of them are having trouble finding jobs. And I'm just like, damn. And you know, while we were in there, they were hyping us up and all this crazy stuff and all that. And you know, I was lucky, but a lot of them weren't so lucky. And I mean, some of them are getting along now, but it was a bit of a struggle. And trust me, this is why I know what's going on in the tech industry, because I seen it. They are replacing these people with Indians or Asians for cheaper pay. What they would pay you that 35 for, they pay them 25. It's just effed up. I mean, and a lot of people want to sit there and deny that H-1B visas are paid less than U.S. born citizens, but that's just the fact of the matter.
So it's frustrating because
here's the thing though, and it's kind of crazy because these are the Dems making this argument. There's the Dems that are literally holding water for the corporate elites on this one, and they want to sit here and they don't want to actually accept the truth that yes, these H-1B visas are being paid less because they've been sold the lie to, oh no, they're just better than us, but they're not. They're just cheaper.
Everything that they were supposed to do, they put in the time, the effort, the money to get educated, and they don't have a job to show for it. They have to compete with foreign workers who are willing to work for half their salary and AI, which is a supercomputer, you know? So how can we compete with that? You look at the housing market, and the average first-time home buyer in America is 40 years old now. 5 years ago, it was 33. My parents bought their first house for $90,000 in the late 90s, and now it's probably worth over $400,000. So we're facing a lot of issues, and you know, I think some things that we need to do is we need to ban H-1B visas, make sure corporations are hiring a certain number of Americans, and make sure they act in the interest of the American people, not just for themselves. I think that we need to stop subsidizing illegal immigrants for housing, and instead maybe look into subsidizing Americans for first-time home buyers for housing, and not allow corporations and the Chinese Communist Party to buy entire neighborhoods of single-family homes.
So, Nayland, you hit a lot of points there. And I think one of the things that has not been addressed by a lot of Republicans is they feel like a lot of young people just want free stuff, but you're speaking directly against it. You're saying these young people, they actually work very hard. They've gotten a degree.
Yeah, these young people work very hard. They get a degree, and then here's the and then here comes these jackass, and not all of you guys, but here comes these jackass leftist liberals who want to tell us that no, you're lazy, you're incompetent, you're mediocre, and we should just let the Indians and Asians take your jobs. And if you complain about the immigration problem, it's just because you're a lazy person who doesn't want to code. Like the condescendingness of it all, and they're wondering why they lost the young generation.
But they feel like the American dream isn't attainable to them. What would you say about that?
Right. No, that's absolutely correct. It feels like it's getting less and less attainable with each passing day. And look, I don't like socialism, but we also need to acknowledge that you can be against free market neoliberalism.
Now, Link, I'm gonna answer your first question in your second. Well, we'll go to your first comment and your second comment, because I don't think you, like I said, you honestly understand what's going out here. Getting more education only helps you in life. That's how it used to be. Now getting more education is a danger because these guys are just going to bring in an H-1B visa who spent less time in college. Bro, they got 2-year colleges out there in India while our guys are going in for 4, but they're telling us that our guys aren't as good when they perform better than these guys. That's the problem. I'm not saying, like, yes, college can give you skills, networking, all that good stuff. I'm not speaking out against college. I'm just saying how we were lied to during college that there were going to be all these jobs out here just either get taken up by immigrants or you forget a place by AI. And if that's the case, then we kind of can say that college was a scam in a way, because they told you one thing. They said that this was the best way to go. When you get out there into the real world, that's not how it is. So, I mean, isn't that what a scam necessarily is? We tell you it's supposed to happen like this, but it ends up happening another way, not favorable towards you. It's like, what? Like, come on now. Isn't that not a scam? Like, I'm getting you to put years of your life, thousands of dollars in loan behind this, and I'm promising you that you'll have a good result. But when you get out there, that's not it. Did I not just scam you in a way?
And not be subscribed to.
And bro, actually, that's what a lot of liberals said. I've seen Dean Withers say this. I've seen Get a Child Parker say this, that, oh, if you're complaining about immigrants, you're just lazy and you refuse to code. And they say that to anybody, to the guys who have an education, to the ones who have no education. They don't care. That's just their end all be all of what they say of their argument, because they don't want to address the fact that they're holding water for the corporate elites.
Mom Donnie,
and the fact that, I mean, let's be real, like, as a person somewhat in their position, I mean, like, dog, who you guys to talk down on people who actually have, like, who are trying to get a job at their college degrees as TikTokers? Like, come on now.
Socialism. Capitalism is a very broad thing. We need it to work for the average everyday American, not just for the elites and corporations. And when you look at Gen Z, over half of Gen Z has positive views of socialism. And it's because socialists, the Democratic socialists, are actually reaching out to young people. So if the Republicans do that, which they need to do, it may stop a lot of kids my age from becoming socialists and from going to the Democrats.
It's a powerful conversation, one that I think needs to be had. I wish we had more time, Nayland. Hopefully you'll come back on the show.
I'm Steve Doocy.
And shout out to that young man. Like I said, well-spoken. He's speaking to the problems of, well, his generation. I respect it. I respect it. I'm a millennial, but I'm like barely a millennial. I'm like the youngest of the millennials.
Survivors on.
But all right, now let's get over to the CNN story, of course, because you know they're harping on this. Hey, Steph, I didn't personally see survivors after the first strike. You know, after the first boat strike. Yeah, the one that kind of left me scratching my head as well. Let's see how CNN takes this.
The Trump administration today, in a 2-hour-plus long cabinet meeting, defended military strikes of questionable legality against alleged drug boats in the Caribbean, even amid growing bipartisan concerns on Capitol Hill that follow-up strike, killing survivors on September 2nd, may have constituted a war crime, one that the Secretary of Defense seems suddenly eager to note that he did not specifically order.
We've only just begun striking narco boats and putting narco terrorists.
John, if you was listening to my argument correctly, I didn't say that, oh, stop going to college and stop H-1B visas. I said, bro, don't tell these kids to go to college if you're just going to flood the market or the job market with H-1B visas. I mean, if you want these kids to go to college and feel confident about it and not feel like you're scamming them, stop hiring H-1B visas and just let these scholars come out and take those positions. That's it.
At the bottom of the ocean, we always have the back of our commanders who are making decisions in difficult situations.
Okay, so that last part is Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth referring to Admiral Frank Mitch Bradley, who at the time of that second strike was commander of Joint Special Operations. The White House also says that Hegseth authorized Admiral Bradley to conduct those strikes and kill everyone on board. Here was Hegseth himself on Fox, however, just one day after.
Actually, they do have control. Well, actually, no, colleges, bro. Here's the thing, Link. Trump just admitted that a lot of these colleges will go under without foreign investment, without their tuition investment from foreign students. Like, Trump just admitted that if he didn't bring in these Chinese students, a lot of colleges will go under. So I'm sorry, but you don't know what you're talking about in that department. And no, they're not a net positive for the country. They're net positive for corporations. Are you retarded? No, you're not retarded. I'm sorry, bro. You're not retarded, but you are highly misinformed, dog. Are you serious? And the only reason I'm a little bit angry about what you said is because you're falling for the same corporatist propaganda that you say you're against. Like, who else would that benefit but the corporations that pay less for the labor? Why would this be a positive for the country when it's taken away from the citizens of this country? Like, think about what you're saying. Who did this benefit? The corporations that can make money abroad, that take their labor abroad, or that will accept help from labor abroad for cheaper. But you're okay with this, and you're trying to call it a net positive for the country because it helped the corporate elitists that you say you're against. This is what's so funny. I mean, like, bro, to be against Trump, you guys will literally line up with the same people you say you hate.
After that strike.
I watched it live. We knew exactly who was in that boat. We knew exactly what they were doing. And
I didn't say foreign students on H-1Bs. I said the corporations are the ones who do the H-1Bs. I said the foreign students, I said colleges kind of hinge their earnings on some of the foreign students' tuition. Like, come on, man, keep up with me.
Knew exactly who they represented.
Today, Hegseth was asked if he knew that there were survivors while he watched it live.
The first couple of strikes, as you would, as any leader would want, you want to own that responsibility. So I said, I'm going to be the one to make the call. I watched that first strike live. As you can imagine, at the Department of War, we got a lot of things to do. So I didn't stick around for the hour and 2 hours, whatever, where all the sensitive site exploitation digitally occurs. So I moved on to my next meeting. A couple of hours later, I learned that that commander had made which he had the complete authority to do.
So you didn't see any survivors, to be clear, after that first strike?
I did not personally see survivors, but I stand, because the thing was on fire.
Republican Senator Roger Wicker.
Link, you're not listening. I never said that college students were connected to H-1B visas. I said that college students who graduate from college get their positions or their potential positions taken by H-1B visas. Come on now. Keep up with me, big dog. Come on.
The chairman
Help me out
of the
here,
Senate
man.
Armed Services Committee demanded that Hegseth release recordings of these
Are you for the American people or are you for the corporate elitists? I mean, I thought you was a liberal. I thought you was a Democrat, dog. You sounding like one of these, like Republicans, an old school Republican. It sounded like you from the Bush era.
strikes, which could immediately show how everything went down. Let us not, of course, forget the initial response to this story. In his statement Friday, Hegseth slammed the, quote, fabricated, inflammatory, and derogatory reporting about this incident, while the Pentagon spokesperson Sean Parnell said, quote, the entire narrative was false. Now, of course, they are admitting to the strike and the follow-up strike and seemingly putting it all on Admiral Bradley. All of this sure to ignite even more questions as the U.S. is considering taking further military action, not just against boats in the Caribbean, but against Venezuela itself. I want to bring in CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins. So the administration's position right now appears to be the buck does not stop with the Secretary of Defense when it comes to the order of the second strike.
Yeah, I mean, those comments really stood out today because it was probably the most we've.
No, the comment that really stood out to me was that he didn't personally see survivors after the first boat strike. I'm just like, whoa. So what are they talking about? And let's be real. None of us have seen this video. None of us out here have seen this video, not even these guys on the news station. The only people who've seen it is probably the Admiral, who's the one who commenced it, and P. Hegseth. Those are the only two people that I know that personally seen this. Everybody else is speculating
learned
on a video they never seen.
What actually was happening behind the scenes as this strike was going down and what exactly Secretary Hegseth saw. Because remember, President Trump on Air Force One on Sunday was saying he didn't know about a second strike. He said, I wouldn't have wanted a second strike. And then when he was asked about that again today, he repeated that he didn't know. He said that he was relying on what Hegseth was telling him. And then Hegseth saying, I was in the room for part of it. I wasn't in the room for all of it, when that is the critical second strike. And now,
oh, guys, and do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video and go ahead and hit that icon up there at the top to go to the main channel and subscribe to the channel, guys. Appreciate the support. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, $2 and up, or you can go ahead and send a gift for every 100 joules is $1. So appreciate the support, by the way.
the timeline of what elapsed in between the first and the second one, how much time is a big question. And when the reporter tried to clarify, Hegseth did not say how much time had elapsed between those two, but him going out of his way to say that he wasn't in the room while also defending Admiral Bradley, I think really stands out, given I think the White House realizes there are real questions about this on Capitol Hill and how this went down, not just from Democrats, but from Republicans too.
I have some questions myself. I'm sure you do as well, Caitlin.
Yeah, well, and I think in terms of how the decision was made when it came to the second strike and whether they knew there were survivors, he is saying he did not know. And so he is obviously, while defending Admiral Bradley, he is also putting the onus on him in terms of the fact that there were survivors clinging to the wreckage of that boat before they conducted the second strike here. I'm not sure if that's going to be sufficient for these Republicans like Wicker, who have been asking for more information. But I think the fact that he went into that level of detail does show you basically that they are registering the level of concern and scrutiny that it may be coming from Capitol Hill on this.
Yeah, Caitlin Collins, thanks so much. Independent Senator Angus King, who caucuses with Democrats, said 2 days ago that if the second strike was intended to kill survivors, it would be, quote, a stone cold war crime. Caitlin's going to ask him what he thinks now, given the new developments. Senator Angus King asked tonight on The Source with Caitlin Collins. That's tonight at 9 Eastern, only here on CNN, although you can also watch it on the new CNN app. Let's all this with Democratic Senator Tim Kaine of the great Commonwealth of Virginia, who serves on the Senate Armed Services Committee. So, Senator, what do you make of Secretary Hegseth saying today that he not only did not order the second strike, a follow-on strike, that he did not even see a second strike or see any survivors?
Well, Jake, look, I think all of these operations are illegal because there's been no congressional vote to authorize war in the Caribbean, the Pacific, or against Venezuela. So let's start there. But let's drill down on the second strike. The Defense Department's own law of war manual specifically says that it would be illegal to shoot survivors of a shipwreck. And we have
guys, we are about what was it, about $65 away from opening up the calling line and running conspiracy hours. So if you want to keep the stream going, let's see if we can go ahead and hit that goal, and we can go ahead and keep it going with a conspiracy hour. All right, guys, appreciate the support. Let's get right back into it.
Prosecuted people from the Nuremberg trial forward if they attack wounded combatants on the field. We do not have a license to wantonly slaughter wounded combatants. And as far as
yes, in war, but we're not at war with these guys. We're just pretty much going at it with a terrorist group, the AKA the cartel. So it's actually different. Sorry, it's a little different.
Secretary Hegseth, he's not denying that he gave the kill everybody order. That would be a war crime if he did. He's now trying to push responsibility off on his Special Forces commander, Admiral Bradley. But I think that most people read his statements, saying that the whole thing was fabricated last week to now acknowledging it's true, and pushing it off on a subordinate. Real leaders don't push off responsibility onto their subordinates.
You've said you plan to file a resolution demanding no military action against Venezuela, war-like military action against Venezuela without congressional approval. You think it will pass. Can you explain who you think, what Republicans will vote with Democrats on it, and what exactly the resolution would do?
Jake, I think you'll see in the next few days the filing of two different resolutions. One, no war in Venezuela without congressional approval. And the second,
obviously, yeah, and that's the thing. I don't think Trump is going to war with Venezuela because obviously he would have to, he'd have to talk to Congress about that. It does seem like Trump is doing this in a way. He's enacting every military power he can invoke without Congress, it seems. Well,
with no more
quite obviously.
Strikes in international waters without the approval of Congress. We have tried these resolutions before.
Oh, and shout out to my man Gaming. What is government distracting us from? Look over here, guy. I mean, hey, man, you never know what the government is trying to distract us from. Shoot, apparently this is all to be distracted from what? Aliens? Or this is all to distract us from what? Well, if we're talking about Venezuela, they say we're ignoring Ukraine. If you talk about Ukraine, they say we're ignoring what's going on in the Caribbean Sea. I mean, almost everything's a distraction depending on who you talk to for their own favorite subject, of course. But all right, though, let's keep it going.
Privilege, meaning we will be guaranteed a vote within 10 calendar days. It can't be hidden in a committee. It can't be filibustered. Simple majority vote, up or down. We were not able to get more than 2 Republican votes in the earlier iteration.
Oh, and shout out my man Jet for setting a party hat for 20 joules. Appreciate the support, my friend.
We need at least 4, but the facts have dramatically escalated, including a lot of reporting about deep concerns within the Pentagon and deep concerns among our allies like the UK about the legality of these strikes. And the latest news about the return to kill these 2 folks clinging to a life raft. Straight up, if that is true, that is a war crime.
President Trump ended today's cabinet meeting by escalating his inflammatory rhetoric against Somalis in Minnesota, including Democratic Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. Take a listen.
Somalians ripped off that state for billions of dollars, billions, every year, billions of dollars, and they contribute nothing. The welfare is like 88%. They contribute nothing. I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you. Okay? Somebody say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. Their country stinks, and we don't want them in our country. I could say that about other countries, too.
What's your response to that, Senator?
What a sick and diseased guy. They contribute nothing. I have friends and family in Minnesota who talk about the Somali community with a lot of pride and affection. If there's bad apples in that community or any community, they ought to suffer.
Yeah, and that's what Trump rhetoric is kind of getting them cooked. Honestly, it's the right's rhetoric in general that's getting them cooked on this. Even though the guys on at Fox, honestly, a lot of them, honestly, is having this rhetoric of, oh, well, let's just blame all of them, the entire Somali community. You can't trust a single one of them. And it's like, well, no, that's wrong. There are some pretty good people out of those 80K that are in there in Minneapolis or in Minnesota. And we can't just sit there and demonize all of them for what 78 did. I mean, that's just not right. And I don't know why Trump is honestly using this language, because it's not, I'm gonna be real with you. This is divisive language, and I don't like it. Like, I'm gonna be so honest with you, and I call balls and strikes on both sides. And this is not making the right look good, guys. This is not a good look to sit there and try to demonize the Somali community, then the Afghani community. I mean, for a couple of bad apples, I don't think that's the way we want to go with this.
Consequences justified by their actions, but to use a broad brush to paint Somalis as negative. Jake, you know Virginia pretty well. We were 1 out of 100.
Yes, actually, yes, I do know Somalis. I live in Columbus, Ohio. We actually have a Somali community over here. So I'm sorry, but I live next to these guys and we don't have these problems. So, and I'm pretty sure there are some bad Somalians in that community, but not all of them. Not every single one of them. And yes, they have like whole apartment complex down here, out over here that they dominate. Like, there's apartment complexes that like over 80% of the people that live there is Somali. It is what it is. And we got ones that are, we got ones for other, like we got the Hispanic community in a certain part of Columbus, and mainly the people live over there are Hispanic and all that wild stuff. Is like, it is what it is. This is America. We find those all over the place.
100 foreign born. When I was born in 1958, we're 1 out of 9 foreign born now. And we've gone from bottom quarter per capita income to top quarter per capita income because our immigrant communities in Virginia and in this country have been a source of great richness and innovation. It's like the transfusion in the nation's bloodstream at 250 that's kept us young. So don't use the broad brush to go after all Somalis and say they contribute nothing. That kind of a statement is it's just a symbol of a sad and diseased mind.
Today, President Trump was asked about the high cost of living during that cabinet meeting. He said he inherited the worst inflation in history, and quote, the word affordability is a Democrat scam.
You know, so people bring up that point, and shout out social development. People bring up that point, and I'm sorry, but I don't believe it. Show me. How about this? Stop all the H-1B visas. Let all of our nursing students and all of our medical students get those jobs first, and then tell me then. Until then, I think that's just this corporate bullshit. That's what they feed you to let you think it's okay to keep bringing them in. Like, I'm sorry, but show me first, because honestly, they say that, but I mean, like, how we still have a shortage, and guess what? We're still bringing in H-1Bs, but we still have a shortage? How does that make sense? I mean, do we really need these guys? We still have a shortage? Not really, not in my opinion. So show me. How about this? Let's make sure all of our medical students have a job or get their position, and then let's talk about the H-1B visa guys. Then, if it's about a shortage, because I guarantee you, we give all of our guys a job, they'll shut the F up about a shortage. Sorry, shortage.
Unquote. What's your response to that?
I think every Democrat running for office in the United States in 2026 should run that quote. Affordability is a scam. Affordability is a hoax. Affordability is a Democratic issue. If you're a hardworking everyday person and you've watched food prices go up, energy prices go up, healthcare go up, building supplies go up, toys go up, electronic components go up, and you have a president like Marie Antoinette saying everything's fine, they should run that ad, that presidential quote, in every campaign ad in 2026.
Democratic Senator Tim Kaine of Virginia. Thanks so much, sir. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Talk about we need them for a shortage, but we bring them in and there's still a shortage. So what are they really helping? Like, I'm be real with you. And trust me, there's people in the medical field that have the same frustration as people in the tech field. It's across the board, my friend, not just in the tech field. So yeah, you might want to check your information on that as well. Instead of believing what these corporate elitists tell you to make you think that it's okay to just give foreigners American jobs. But you can keep on believing the propaganda. I mean, go ahead.
What the hell is it? What do you want? Judas Priest is one of those flaming bags again. Don't put it out with your boots, Stan.
Lincoln, are you a dumbass? I mean, I'm sorry, Lincoln, but when you try to talk to me like a dumbass, I'm gonna have to talk to you like a dumbass, bro. Like, why would you ask me? I obviously use shortage in the proper context here. I obviously used it properly to talk about. He's talking about what? There's not enough nurses, and that we need H-1B visas. Yes, I addressed that. So why would you ask me such a retarded question as, do you know what a shortage mean? Do you know what a shortage mean? For you to be asking such a dumb question to ask me what it means, dog. Like, let's be real. Like, I'm gonna give you I'm gonna give you a jackass answer if you want to ask jackass questions like what is a shortage when I've been using it properly this whole time.
Don't tell me my business, devil woman.
Let's get right into it.
Spenny, the FBI isn't perfect. It is a deeply and endemically corrupt institution. Can any man fix the FBI? I'm not sure, but they can at least take some good advice. Upon Dan Bongino and
No, Link, it does make sense. You're just being dumb. And I'm sorry, I gotta talk to you like you're dumb, because now I gotta walk you through this. So hold my hand with me and let's walk down this logic trail, Link. So when he talked about there's a nursing shortage, I said that, you know what, dog, I'm not really buying that, because they use the same excuse for tech. They say, oh, well, we got a tech shortage, so we need to bring them in. They use the same thing for about the battery. We don't have enough guys who can make these batteries, so we got to bring them in. And I just showed you that there's plenty of guys in tech that are willing to go out there and get those jobs. And even Gen Z is actually starting to speak out against this. And you guys aren't listening. And I'm telling you that the same thing is going on in tech. You can also believe is going on in medical. You guys aren't hearing that. You guys are just hearing shortage. And I'm telling you, well, then why not pause? Let's test it then. Let's test it. Let's see if this is about corporate interest or if this is really about a shortage. Let's go ahead and pause H-1B visas. Let's make sure all of our medical students find a job, and let's see if we still have a shortage. That's all I said. So when you say S.E.T, you know what a shortage means. I obviously identified that I know I do. So why would you say something so dumb?
And Kash Patel's appointment to FBI director and
I tried to be nice, bro, but come on, though. You should have known answering that question was going to get you some type of response you was not going to like.
Deputy director, I posted this about 1 year ago, approximately 1 year ago today. I said, I'll say what we're all thinking. Her first. Fire her first. Set the tone right here. The dumpy DEI diversity agent at the FBI. No doubt the first physical activity in a very long time for this agent, kneeling to the BLM rioters and George Floyd terrorists, pledging fealty to them. So an absolute banger here, by the way. 6.6 million views, 81,000 likes. Well, the FBI listened to me, baby. And look at this. The FBI has fired the agents who photographed kneeling in the George Floyd protest. And guess who was among them? There you Gotcha. It's great. Everybody cheers. FBI agents photographed kneeling during George Floyd racial justice protest. Look at how they still do this. Racial justice. You go kill a bunch of people and burn our nation's capital to the ground. We'll call that justice. Way to go. Anyway.
Like, I'm sorry, there is no explaining it because you're honest. I'm not sure if I'm just talking above you or something, or maybe it's too much for you to comprehend, but you're obviously not following me logically, obviously. I just explained it to you and everybody else understood what I was saying, but not you. So I don't even know how else I can break it down for you, buddy. I don't know. You might as well just sit back and watch the video. On the FBI on fire. Bongino rages at a new FBI report calling leadership incompetent. And that, it makes sense why you haven't seen Bongino in a minute.
Are conflicting reports, however, that are not as sunny or cheery as that one that I just gave you. Everybody wanted the George Floyd kneelers to get fired. This, ladies and gentlemen, just published in the New York Post from Miranda Devine. Now, I know Miranda Devine.
But to be fair, how about this? I'll be fair, Link. I'll do my due diligence. I'll look into this. And then, I'm going to look up some things. All right.
Kash Patel, Dan Bongino. So this is going to be a tough one. How about this? I'll just pitch it straight down the middle. I'll just tell you what's going on because this report is tough for Kash and Dan. According to a report, the FBI is labeled a rudderless ship under Bongino and Patel, concerned more about building their personal resumes. FBI Director Kash Patel is facing withering criticism from an alliance of active duty and retired agents and analysts days after the White House denied media reports that the president was about to fire him. Troubling new report card in the first 6 months of Patel's leadership concludes that he is in over his head, and his deputy Dan Bongino is something of a clown, according to the Alliance, which in 2 previous reports warned about crippling DEI and politicization of the FBI under the Biden administration. The Patel-led FBI is described in the 115-page report as a rudderless ship and all effed up. Okay? That's what some of these people are saying. I mean, obviously, there are a lot of FBI agents that clearly, maybe this is run. Who are these the individuals writing the report? You don't know exactly. It's all anonymous, right? So we're going to present both sides of this, obviously. Here we go. Patel is described by multiple internal sources as inexperienced, with one saying he has neither the breadth of experience nor the daring to be FBI director to be successful. Another source, self-professed Trump supporter, says Patel is not very good, maybe insecure, lacks requisite experience, measured self-confidence to be FBI director. So this is what they're saying, among some other, obviously, lurid gossip, which may or may not be true. The one that seems to have hit out in the news cycle is about Kash Patel and a jacket. Kash Patel was forced to wear a woman's jacket because he refused to disembark the FBI jet when they landed in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination. He didn't have a FBI raid jacket. They found a female special agent's jacket for him, but it did not have any Velcro patches, so he demanded that another agent give him a Velcro patch. So that seems to be the big takeaway here, that Kash didn't have a jacket. Threw a tantrum after being issued a woman's jacket. These are the allegations. Kash Patel, humiliated in an explosive 115-page dossier, reveals FBI agents really think, that they just effectively say that there's not enough professionalism in the FBI and that Kash and Bongino are not up for the job. That's effectively the report. You're welcome to go read the whole thing. If you'd like.
Yeah.
Obviously.
I mean, shoot, Bongino don't even think he's up for the job. I mean, Bongino even thinks that the other leadership is incompetent. And this is why we haven't seen Bongino in days, or not days, but months. I have not seen this man on TV not one time, but you see Kash Patel every time.
This is, I think the report is right here. Yeah, there you go. So it's a pretty long report. Go for it. FBI Kash Patel and raid jacket. All right. The Alliance is what they're calling themselves. Okay. You come up with some better, like, deep state names than this. The Alliance. All right. Kash Patel apparently didn't have his own raid jacket. So this is the big scandal, that he had the wrong jacket size and he wanted a different jacket. Really? This is it? Fine. So Dan Bongino and Kash Patel have now their own say. Deep state divine strikes again, says Dan Bongino. Oh, baby, here we go. Miranda loves attacking our reform agenda with gossipy anecdotes from disgruntled former employees because she's upset about that her reporting keeps falling apart under scrutiny. You can always count on Miranda for a timed hit piece when the director and I make big changes. Miranda prefers the old guard. I don't. Full steam ahead. And he tags Miranda Devine. So some people are, obviously saying that Miranda is deep state divine. Miranda Devine's a great reporter. I mean, I like Miranda a lot. You can say a lot about her, but I don't think she's deep state. She's like the best reporting on Hunter Biden's laptop and Biden corruption. But I guess on our show, but everyone's entitled to their opinion, right? That's my take. Here, ladies and gentlemen, we have Eric Swalwell. This is probably my favorite interaction. So I showed you the bit about the reporting of Kash's jacket. Eric Swalwell says, I don't mind that the FBI director, Kash Patel, had to wear a women's size medium jacket to cosplay somebody in charge. I wish he'd focus on stopping rampant domestic terrorism happening on his watch. From the left, should I be happy that you're acknowledging that there's rampant domestic terrorism? Because there is. Matter of fact, it's all coming from Eric Swalwell's side with Eric Swalwell's encouragement. Let's look at Kash's response here, which is spicy. I was looking for a youth large. Domestic terrorism arrests are up 30% this year. Impressive considering I spent 0 days dating a Chinese spy named Fang Fang. Where should I send your women's medium for date night? Okay. All right. Maybe launch an investigation into the Fang Fang spying nightmare with Eric Swalwell dating a Chinese spy, which he did. Getting a staff placed in his office by a Chinese spy, which he did. Maybe that.
All right,
ladies and gentlemen.
I ran the numbers.
Also, is Cash Patel's...
All right, I ran the numbers here. So shout out to ChatGPT and Gemini AI system. So yes, I ran the numbers and I went and found out that there is a 400K shortage in nursing jobs, right? And this is pretty much, what was it? A 10% shortage, 350,000 in unfilled RN positions. And then the license practical nursing, so which is the LPNs, there's a 7% shortage, or about 46,000 unfilled LPN positions, right? So altogether between the RN and the LPNs, there's about 400,000. Now, this is where I catch you guys up. Boom. I also asked, well, how many nursing students are enrolled and how many graduates are there? Because remember, that was my argument. I said, well, why aren't you guys waiting for these kids to graduate in order to fill those positions? Because you actually looked into the statistics. They're saying that by 2026, there are going to be all these unfilled positions. But actually, what they don't tell you is by 2026, they will have about 400 to 650,000 graduates. And this is combined of RN graduates, registered graduates, and LPNs. Yeah. Oh, my bad. And also includes the one that are going for their doctorates and master's degree as well. So we got all these nursing students going in for different levels of it. And we got over 400 to 600,000. And you're saying that we're at a shortage? Why don't, instead of bringing in H-1B visas, like my point stands, why don't you just wait for our scholars to come out? Why don't you just wait for them instead of giving H-1B visas out? So when these guys graduate, they have nowhere to go, like I've been stating. Because you guys want to talk about a 400K shortage, but you don't want to talk about the 400 to 500K, I'm sorry, but 400 to 600K students that are about to enter that job market. Do you see why I look at you guys crazy?
Saying he's going to dress Eric Swalwell for his date with a Chinese spy? I don't know. Here's FBI spokesperson Ben Williamson. Cash and Dan took over the agency with an approval rating below 40%, knowing that they came in.
So this is what pretty much I'm telling you. We've got the order of 600 to 700,000 people currently in U.S. nursing programs. And we're graduating roughly 200,000 new nurses a year. So this year, 200,000 will be done. By 2026, by the end of that, you will have another 200,000. And that's just the average. So there's a nursing shortage, or are we just undermining American worker, or are we undermining the American medical scholars? Because it seems like I'm right. Oh, wait, no, I am right. Sorry to be a dick about it. Sorry, when speaking up for the American people, we're actually busting their ass to do this. And you guys talking about bringing H-1Bs over them. I'm sorry. I'm a bit passionate for my people.
Disruptors. They're choosing to do things differently, of course. That's going to receive criticism from the old guard. That's to be expected. What's more surprising here is to see the New York Post elevating a dossier of anonymous complaints from current and ex-FBI personnel in the form of gospel. They're calling it gossip. Here's what they don't tell you. The unconventional approach may get criticism, but the data says it's working. Violent crime arrests, 100% increase. Espionage arrests, 40% increase. Homicide rate, double-digit drop from 2024, on track for record low. Child victims identified, 23% increase. Nihilistic violent extremism areas.
Shout out to our man joining in the scenery. He said, what is it? Smith Munda Act, WCW, ECW, WWF, WWE, Juice Box. Oh, shit.
Almost 500% increase with FBI.
What the Juice Box mean?
They've also turned over nearly 40,000 documents to Congress, by far a record in just 9 months. And we have major productions in cases like Arctic Frost.
Bro, I mean, social, that was across the entire United States, dog. Yes, I looked up the shortage across the entire United States, and it's about 400,000 in nursing. And then I looked up how many nurses are we graduating, plus how many nurses are graduating this year. And I'm talking about in the RN program and in the LPN program. So what are you talking about, buddy? I did the numbers and you were wrong. That's it. That's all. That's all you got to do. Just say, look, but you're right, bro. I was talking about a nursing shortage, but I wasn't including our fellow Americans who are in school. and who will be graduating this year.
Nearly every week, you can criticize the approach, but you cannot deny the numbers. They've been historic with President Trump's leadership. Cash, Dan, and Andrew all know the challenge of the bureaucracy comes with pushback. They choose it. And frankly, that's what the voters demanded. Okay, I think that's a good response. Cash is out saying that homicides
it's okay.
Are down.
Like, guys, it's okay to be wrong, Link, in social. It's okay, bro. It's okay. Man, look, bro, I get things wrong too. It's okay. You could be wrong about this. I know you believed in it faithfully, but sorry. Once again, you've been fed the corporate agenda. You've been fed a shout out to the corporate elites that you bought it. You bought it, my man. You bought it. You bought it hook, line, and sinker. Thank you for holding water for the corporate elites to undermine American workers.
We're also watching in Moscow, where right now President Vladimir Putin is hosting U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law. Critical talks have been going on for more than 3 hours as they're negotiating a potential pathway to peace in Ukraine. Let's go right to CNN's Matthew Chance. He is live for us in Moscow. Matthew, any indication from the Kremlin as far as how they think these negotiations are going?
But all right, now, yep, let's get into Ukraine and let's get off to how Witkoff is supposed to sit down with Putin, and we're going to see how things go. Not too well, most likely.
Well, not so far, unfortunately. We're in a bit of an information sort of vacuum holding pattern at the moment. I've just this second been texting the Kremlin spokesperson, Dmitry Peskov, to try and get an update on if the negotiations, if the talks were coming to an end soon, if he could characterize the sort of mood in the room or anything like that. And there's just been no response. He did say earlier that there would be no time limit on these talks. They started about 3.25 hours ago. And so it's they've been going on for some time. They're obviously quite in depth and intensive. And I was told earlier as well by the Kremlin that there'll be a briefing afterwards by one of the officials, the Russian officials, that's inside the room at the table, Yuri Ushakov, who's the presidential aide on foreign affairs, sitting, if you see those pictures of the table, sitting at Vladimir Putin's right hand. The big challenge for
Bro, Link, what you just pulled right here isn't supported by evidence, or else this wouldn't be a problem talked about amongst Americans. And this is what I say, what a lot of Dems do. Y'all put a blanket over the American people's problems to win an argument. And you've obviously lost this argument, homie. You obviously lost the argument. I just proved to you that we got plenty of nursing graduates and students to fill those roles in. Then you want to come here and then talk about, well, decades of research show that high skill immigration raises output. But guess what? Nah, that hasn't been reflected during the past decades. It hasn't. Actually, all it shows is that American people are being put second. So like I said, it does seem like you're willing to put a blanket over your own people's problem to help prop up another. And this is why people don't think that you're pro-American.
Steve Witkoff, President Trump's special envoy, and for Jared Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law, who's also in these meetings.
I mean, bro, y'all are the ones not trying to be wrong. And it's kind of funny because everybody else in the chat kind of realizes that, yeah, you're wrong. You're wrong. Sorry, bro. Actually, no, Link. If you actually read the stat that the man put up, it was supposed to be 400K jobs are going to be needed by 2026. Right? We graduate a year, 200K nursing students a year. So by the time we need those students by 2026, we'll have more than enough, is what you're not understanding. Sorry, Link, but like I said, y'all ain't even willing to address what I said. So I don't even know why I should address what you guys say after that. Tell me why my numbers are wrong. You can look it up. Everything's backed up. My numbers are supported by facts. You can look this up. Shout out Hellbat. I mean, you're over here saying, well, decades of studies that you can't cite says that immigrants are better or produce more than us, which I know you didn't say directly. I'm sorry, but I'm paraphrasing. But shout out to my man Hellbat. He says that's not including people who want to go to college for those positions, but don't go because of the crippling student debt that happens afterward. But like I said, Hellbat, they're not willing to think about their fellow Americans. They care more about the immigrants, apparently. They care more about the corporate elitists than the actual American people, but then they frame to be for the American people. It's actually hilarious how they're exposing themselves. And please keep talking, because all you're doing is exposing how you guys are. And you're not bad people. I'm not saying y'all bad people. I'm just saying you're exposing how you're for the corporate elitists and you don't even know it.
will be to try and sort of gauge whether the Kremlin is open to the kinds of compromises, the kind of solutions that have been hammered out between US and Ukrainian officials over the course of the past the past week or so in Geneva and more recently at the weekend in Florida, where they tried to sort of look for creative solutions to get around some of Ukraine's big red lines, like its desire to join NATO in the future, like the call by Russia for it to give up territory, for Ukraine to give up territory that it has annexed but not yet conquered. These are huge problems with the US-backed peace plan. There are some solutions that are being discussed, they're not agreed on, and now Witkoff and Kushner are presenting those solutions to the Kremlin to see if there's any appetite at all from Vladimir Putin to do a deal. Back to you.
All right, Matthew Chance, live for us in Moscow. Thank you. And let's go now to CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh, who is in Kyiv. Nick, what is the Ukrainian view of this negotiation?
I think in short, there's great anxiety as to what exactly it will be that Steve Witkoff has presented to the Kremlin during these extensive talks. Now, clearly it is the product of hours, if not days, of him really for the first time, I think, sitting in detail with the Ukrainian negotiating team in Florida at the weekend, even a second meeting early Monday morning between Witkoff and the top Ukrainian negotiator. Then that plan on its way to Moscow, Witkoff speaking on the phone to Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky and Emmanuel Macron of France, the UK's Keir Starmer, getting European allies briefed as well. And the tone from Zelensky, one I think that's interestingly tried to emphasize two issues here: the need for dignity in whatever particular proposal is coming forwards, some kind of suggestion that while they are very much on board and trying to be cooperative, they're not entirely sure exactly how this is going to be phrased, and positioning it, I think, much as an American proposal here, although be in no doubt they are fully briefed, possibly not signed up to what Witkoff is presenting there. And at the same time, too, emphasizing to Ukrainians for the need for security guarantees, so that if there are painful concessions made by Ukraine, that there may be security guarantees from the United States and Europe that mean a third or a fourth invasion, however you want to count it, isn't something they have to face in the months ahead. That was an impassioned part of Zelensky's speech today in Ireland, where he's been, some might say, in a holding pattern in case he has to hop it quickly to the United States to meet President Trump. Short flight time from there. And at the same time, too, we hear less from Zelensky the notion of red lines about giving up territory. He has been indeed, he said, seeing his negotiators spend 6.5 hours discussing where the front lines might potentially be drawn if there is some kind of deal. So it seems like territory is possibly on the cards here, but notably too, after weeks of leaks about 28 points, 19 points, different plans, we know very little of the concrete details of what Witkoff is presenting. I think that's designed to not offend the Kremlin by them reading about the plan in the media first, and possibly too to ensure that Zelensky isn't publicly seemed to have signed up to a concession that may later be refused by Putin. But ultimately, Ukrainians here are seeing Russia progress on the front lines, claim with probably some degree of accuracy.
All right. I guess I'm a little bit too distracted by the chat. So we're going to go ahead and pause it right here. And I'm going to take some time to take some questions then. All right. I'll take some time to take some questions because, Social, I'm be real with you. The only reason I'm not answering your question about education is because it's a complete red herring to the topic. Because you weren't right about the nursing shortage and how we just need H-1B visas, you're now moving, well, what about education? I mean, can you tell me about education? Like, I'm not even sure where you're going with that. It'd be best to specify where you're going with that question, because otherwise it just sounds like you're not really trying to accept what I just told you, and you're just trying to move the goalpost education, which I'm not sure where you're going with it. Are you trying to say that what education is poor? Or are you trying to say that what education is not too affordable? But I'm not sure where you're going with this. So if you're willing to enlighten me, that'd be great. That'd be absolutely fine. Because I mean, you were wrong about both. You're wrong about the nursing and education part. You were wrong about the nursing shortage. You were wrong about the fact that we don't even have a shortage in people who are going for nursing. Actually, due to people who are going for nursing, we won't have that shortage come 2026. So, like I said, I mean, if you're not willing to accept that, I guess you're just not willing to be wrong. But all right, now, I mean, let's see here. Any questions? Nope. All right, then I guess I'm going to go into a bit of a rant. Guess we're going to do a little bit of a monologue on about the current topics going on today. I mean, let's talk about the Republican win, because the Republican win in my eyes, I was like, all right, look, I'm glad you guys won, but it's a bit petty to just show off about this win. And then it kind of makes y'all seem a bit like, it made y'all seem like y'all was scared about winning your own district. And here's the thing, if y'all was so scared, then maybe y'all do need to focus a bit more on affordability instead of just leaving it up to, the showing out of MAGA. Because let's be real, the Dems are making their base hone down, or make their bases doubling down and showing out. That's why they came out in such big numbers on November 5th. It is what it is. Now, I guess to speak to the current topic, it's a static number, right? Said the demand for nursing is a static number, right? Well, you guys said there is a shortage. I looked up the shortage. I gave you the actual number. I mean, I did more research into the topic that you guys just said a blanket statement thinking that you were right. I did the actual research into it, and you're telling me that I'm wrong when you guys did nothing. Nothing. Okay, then that's what I thought. That's what I thought. I mean, shoot, you guys said there was a shortage in nursing. I asked, you couldn't give me a number. I went and found the number by 400,000. And then you guys said, well, we're not graduating enough. And I was like, oh, well, I looked up the graduation of nursing students across the board, from the entry level LPN all the way out to the doctors. And there's about, 600,000. So what are you talking about? And then here this guy goes again, talk about education. I'm just like, bro, maybe you're afraid to specify your answer here or specify what you're talking about, because you're not sounding smart by just spamming education. Like, what are you talking about? The quality of our education? Like, what are you talking about? Okay, let's say you're right with the nurse, but you're not tackling the education fact. That means you're misleading. But that's what I'm saying. You see, I'm not tackling the education fact. What education fact? I gave you the education fact that we're actually graduating the right amount of nurses to tackle that problem. But then you're just spamming education as if that means something. All right, man, Elbad, go ahead and ask a question. You can either super chat it in to help open up the call-in line. And how about this? If we can get $15 in super chats, I'll go ahead and I'll open up the call-in line for the remainder of the show. All right. And shout out to my man, Top Sheeta for the 100 for 2 jewels. Appreciate that. I mean, it's hilarious. He said, you haven't told me about education. What about education do you want to know? That's why education is just such a, isn't a broad topic. Like, there's so many levels to education, so many different forms of education. What the F are you talking about? It's almost hilarious that you keep typing that as if you think you're saying something. Oh my God, I'm being deceptive now because I'm asking you to specify what you're talking about. Okay, brother. Okay. Oh, shit. And shout out to High Five for the 100 jewels. He's like, is there a teaching shortage? Yes or no? Bro, that doesn't go into my point that they're graduating about 200,000 nurses a year. If you're talking about a shortage of preschool teachers, like I said, that's a red herring to my point or to your own argument about nursing. If you want to talk about teachers, and then we're not talking about professors who are the one teaching these nurses. So once again, like I said, I predicted you were going for a red herring. Don't even got nothing to do with the nursing topic or shortage that we were talking about. But I'm sorry, social. I can't even take you serious no more. Set, read my question. I got you, big dog. I got you. And if we can get like $4 more, because shout out to Tony Tigerish. Shout out Tony Tigerish. They sent in 100 jewels, so that's $1. My man Gaming sent in 10, so all we need is 4 more, and I'll go ahead and open up that call-in line. But let's see here. Let's see, where's your question at, Gaming? Maybe you might have to write it again, because I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna look through. Let's see here. He said the last one, because you gotta understand, social and Link, that they've been taking up the chat. So blame them. Oh, here it is. Just found it. All right, questions for the people against those facts. Why do we need H-1B visa students when our college graduates and college students are outpace the shortage? And I know, bro, they're not willing to address that. They're literally not willing. And I know when I looked it up, a lot of you guys looked it up too and was like, God damn it, this man Set's right. Bro, they're not willing to address that for some reason. Bro, want to talk about the Chamber of Commerce, but I just gave you the raw numbers. Gave you the raw numbers, and you can't even talk about it because you know you're wrong. I mean, y'all trying to move the goal, bro, trying to move the goalpost to talk about preschool and elementary school teachers. And then Jet, I mean, I'm not Jet. Sorry, Jet, but Link, he's not even trying to address the numbers. So I'm really wondering what's going on with these two right now. But you know what? I'm going to go ahead and let you guys up here so you can explain y'all point. I'm a nice guy. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to let you guys up here so y'all can explain y'all points. And then, of course, I know my man Gaming's going to come up and we're going to have a conversation about this. Because I think y'all tripping. I think you guys are tripping. But we'll see. I'm a fair guy. And y'all about to see how fair I am. All right. So I went ahead and posted it in the whatchamacallit tab. I went ahead and posted it in the horizontal tab, so you can go ahead and go there if you want to. And then I'm gonna go ahead and post it in the YouTube post tab. So you can go ahead and be on the lookout. I'm about to post it there. Give me about 30 seconds. In the meantime, just listen to this man's voice.
Control over the strategic hub of Pokrovsk on the eastern front lines, and also recognizing the cold here, the hard winter ahead, the damage done by the nightly barrages here, and ultimately to Zelensky's domestic political weakness owing to a corruption scandal that seems to rumble on. I think they want a deal. They just urgently don't want a deal that means Russia starts this all over again a few months down the line after getting some land without a fight.
Yeah, certainly a concern there. Nick Payton-Walsh, live for us in Ukraine. Thank you.
We are going to stay on this story for more perspective. I want to welcome former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine.
All right, that's been posted. So you guys can go ahead and check that out. And shout out to my man Hellbat for the baller alert. Appreciate the support, my man. Go ahead and get back over here so I can go ahead and give you your baller alert. But shout out to my man Hellbat. I went ahead and posted it on the post tab on the main page. So go to my main page, go to the post tab, and you'll see it right there. You guys are free to come up. We can go ahead and have this conversation. Because, boy, you know what, Lincoln? We have better conversation when me and you talk instead of 2 text messages. Because I don't know why you don't get your point all the way through. So I don't know why I be getting frustrated with you like that, to be quite honest. But all right, man. Shout out to my man Gaming. My man Gaming has stepped into the building. How's it going, brother?
Man, what's up? Okay, I've been hearing this whole conversation, and I don't even think these guys really realize what they mean, what you mean, and what the rest of the chat means by there's a shortage. Shortage is not supplementation. And that's where I'm going to go on a limb and say that's where they might be getting confused. Supplementation is basically when there is a quote unquote shortage and you use something else to temporarily fill that gap. We don't really have a need for supplementation. We just need to be more patient. And the issue is corporations aren't willing to be more patient, and they're just filling a gap that really doesn't need to be filled.
Facts. I mean, here's the thing. Like I said, when they was talking about a shortage, I was like, all right, yeah, I heard about a nursing shortage. I've played clips about the nursing shortage. But here's the thing, though. The problem about that clip that I played, they were talking about what was it? I think it was about something about getting your nursing degree funded. It was something about the funding of your nursing degree. But either way, though, my point still stands. If you're going to talk about a nursing shortage, let's talk about the actual number. It's about 400,000. Now, let's also talk about the number of graduates or the number of people who's already about to be or number of people we graduate for that a year. It's about 200,000. So by the end of this year, about half of those positions that are needed will be filled.
I mean, we can, to address Social's point, because he, you know, I'm gonna give him a little leeway. He brought up education. All right, here's the education argument. I'm in an engineering field. I know we have a shortage there. Educational field, there's definitely a shortage there. How many people are going to school to become teachers? You see what I'm saying? We can make the same argument.
Yeah, that's facts. And here's the thing. I know bro was trying to bring up, oh, what about the shortage of teachers? I'm like, bro, we're not talking about elementary and like middle school and high school teachers. We're talking about professors. If you want to talk about nursing, like, trust me, if these guys are being graduated, obviously they got professors.
Right.
But if you want to talk about the teachers that are fed up with how these high schools are acting or these middle schools are acting, then I will agree with you on that.
And then you got to also realize something. What's also not brought into that shortage, they say there's a quote unquote shortage, but there's also companies not hiring from the literal stockpile of people who have experience. And that's something that isn't being brought up or talked about either. And you have to factor that in whenever you talk about a shortage.
That's true. Yo, Link, what's going on?
What's good, my guy?
It's all good, my man. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and hear you out on this one. Please explain.
Yeah. So the my whole the initial argument that I was disagreeing with you on, where it doesn't make sense, where with the shortage and the nursing thing, was if there's not enough. So it doesn't have to be. This could be any industry. If there's not enough people, enough Americans to fill a job, okay, so you are advocating for ending H-1B altogether for all jobs, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so how does an industry fill jobs when there aren't enough Americans to fill those jobs?
But that's the thing. My argument was that there are enough Americans. The problem is that these guys are bringing these H-1B visas in to undermine Americans because they can pay them cheaper. I just already proved to you that we're actually graduating at pace to replace those nursing jobs. So what you're saying is also
but that's just okay. But then what happens in 2027, 2028? 2029.
We don't have those projections. You guys are talking about a nursing shortage.
We do.
That's supposed to be projected for 2026. That's where the 400,000 came from. But then here's the thing, though. We're graduating 200K per year. So at the end of this year, half of those will already be slotted. Half of those will already be filled.
But then how do we fill those other jobs until those other people graduate?
Well, that shortage don't happen until at the end of 2026, which will have that filled by that time. So at that point, there will be no nursing shortage by the end of 2026.
That's assuming those numbers don't change, though. But the numbers, even by 2030, they're saying that the projections are we're going to have a shortage of 100K by then.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Why are you believing these guys? I mean, here's the thing. You're taking their numbers, but you're not reading the numbers of the graduates. Because then you'd obviously see how this is a corporate propaganda to get you to think that we need H-1B visas when we don't.
But that's the whole point of it. Okay, so
I just told you how we can replace them through our own scholars, and you're over here telling me that we can't when the numbers are out there.
Wait,
but
I got a question.
We wouldn't. But if we have enough people, then we wouldn't give the H-1Bs in that industry.
No, because they pay, bro. They pay them cheaper. That's why they're doing it. It's not because they need it. It's because they need to get cheap labor.
Wait. So let me jump in here. I'm not sure if Link just ended up losing connection or what, but the main reason, like I said before, if you want to prove how many
darn it.
Oh,
there we go. My bad.
Oh yeah, hold on. Gaming. See if you can turn up your mic a little bit, if possible.
Oh, I'm just talking quiet.
Perfect. Okay.
So if you really want to make that argument for the H-1B visa, let me cook for a second. Look at the national unemployment rate for all fields. Let's take trucking, for example. Let's get away from nursing and just look at trucking, for example. Trucking is one of those industries where if that industry dies, basically the entire nation stops. And there are truckers, skilled truckers, who are leaving the field in droves. On top of that, there aren't enough Americans to fill those roles if you go by what the mainstream media says. I know this because I am currently looking into getting a trucking license on top of that's a whole other thing, top of my degree, trying to be well-rounded in this economy. But truckers, they were often said like, oh, well, we need H-1B visas to supplement, all the trucking routes and delivery to keep America flowing. Well, the average state graduates at if I'm not mistaken, around like 50,000 truckers a year, American truckers a year, plus the other, 60, 70 plus million truckers that are natural born American citizens that are opting in for more in-state and localized jobs, which basically means the younger guys take the over-the-road jobs, which is what we want. However, we can't do that because there's a lot of H-1B visas that are now filling those gaps abruptly. Look at tech, same thing. Not only are tech workers having to compete with H-1B visas right out of college, right out of trade schools, but now that we're having to compete with AI on top of it. Most of the fields that are quote unquote having these shortages isn't because they're having shortages. It's because all of these roles are being taken up by H-1B visa workers before the unemployed or the people who are coming out of high school can fill those roles. And that's something, like I said earlier, you have to 100% look at if you're going to make that argument.
Hey, just real quick, just for a fact thing, H-1Bs don't apply for trucking. H-1Bs are for highly specialized jobs.
Yeah,
Usually
neither does most standard nursing roles. Do not qualify for H-1Bs either, but you're still making that argument.
They do. They do.
No, they don't.
H-1Bs,
Most standard RN roles do not qualify for H-1B visas because H-1B requires a specialized occupation that normally needs at least a bachelor degree. Many RN jobs only formally require an associate, so no, they don't.
H-1Bs also are in the trucking industry because even though it's not a quote unquote specialized job, or it doesn't require a quote unquote bachelor's degree, or H2. Okay, we could go there.
H2B.
It's still a job being taken.
That was my point.
At the end of the day, oh, go for it.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I take up chat. So go ahead, man. You go ahead.
Even it's still a job being taken from an American by a foreigner hired outside of the country by a corporation. That is the general baseline argument that S.E.T is making.
But it's not taken. That's the whole thing. It's not taken from an American. We wouldn't give the why would Trump give out H-1Bs if we don't need people for those jobs?
That's why everybody's mad, because he's doing it, and there are Americans that can do those jobs. The unemployment rate for the country is like an additional 2 or 3%, man.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I was just, scrolling through all the evidence that shows that, yeah, we got enough kids that are going to be graduating. Shout out to the young scholars in nursing who'll be graduating enough to fill those jobs. I mean, let's just be honest. The way it's looking right now, yeah, there are around 550,000 plus nursing students in 4-year and graduate institutions, plus an additional ADN student in the community colleges that pushes the grand total closer to 650,000 to 700,000 nursing graduates that will be coming out.
I don't know why we're stuck on nursing. Could we get out? Could we do any other industry?
You guys brought it up.
You did. I don't know who brought up nursing.
I mean, okay, good. I mean,
that was one of the industries where we said there's a shortage. We said there's a that H-1Bs fill shortages in industries, and you brought it, and somehow somebody connected it to that was just one industry where there's a shortage, where there's there's a shortage in trucking. We wouldn't give H-2 visas to people if we didn't need people for those jobs, and they're only good for 1 to 3 years. So the people, then guess what happens? We fill those jobs until those people graduate. Once they graduate, guess what? Those visas expire. They go back.
But they can be made permanent. They don't.
They could.
A lot of companies don't. A lot of companies don't expire those visas. In fact, they keep them on and just drive the wages down. That's part of the reason why people are upset about the wage crisis. Because a lot of H-2Bs and H-1B visa students come in and they take these
They're
jobs,
not students,
quote unquote, workers, and they come in and they take these jobs on a quote unquote temporary basis, and then temporary goes way past what the visa should allow. And then we get into immigration territory. Case in point, here's another example, another skill that I have: trade. HVAC worker, work around a bunch of carpenters. You know how many visa workers that are actually immigrant H-2B visa workers, like your carpenters, your HVAC, your plumbers, your electricians, your welders? There's tons of them. The jobs and the trades used to pay out a whole bunch, and there used to be a plethora of Americans that could do those jobs. But now the wages are so low because there's so many immigrants over here on these visas that it's not even worth doing them anymore. So you end up solving two problems at once. by getting rid of that.
All right. But yeah, I'll be honest with you. Look, I remember the debate started out with pretty much us talking about nursing. I think it was a whole shortage in nursing, and that's where I kind of debunked that. Now, if you're saying that H-1Bs can be used to fill in a gap, I mean, for sure. But to sit here and not pretend like a majority of these guys don't go for permanent residency, come on now.
H-1B visas apply if they're specialized industries. So people with bachelor's degrees, that's why it's computer programming, it's stuff like that, where we've got people in college right now, but we need people for 1 to 3 years to fill those jobs until the people are graduating. So we have enough Americans who have that specialized training in those industries. We need people to fill those gaps. We're not. H-1Bs help us. They benefit us overall. They fill holes until we have enough Americans to fill those. Once we have enough Americans to fill those jobs, then we stop giving out H-1Bs in that industry.
Yeah, that's what they said like 5 years ago, but it's still happening. And then take case in point, Spectrum. Spectrum is the fastest growing internet service provider in the nation. Okay. My wife's dad worked in Spectrum for a while, and he had tons of experience up under his belt. You know who he got replaced by? A freaking visa worker. You have companies doing stuff like that on a regular basis. So if we went with your idea, what's to stop exactly that actually happened from happening more?
I mean, nothing. I mean, it sucks for that person, but overall, it helps.
Wow,
it helps.
Man.
I mean,
that's not an answer. Come on, man. Come on.
I mean, what do you mean? What do you want me to say? So, I mean, that's overall cutting costs helps Americans overall. It sucks for some people who might lose a job in it here and there, but guess what? There's other opportunities for them to find a job in that industry. You know what I'm saying?
So you're saying
he's savage.
So,
give you that.
So basically,
it's just facts.
So basically, your argument is to push out American workers slowly but surely from industries and be like, well, you can always find another job. Like, how messed up is that? You have entire industries losing decades, if not centuries worth of experience just to save a couple pennies here and there.
I'll be real with you, dog. For a liberal, you sound a lot like a corporate elitist. I'll be real with you. He's like, man, for the cost, man, you got to let them go.
That's the whole thing. I know I'm being a capitalist. That's I don't understand how you guys aren't
It's not a capitalism. So
it is capitalism. No. You guys.
No, capitalism is basically where you can do pretty much anything. It's cost versus demand. So what's the demand, and do I have what I need to meet said demand to turn a profit? What corporate elitism says is, how can I drive my costs down and make the most amount of profits? And if I can drive my costs down by hiring people and paying them a lower wage, knowing full well that they're going to send the money back to their country where, $5 is worth like 1,000 of their dollars over there, then yeah, I'm definitely going to do that option because it's cheaper for my overhead in the long haul.
Wait, that's just business. That's just capitalism.
Okay, do you like the cost of living right now?
I'm the one that's a freaking. No.
That's a yes or no. Okay, so there's the reason why that's a bad idea.
How the cost of living right now is I don't understand
the cost of living is because businesses are hiring foreign workers for way cheaper wages, driving down the cost of labor and making it harder for average Americans that are born here to actually function and live.
That lowers the prices.
The main point is driving down the wages. That's what actually hurts us. Is when when these foreign workers come in and they drive down wages. When it comes to illegal work or even H-1B, the H-1B visas are paid 20 to 30% less than your U.S. citizen. So it already shows the incentive right there.
But
and think about it. Why would you go from, think about it like this, bro? And because you're capitalist, right? So why would you go from paying this H-1B visa guy $100K for programming, and now you got, and for 3 years, and why would you go jump your costs up by 20,000 by hiring an American? Why not just try to work away for him to renew his H-1B visas like they do, get these going to renew it, or try to get them pipeline into a permanent residency or a green card?
Because by then there's going to be a lot more jobs in that industry. The whole point.
That's not thinking like a capitalist, my guy.
That
According
is
to your logic.
That is no. They're thinking
profits.
Wait, how? How does that lose some profits?
Dodge Brothers versus Ford. Their duty of a company is to its shareholders, not the people. And by hiring on somebody at a higher rate, you're taking money away from your shareholders. That's what capitalism is.
No, but
if we go by your definition.
But I'm saying, so if let's say there's 500,000 jobs in this industry, and we have, and let's say there's going to be 700,000 jobs in that industry in 2 years from now, right? There's going to be more jobs in that industry that are going to be filled by Americans.
I don't know, man.
And by the time that 3 years is up, those jobs can go to Americans now because the rate that you're paying
most H-1B visas are being brought in from entry level to mid positions in the tech industry, and of course, so that's not a good thing. Those are jobs that the Americans can take because they're only entry level. That's our main gripe, is like they say that it's supposed to be for these specialized skill, but the problem is, though, it's just being used for cheap labor. That's it, especially when it comes to tech. And it's definitely being done in some parts of medicine, and actually it's being done across the board. And the American people are tired of it. And the problem is, instead of you guys being on our side, you're kind of just holding water for the corporate elites, and you're pretty much making an argument for them to save costs, but not for the American workers to, get a job, actually put their degrees to use, and get their wages increased. Instead, you're actually arguing for the lowering of our wages.
No, by the way, before we move on, I do want to get on this. I do want to say something about something you said way earlier about the dude that killed the 2 National Guards workers. And I have the theory. I think, and this is just from a military perspective, I think what happened with that guy is that he was a vulnerable veteran who was in a state of PTSD, and he but he was extremely susceptible to ISIS or a terrorist organization influencing him, combined with the other outside factors. I'm not saying what he did was right. Yeah, he needs to face justice, but that's just my take.
And all right, now let's go ahead and get some to the super chat so we can react to some of them. So shout out to Hellbat for the baller alert. He says, got you. Now, why the fuck don't we have some sort of reward penalty system for good and bad teachers? For F's sake, we have way too many teachers going into that profession to pull kids to their side. I mean, bro, we have way too many teachers going in that profession just for a paycheck. I mean, that's it. That's what kills us. Right. That's what kills us. And shout out to my man Jet. He says, wait, so now we're supposed to trust the corporate elites to dump the H-1Bs for the more expensive college graduates when they get out of school? Like, apparently. I know it's tough to hear it, but that's literally what the other side tells us. And I get the arguments. Trust me. It's like, oh, we're trying to fill a gap. And these are logical arguments, but they undermine the American people for corporate gain. And for the Dems to be the ones against, any type of corporate elitism, I mean, it's kind of funny how y'all make this stance.
Yes, you're basically asking an alcoholic to go into a bar and not drink with that logic.
But I don't understand. How can I word it? The H-1Bs are not like unlimited. Like companies can't just say, I'm going to keep on getting H-1Bs. You know what I'm saying? It's not like an unlimited number of them.
Yeah, but each
H-1B, we control how many there are.
Each H-1B saved that company about 20 to 30% on labor because they pay these guys less than U.S. born citizens. So you got to understand the labor cost.
but only for that short term, 3 years, and then they got to pay an American a regular salary. Plus,
Can
even
can
by
H-1B
law,
visas be renewed?
for another 3 years. And
Okay, then so they can keep it going. You're acting like they can't steamroll it. I mean, or they can't keep it going. They can't recycle, or they can't like keep. Well, I'm sorry, not recycle.
It's not, but they can't keep on doing it. It's not. They can't keep going 3 year, 3 year, 3 year, 3 year. It's 3 year, 6 year. Then they're out. It's like it's term limit. You know.
So here's the thing. You got billion-dollar corporations like Microsoft, Google. You also have multi-million-dollar industries like not just tech, but also construction, right? These companies have tons of cash and they can throw a bunch of money around if they need to save some money in the long term. They're talking long-term game. You're talking short-term game. They're already aware that 3 year, 3 year, 3 year, 6 year, and then they're done. Okay? So what's to stop a company from rolling a immigrant worker out as far as they can get on the visa status, and then importing them in as a green card, which
Hold on, I
does
do need to read this out
happen.
real quick because this actually goes into your point, gaming. Because actually, yeah, like so, yes, an H-1B visa can be renewed, extended up to 6 years. So that's 3 years, right? Plus the 6. And if you think that's
Up to,
all,
no.
they can go past the 6 years actually. So we can have this guy almost here for like 9 to 10 years on that H-1B visa.
It was 3 years, up to 6 years. So it's okay.
No.
Anyway,
it's 6 years.
Standard extension H-1B visa for up to 6 years.
Yep.
So you can definitely get it extended for that long. So it's not just 3 years. We could add on a 6, or even if we just add on another 3, it's still 6 more years, or in 3 years over what you said. So it's not a guarantee that they're just going to be here for 3 years. And if they've been here for 6 years, that's 2 graduation cycles that an American student could have got that job.
Yep. All to save a buck.
Shout out to the corporate elites, though, right? I mean, come on, Link, bro. Let's do the money dance for the corporate elites, bro. Come on.
It's not about corporate elites, though.
It is, though. Most of the companies that are hiring the H-1B and H-2B visas are businesses that make at least over $1 million or $2 million a year annually.
Even Elon guilty.
But okay, so lowering cost, a company when they lower costs, what do they do with that profit?
Reinvest, probably make a new facility.
Yes,
but
which,
it doesn't.
Okay,
It doesn't always translate into lower prices, though. We do know that. So
yeah, but even that innovation that they're using, the R&D that they get from it, and everything else, that helps that company grow, right?
Yeah, but then you're asking American students to go back to school to be updated with the latest and greatest instead of being in the workforce and having to work their way up like everybody else. That's lost time and lost experience. That's how you end up running into situations where companies ask you to have like 6 years of experience and you're a fresh college graduate with a bachelor's. Make it make sense.
Well, I'll just say this, bro. When it comes to the H-1B visas, I hope you're actually starting to see how this is all one big corporate scam.
So real quick, by law, H-1B employees must pay higher of the prevailing wages for the occupation. Of course, companies take advantage, and there are loopholes in contract work. American workers programs. So far, there's studies haven't shown the negative impact on wages.
Are you kidding me?
On American workers.
Are you kidding me? Have you been alive during the last 4 years?
In the industries where H-1Bs, you know what I'm saying, and programming,
trucking, construction.
But how much of that is AI and other factors, the economy?
No, we're not. That's why I said other industries, to give you an idea of just how far-reaching this issue is. Sorry.
And those apply to all those industries: AI, the economy,
I get what you're saying. What I'm saying is this: even if we were to rule out AI, right? Americans' next biggest competitor is immigrant immigration. And AI isn't in all industries. It's almost exclusive to the STEM field and the tech industry. And even still, when you take that into consideration, you're still losing a bunch of American workers to H-1B visas. You still have an experience loss. You still have innovations that happen whether the kids are out of school or not. You still have Americans that don't have jobs, that can't get one because they're busy competing with the immigrants for their jobs. And you're giving the corporate elite basically the cream of the crop as far as cheap labor goes.
But it's
This
not.
is all negative for American citizens. You're basically asking a suicidal person not to kill themselves. I could slice this 1,000 different ways for you, but if you don't see how this is an issue and why you can't exactly trust every single major corporation that makes a gross of over $100 million a year to do the right thing, then you probably will never see it past this point.
I mean, let's just be real. Like,
Why would the government do it then? Why is H-1Bs a thing? If everything is all negative if it's only negatives,
bro, the
why do we
only
have them?
positive is for the corporation that you're supporting right now. It's negative for the American worker. That's the argument.
Lobbyists. That's the answer to that. You think that these corporations aren't in Congress lobbying for things? I mean, literally, they lobbied for us to go to war in the Middle East just for the sake of some oil. You really think that a lobbyist wouldn't lobby for cheap labor?
Of course they do, but that's just business. That's the whole point of business, is to lower cost to increase profits, right? That's on
the backs of American people. That's cool.
No, that's why we have. No. Listen, that's why things like labor unions and stuff like that are so important. That's why it's so crazy that conservatives hate those things so much.
So you realize that H-1B visas and H-2B visa workers can also join labor unions, which effectively push Americans out of those jobs too, right?
How? Why can't? But Americans can join those unions.
Yes,
it's not
yes, but when you're competing with a freaking immigrant who's going to work for way cheaper, I mean, that pretty much trumps the labor union argument altogether.
Why would a union pick an immigrant over an American?
Because it's about pocketing the difference.
But if the immigrant's getting paid less, then that'd mean the union would get paid less.
Unions are usually subsidized by tax incentives on top of union dues. I know because I used to work for one.
Yeah, but it's just, so if I'm paying an immigrant, so if the union gets a cut of what the immigrant makes, and the immigrant makes less than an American, that means the union is making less than what they would for had an American.
So the way that the union structure is set up is that one, they get subsidies from the government depending on what type of union there are. Number two, they actually have a contract with the business cuts them a percentage for even forming. Basically, it's a babysitter's fee. And then the people pay into the union to be guaranteed something out of it. But the union still makes money, which is why a lot of unions are around and are a thing today.
All right, guys. Now, we also got to remember, like, a lot of these guys are devious players. Like, they'll claim that, look, I'm only going to bring in this junior software engineer. I'm bringing him in at level 1, but really they got him working like level 2, level 3 roles, and that's how they also finesse the system.
Yeah, like I could tell you from personal experience, I'm an ROV operator. I have my certificate, and I can't tell you how many times I've seen ROV operators come in as a tier 1 ROV operator, which is the lowest tier, and then all of a sudden they're doing like tier 2, tier 3 work. It's like, bro, you shouldn't even be out in the field like that.
And let's be real, H-1Bs, they're kind of on the border level extortion. Because let's be real, legally, H-1B workers are supposed to be paid at or above prevailing wages, but they're not. Yep. And that's in practice. A lot of them are. We'll see here. What was it? They were filed at low wage levels, just like I stated. So the reason why they're filed at low wage levels is because, all right, I'm gonna pay them less, but I'm gonna make them do one level up more, or one skill level up more. So I hired him in as a junior, which means guess what? I only got to pay them that, what, 80K to 100,000 for that junior level software developer. But I'm gonna make them be at a mid-level software developer or a senior level, and I'm gonna make them do that work, which I'm really supposed to be paying them maybe 50K more for, but I got them in here as level 1, and this is through the H-1B visas, and they're tied to their employer. So it's not like they can just go somewhere else. If they leave there, they got to leave the country, especially don't find somewhere else that's willing to give them an H-1B visa sponsor.
And then companies talk, and he ended up leaving. But companies talk, and if you think companies don't talk, you're dead wrong on that. You think these companies don't share a list about which visa workers they bring in and which ones they don't? Bro, if they know they can't extort you and take advantage of you, they're gonna just send you out the country.
Bro, and here's the worst part, bro. They put these guys on salary as they do the rest of them. But here's the thing: they work them past their salary on purpose. It's like, bro, I'm just like, yeah, you're an H-1B guy. I'm paying you like 100K, but I'm about to work you for 300. And you about to be doing like senior level stuff. So I should be paying you 300, but I'm about to save a whole lot of money by putting you in as junior, but making you do senior level work.
And that's the uncomfortable part that a lot of people don't like admitting is like, yeah, there are some form, and I learned this while during my Bible study. Sometimes, bro, God's knows are the biggest blessing. And sometimes, like, we share that same thing. It's like sometimes when we tell people no, it's not to be me. It's for a reason. It's for their own safety and security.
Facts.
Part of the reason why Americans are being like, no, we shouldn't be doing this is because we know how our American business politics are, and we know the games that they play. They can't get over on Americans the same way they can get over on foreigners who don't really know no better. They think, oh well, they're used to being worked like dogs, so when they come over here, they think they're getting they're earning what they're supposed to be earning, and really everybody around them is like, bro, he's working you like a slave.
Bro, I'll be real with you. I've heard like high level guys talk about this, and I'm like, bro, you could talk to them however you want. It's like they have a power trip over these H-1B visa guys because they can talk to them however they want, knowing that their job's at risk. You can't talk to American however you want in the workplace, but these H-1B visa guys don't get the respect they deserve. So it's really an extortion system that that for some reason the Dems are okay with. Not only are they okay with undermining the American citizen, but they're okay with the extortion of immigrants. You gotta love it.
Right, and it don't make no sense, and I'm not okay with that stuff. Now, I'm gonna keep it straight. Like, I agree with you said. Kick them all out. Oh well, who's gonna? Man, we'll figure it out. Like when they were talking about getting rid of the Mexicans, they were like, "Who's gonna pick all the crops in the field?" You know what that sounds like? Who's gonna pick my cotton? That's exactly what that sounds like. It's the same argument that the Democrats made back when they abolished slavery. Who's gonna pick the cotton? Like, bro, pick it yourself.
Like literally, you're literally asking for these guys to be extorted. Like, and here's the thing: they were saying, "Who gonna pick the fruits?" You know how bad some of these guys these illegal immigrants live, who got to pick these fruits. You know how much they get extorted. How some of them will go for pay, and then the guy won't pay them and say, "Oh, well, I'm gonna call ICE on you if you keep asking." And y'all want that for these people?
And it's like we ran these infomercials about like how these immigrants have struggled for years and they're happy to do, like, bro, no. I'm gonna tell some people this right now, and I'm gonna say it on live with my whole chest. This country, if you're not an American citizen, bro, will chew you up and spit you out. We are not like China or Japan or India or any of these other places where it's kind of known and you can work around the system. This system here, if you're an immigrant and you ain't on your P's and Q's, it will take advantage of you in every sense of the word.
Yeah, I mean, and shout out to her. She said I had a good idea as well. It's like, I think they should stop H-1Bs for a few years and let Americans fill those jobs. It's like, and I don't understand. Like I said, it's crazy how the Dems have this logic of just like, oh, well, we need them, bro. We need them to fill our jobs. We need them to replace us for birth. We need, like, when will you guys stop falling for the globalist agenda? Like, at what point don't you sit there and open your eyes and be like, hold on, does this even sound right? Does this even benefit my people? Like, what am I saying?
And then, it was like I wasn't trying to like gag him a whole bunch or like over talk him or try to have a bunch of gotcha moments. I'm asking like legitimate follow-up questions. Like, are you sure you can trust somebody who has power to give it up? No, we've seen this time and time again in history. And then, it doesn't just stop there. If you're going to say you're a capitalist through and through, your goal is to make wages high so that you have a consistent customer base. It's the cost of goods and services versus your customer base analysis. And if the price of your goods and services are way too high to where people can't afford them, you might as well not even be in business. If the wages are high and everybody can afford your stuff, then I can see why your prices look the way they do. But when wages are low and your prices are high, you're not going to get that much business. So you end up shooting yourself in the foot in the long run, unless you're a large enough business to where you can just supplement the price difference with pure volume.
True. I mean, I like the way you explained that. Now, here's the thing. I don't even think these guys are bad guys. The problem is, though, it's just that, of course, they're not bad guys. Like Link, cool guy. I'm pretty sure social. He sounds like a reasonable guy, even though he was like kind of red herring with the whole, oh, what about the shortage in teachers? I'm like, we could talk about that later, but I thought the main point was nursing. But all right, here's the thing, guys. H-1B visas is not our saving grace. If you're expecting immigrants to save us, I'm sorry, but yes, you are what we call a globalist. Because for some reason, you're trying to look outside to fix within. And we got to fix ourselves as American people. We got to up our own birth rates. We got to put ourselves first and stop letting other people tell us that we're not worthy, that we're not enough, or that we're not doing enough. And then here's the thing, though. They don't even prove to us that they're not doing enough. They just go ahead and make their moves on their own. They're already here talking about a shortage in nursing, but we got all these nurses ready to graduate. But they want to talk about a shortage. I'm like, damn, can you wait?
And then you're basically calling Americans lazy. I ain't gonna lie, like most Americans are willing to get out and work. There's a reason why. I'll tell you this. I've met a lot of people from Europe that say you guys travel really far. We are what's called super commuters by the rest of the world standards, traveling whole countries distance away almost for a job.
Mm-hmm.
And we do that regularly. So most people think that Americans don't want to work. That's not the issue. It's nothing out here.
Yeah, and then like what the Dems will tell us is that, well, the low wage jobs are for the illegals and the high wage jobs are for the H-1B visas, and that's just all a corporate elitist strategy to not pay you what you're worth, or not pay you a livable wage, or what they'd pay a U.S. citizen. It's just, bro, it's literally a corporate agenda to pretty much allow you guys to let them to rip you off when it comes to wages.
And then on top of that, it sounds like a two-tiered system. Like foreigners are worth less than Americans. That's really not what we're saying. We're saying,
not at all.
Yeah, you guys can come over here, you can get jobs, but just know that you're not going to be high on the priority list as compared to the people in this country, because they went through the schooling, they already live here, they're way closer. We don't have to have a tax hike to get them settled into the country or any of this stuff. We can just pull them for where they are and they can go.
All right. But all right, bro, let's go ahead and get into the video, because I did promise Chase I was going to go ahead and play this. So I guess we'll end out on this one. But bro, great conversation though. So we definitely cooked on that. But all right, big dog, let's go ahead and get into this video, because we're about to get into Venezuela, how Venezuela became an awful place to live. All right, guys, let's get right into it. And shout out to my man, Chase.
If you were to ask any old Venezuelan what their country was like in their youth, they would like to
I follow this guy.
Bounty with endless.
Bro, me too. I like him. I was like, oh, yeah. Shout out Chase.
Yeah, he got good information.
Man.
Opportunities and a bright outlook on the future. And they'd be right. During most of the 20th century, Venezuela was amongst the world's richest countries thanks to its massive oil reserves. Today, however, the future has never seemed more bleak. Currently ranked as the worst Latin American country to live in, the past 2 decades have allowed Venezuela to be engulfed in a storm of poverty, crime, hunger, and corruption, all overseen by a gang of dictators unwilling to give up power. Once the most prestigious country on the continent, Venezuela's glass castle started cracking in the mid-2010s, turning it into a modern hell on earth, making everyone wonder the 3 same things. What's the endgame here? What does the future hold? And how did Venezuela get here in the first place?
Just before we continue, quick shout out to today's sponsor, S.E.T Underwear. Look, I've worn a lot of uncomfortable pairs of underwear in my life, as have you, no doubt. Too loose, too tight, rides up, bunches weird. You know the drill, but S.E.T doesn't do any of that. No, I'm not pulling these out from my trousers. But I am wearing a pair of S.E.T, I think a bright red underneath my trousers. These are the black and red variant. They come in all sorts of colors, by the way. And this is the only brand that I have basically stuck with and ended up.
Man, look like he got them Versace drawers. All right, let's go.
Do they prevent the infamous ball stick?
Massive oil reserves were first discovered in Venezuela back in 1922 by Dutch geologists, flowing at an extraordinary rate at the time of 100,000 barrels per day. Within just a few years, hundreds of foreign companies would start producing oil, and with the blessing of the dictator Juan Vicente Gomez, Venezuela would produce more than 137 million barrels annually, making it the second biggest exporter of oil in the world, with the United States retaining the first spot. At the time, Venezuela was slowly turning into a petrostate, suffering from the so-called Dutch disease. Although neither of these terms existed in the 1920s or 30s, Venezuela was very much showing all of the symptoms. To qualify for the title of a petrostate, the country has to fulfill the following. Its government's income has to be largely reliant on the export of oil and natural gas. Its economic and political power has to be concentrated in an elite minority. Corruption has to be widespread and rampant on all levels. And its political institutions have to be weak and unaccountable. Mere years after striking black gold, Venezuela were checking all of those boxes, and it still checks them today. Some other famous examples of petrostates are Russia, the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar. At the same time, it was beginning to show the first symptoms of the Dutch disease. Now, Dutch disease is a term in economics describing a country's economy that largely revolves around exploiting natural oil and gas reserves while completely neglecting other sectors such as agriculture or manufacturing. The economic disease occurs due to a large inflow of foreign capital when oil is discovered, which results in growth of local currency, making imports cheaper. Leaders often commit to a seemingly logical plan of directing all industrial attention to oil production while completely disregarding other industries, maximizing the potential of the most profitable industrial sector to make money on exports, and then using those resources boosted by the growth of the local currency to compensate for the shortcomings of other sectors. I mean, it all seems logical, but it's actually a trap. These neglected sectors then see a rise of unemployment, and the country becomes increasingly dependent on importing the goods that the neglected sectors should be producing. Since the country is so dependent on imports on one side, it becomes increasingly dependent on exports of oil and gas on the other, and it soon finds itself in a very economically toxic and taxing cycle. This sort of economic ship can be kept afloat, though, at least in theory. As long as you keep pumping oil and taxing foreign drillers, you'll be fine. But if the oil prices were to suddenly drop, the country would all of a sudden find itself lacking funds for imports while also lacking native industry because it's been hung, drawn, and quartered. Venezuela would become a petrostate, suffering from a bad case of Dutch disease very soon after striking oil, and all the symptoms continue to this day. Gomez's successors wanted to impose stricter sanctions on foreign oil companies, so in 1943, they declared a law that required foreign companies to give half the profits to the state. This increased Venezuela's income sixfold. Then, in an attempt to avoid more dictatorships, Venezuela elected its first democratic government in 1958, and the three major parties signed a pact stating that state jobs and oil rents would be parceled out to the three parties in proportion to voting results. While perhaps notable in inception, all this pact ensured was that oil profits would be concentrated in the state. Despite the political turmoil, Venezuela was still doing incredibly well. In 1973, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries issued an embargo on countries that were supporting Israel in the Yom Kippur War. This quadrupled oil prices made Venezuela the richest country in Latin America per capita. Venezuela was, in fact, South America's wealthiest country overall during the 70s and 80s, and among the 20 richest countries in the world. This also reflected on the lives of its citizens. Venezuela boasted the lowest levels of economic inequality and the highest industrial growth rate across the region. The wealth accumulated during that period would follow the country all the way to the new millennium, when it had a GDP of $122.91 billion and a growth rate of 3.4%. The last quarter of the 20th century, however, wasn't without its troubles. Corruption was rampant, as it had always been, and would continue to be decades later. There was simply so much money that it was difficult to keep track of it all, and there was no real oversight. From top-level officials to bottom-feeding local would-be sheriffs, bribery was an everyday occurrence in Venezuela. Analysts at the Cato Institute estimate that as much as $100 billion was embezzled between 1972 and 1997, and that's just the money that can be accounted for. Good times don't last, they say, and that was proven true by the 1980s oil crisis. Do you remember how we earlier established that a petrostate can remain somewhat stable in spite of its Dutch disease as long as oil prices don't plummet? Well, in the 1980s, the world found itself in an oil glut. There was a huge surplus of crude oil, and after the price per barrel peaked at $35, which is about $137.60 today.
Oh, yeah, and shout out to Tori G for sending the floating heart for 10 joules. Appreciate the support, sis, to make sure I catch that.
It dropped to below $10 in 1986, which is about $29 today. The cause for the oil surplus were the short-lived 1973 and 1979 oil crises that slowed down the global economy, which in turn lowered oil demand. So, how's that tie in with Venezuela? Well, Venezuela's economy was a chair with a single leg, and that leg was the oil sector. And when you remove that leg, well, the chair falls over, doesn't it? This is, in essence, what the Dutch disease symptoms warn of. You cannot put all your eggs in a single oily basket and expect the economy to survive when that basket is lit on fire. Venezuela's economy was in freefall, and inflation was simultaneously soaring, while the country's president, Jaime Lashinchi, made the unwise decision of purchasing foreign refineries, which only added foreign debt to the country's already strained wallet. Because of that and some other reasons that we don't have time to get into today, Carlos Andrés Perez was once again elected in 1989 after already having served as president back in the 70s. At this point in time, Venezuela was far from the country it was just a decade ago during Perez's era. Once among the richest in the world, and by far the richest in all of Latin America, its economy was now a dumpster fire with an astonishing poverty rate of 70%, $34 billion of national debt, and only $300 million in international reserves. Immediately after assuming office, Perez launched a fiscal austerity package as part of the IMF's financial bailout. Venezuelans saw that as treason. For one, Perez was a populist leader that campaigned on a platform of abundance that followed his first presidential period. He called the economists at the International Monetary Fund genocide workers in the pay of economic totalitarianism, calling its policies bombs that kill people. He immediately dropped the pretense of ushering in Venezuela's new golden era and imposed sanctions that were supposed to help the country in the long term, but made life more difficult for the common man. For example, the state would reduce fuel subsidies and increase public transportation fees by 30%. That Venezuelans could live with. What they could not accept was the reduction of gasoline subsidies. For decades, gas prices in Venezuela were some of the lowest in the world, far below international levels. Venezuelans paid about 13 US cents per gallon in the 70s, and in 1989, their newly elected president, who promised that this wouldn't change and said he wouldn't impose IMF sanctions, was changing the policy. Riots and protests erupted. Called the Caracazo, as they lasted for 6 days from late February to early March of 1989, with authorities using a disproportionate amount of force, especially in poor areas, resulting in at least 2,000 deaths, with independent estimates reaching 5,000. One particularly important name found its place on news headlines around the world at the time, Hugo Chavez. Using the Caracazo as a jumping-off point, he launched not one, but 2 coups d'etats in 1992. Both failed, but Chavez rose to international fame, and in 1998, he was elected president. Soon, everything in Venezuela would get a lot worse. Chavez ran his campaign on a socialist platform, planning on using Venezuela's massive oil resources to reduce poverty and inequality that were plaguing a country which was incredibly wealthy less than 2 decades ago. Instead, he launched a 4-pronged assault on his own economy in the form of terrible macroeconomic policies, even worse microeconomic policies, corruption, and poorly planned social programs. These social programs, which were the center of his administration, were part of a cluster of programs called Bolivarian missions. More than 30 programs were aimed at helping the social sectors which needed help the most, guaranteeing basic levels of social services such as health services and education, as well as food and housing, among other critical sectors. The issue that keeps reappearing in Venezuela is corruption, and it was no different with Bolivarian missions. First of all, Chavez convinced pretty much everyone that the presidential term needed to be increased to 6 years and that the president needed to have more power in the country in order to get Bolivarian missions over the line. For the first time in Venezuelan history, the constitution was approved by referendum, and in the year 2000, Chavez was re-elected. Bolivarian missions were also riddled with scandals. The IMF criticized Chavez, saying that significant amounts of money had been diverted to private pockets. The long-term sustainability of these missions was also questioned, as they mainly depended on oil prices and exports. This reckless planning would make Venezuela's economy vulnerable to future economic shocks, meaning that the country did not learn its lesson from the 1980s oil glut. The quality of work in these missions was also questionable at best. The College of Engineers of Venezuela warned about the quality of subsidized homes that were being built. In 2013, decade-old buildings started to show their faults. The report cited the situation of the housing complex of Ciudad Caribia, where walls were collapsing, plasterwork was unsupported, and cracks were forming just about everywhere. This is the result of rushed work. In order to retain political support, Chavez had the developers cut corners, and much infrastructure built as part of the Bolivarian missions is of incredibly poor quality. The same pattern was spread across all Bolivarian missions. Everything was rushed to show results immediately so Chavez could ensure re-election, and it worked, momentarily. The people could see the results immediately, and Chavez retained support. At the same time, on a macroeconomic level, Venezuela's economy found itself in a boom. This boom, however, was not the result of smart politics, but the side effect of a global commodity supercycle, which is a long period of high prices on basic goods such as grain, metal, and of course, oil. During this prolonged economic boom, the Venezuelan government came to an idiotic conclusion that it was the right time to increase spending. Unlike Norway, for example, which is another oil-exporting country, but a country that saves money during the good times for the bad times, Venezuela ran double-digit deficits as the economy boomed and it was outspending its income. To supplement the losses, the government raised the external debt sixfold and contracted the state-owned oil company, Petróleos de Venezuela, with more than $100 billion in obligations. Even though the economic ground was fertile for a recovery, the government seemed to actively seek to destroy its own economy, and if all of that wasn't enough, they decided to pull the same trick we all thought would work when we were 10 years old, simply printing more money. The central bank started printing money, and then the same thing that always happens happened. Inflation rose, and while it worked as a tax on savings and wages through higher consumer prices, it mostly affected the poorest people, the same people that Chavez was supposed to help. The government also decided to bring back subsidies for fuel and gas, making gasoline in Venezuela not only the cheapest in the world, but basically free. Electricity subsidies were also massive, which led to losses and underinvestment in the sector, and the oil sector didn't fare any better. Even though it was not only the most important industrial sector, but the only sector with long-term viability, carrying the majority of Venezuela's industry on its back, Chavez seemingly decided to decapitate it. Investment funds in the oil sector were minimal, and after the state-owned oil company's workers went on strike, he fired thousands of them. After crippling quite literally the most important company in the country, he replaced experienced technical experts with cronies and political allies. Because of this, oil production fell rapidly. The overall production fell from around 3 million barrels per day at the turn of the century to about 2.3 million barrels per day at Chavez's death in 2013. While strategic petroleum reserves, the country's most important resource by a huge margin, dwindled, the government debt more than doubled. Chavez's microeconomic policies were the nail in the Venezuelan economy's coffin. The government was incredibly hostile toward the private sector and private property. First and foremost, Chavez made this hostility public, with many expropriations, which were televised and usually with no compensation to the owner. This was a clear sign to owners of private businesses to take their business elsewhere, and it further stopped any foreign investors who were perhaps interested in anything other than oil from investing. The nationalization of millions of hectares of land and firms spanning across various sectors took place. Agriculture, manufacturing, retail, banking, telecommunications, nothing was beyond reach for Chavez's iron grip. If that wasn't enough, the government all but secured a black market for currency trading. With their capital controls, there were more official exchange rates where the government subsidized dollar purchases. For example, the exchange control would sell dollars at 6.3 bolivars for priority goods like food and medicine, while less important goods would get a rate of 200 bolivars per dollar. This naturally created a black market with its own exchange rates, which further led to the birth of thousands of ghost companies whose only purpose was to lobby the government for subsidized dollars, which the companies then resold on the black market for a profit. A part of this money filled Chavez's pockets. This was actually another way Chavez cracked down on legitimate businesses, as they could not get reliable access to foreign currencies they needed to operate, and because of this, many closed their doors for good, while others pivoted toward activities that secured better exchange rates. To drown the economy further, the government set price decrees for thousands of retail goods: rice, chicken, soap, bread, toilet paper. All of them had low price caps, which ultimately put the producers out of business as they could not cover the cost, while it also led to an increase in crime as people were forced to smuggle basic goods just to survive. In 2011, the government decided to cap profits too, with surreal inventory seizures and jail time for workers and executives, meaning that Parks and Rec was unironically correct. If you make too much money,
believe it or not, jail right away.
This insanely dysfunctional economic framework left a lot of gaps for corruption, and it's estimated that the country lost approximately $300 billion to the long fingers of politicians and government officials. The government also invested a total of $700 billion into the Bolivarian missions, of which at least half is unaccounted for to this very day. These are only the more egregious examples. The embezzlement of hundreds of thousands of dollars or even the theft of low millions is so common in Venezuela that it's not even considered serious or even worth mentioning. Under Chavez, Venezuela was no stranger to tense international relations either. In 2009, a report by the US Government Accountability Office stated that drug trafficking was rampant in the country and government officials refused to cooperate with the United States. Venezuela more or less aided the Colombian paramilitary group called the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia by producing and trafficking drugs on Venezuelan territory. Colombia agreed with the United States, and to prepare for a potential war, Chavez opened a line of credit with Russia to purchase 98 T-72 tanks and a S-300 anti-air system. And if all of this wasn't bad enough, perhaps the worst thing Chavez did was turn Venezuela into a de facto autocratic state. After prolonging the presidential term to 6 years, in 2009, a referendum removed the term limit, which restricted a president to serving only 2 terms. Chavez himself was serving his 3rd presidential term in 2013 when he died. He also harassed journalists and ran independent outlets out of the country. In 2007, Chavez actually tried to change the constitution in a way that would allow the president to suspend media rights and detain citizens without declared charges in a state of emergency. But this referendum thankfully didn't pass. It was incredibly close, though, at 51 to 49, which means that 49% of voters seriously thought it was a good idea to allow the president to hold people hostage and completely block the media if he so wishes. Hugo Chavez paved the way towards a complete dictatorship before his death on March the 5th, 2013. But if you thought it couldn't get any worse than this, you were wrong. Hugo Chavez was succeeded by Nicolas Maduro, a close ally of Chavez. Maduro was a union leader who became the Minister of Foreign Affairs under Chavez and later his vice president. Just like his predecessor, he likes 2 things: making public appearances in Venezuela-themed sweatsuits and power. Venezuela was very divided during the first election, with Maduro just barely winning by 1.5% over his counter-candidate Enrique Capriles. His presidency, which is still ongoing at the time of recording, was somehow even worse than that of Chavez, and he managed to drown Venezuela's hopes of an economic resurgence even more. He is admittedly a bit funnier than Chavez. One of his first decisions was to usher in a new agency called, and this is not a joke, the Vice Ministry of Supreme Happiness. The goal of the agency is to coordinate social programs. Not much else about his presidency can be found amusing, though. Remember how we established that petrostates which suffer from the Dutch disease are vulnerable to changes in oil prices? Well, Venezuela suffered precisely because of this in the 80s, and you'd think that their leaders would have learned a lesson. Right? Well, no. The economy of Venezuela was not diversified under Chavez. They spent a decade and a half spending and stealing money wildly. The country had no savings, and it was massively indebted. And as soon as Maduro took power, well, global oil prices started dropping. In the summer of 2014, the price per barrel was around $100, and by Christmas that year, it dropped to around $50. By 2016, it would drop to barely $30 a barrel. This, in the most crude sense of the word, absolutely f***ed Venezuela. It was by far the worst thing that could happen to the country, aside from, I don't know, maybe something like Hiroshima happening. The IMF, among other organizations, suggested that Maduro repeal currency, price, and profit controls. He, of course, ignored the suggestions made by expert economists and doubled down on the policies created by his mentor. Even though the country barely had any dollar reserves and couldn't afford the frankly dumb system, the government continued assigning dollars at subsidized exchange rates. At this point in time, in the years 2014 and 2015, Venezuela was in a recession and Maduro was safely and surely leading the country right into a depression. From 2015 to 2016, the GDP dropped by a colossal figure of 17%, and in 2017 it dropped by another 16%. All the while, Maduro refused to re-strategize the country's economic policy. Just like Chavez before him, he pulled the old let's just print more money trick out of his sleeve, and the central bank started expanding the money supply by an unbelievable 20 to 30% per month. This sent Venezuela into hyperinflation. Obviously. In 2015, inflation was at 181%. This was the highest in the world at the time and the highest in the country's history, at least for a while. In 2017, prices were rising by 50% per month as inflation climbed to over 4,000%. In 2018, it climbed to over 33,000%, making it the 23rd most severe episode of hyperinflation in history anywhere. Economist Ricardo Hausmann wrote that Venezuela's economic collapse was unprecedented in the Western world. Between 2013 and 2017, the country's national and per capita GDPs contracted more severely than those of the US during the Great Depression and more than those of Russia, Cuba, and Albania after the fall of communism. This, of course, reflected most harshly on the common people. Images of honest, unfiltered despair coming from Venezuela had the world in shock. The minimum monthly wage could only meet a tenth of a single person's basic food needs. People were fighting in the streets over a piece of bread. Endless lines of people hoping to buy food filled the streets. Children were picking through dumpsters in the hopes of finding something to eat. 74% of the population lost an average of £19 in 2016. Pharmacies were out of drugs, and the hospitals didn't fare much better either, lacking basic equipment and minimum levels of hygiene. Surgeons were operating using the flashlights of their smartphones to see. Women were giving birth outside hospitals. Infant mortality rose 100%. And malaria and diphtheria, diseases eradicated in most countries, were spreading all over the country. Caracas became the most dangerous city on the planet with some of the highest per capita murder rates in the world. Since 2010, when it had the highest murder rate in the world, higher than Baghdad during the Iraq War, Caracas has retained its spot among the world's most dangerous cities, with 98% of crimes remaining unsolved. In 2017, the country was second only to El Salvador in terms of homicide rates, with 89 per 100,000 inhabitants. Caracas had 132 murders per 100,000. The so-called authorities were no better than the criminals. Amnesty International reported that close to 8,300 executions were carried out in Venezuela's poor neighborhoods during protests between 2015 and 2017. In 1 year, the report states 22% of all homicides in the country were carried out by Venezuelan security forces. 22%. 1 in 5 of all homicides. The country was not doing well in any single aspect, and to seek a better life, millions just left. Since 2017, at least 7.7 million Venezuelans left their homes, and the reason would become fatally clear by the end of the decade, at which point the GDP had shrunk by an unbelievable 61% per capita, which made Venezuela's collapse the 15th largest economic collapse in history outside of war, revolution, or state collapse. Most Venezuelans left for Chile, Colombia, Peru, and the United States. Maduro, at the same time, was edging closer to dictatorship. Obviously uninterested in giving up power, he more or less cheated his way to the presidential offices during the 2018 elections. Many Venezuelan NGOs, the European Union, the United States, the Lima Group, Australia, and the Organization of American States rejected the electoral process, with thousands of reports of vote buying, among other controversies. Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran recognized the electoral process, which says a lot, doesn't it? The countries rejecting it recognized the opposition figure, Juan Guaido, who was the head of the National Assembly at the time, as Venezuela's interim leader. Needless to say, Maduro did not accept this. At this point in time, Venezuela was on its knees and had all but been decapitated. Its oil industry, by far the most important pillar of its economy, was collapsing. Currency controls became the cornerstone of money laundering, simultaneously strangling the private sector. Private investment was virtually non-existent. In 2019, it was time for the international community to take charge. In 2019, a US-led international task force tried to oust Maduro from power. Aside from not recognizing him as a legitimate president, the campaign also imposed severe economic sanctions on Venezuela in an attempt to get the country's corrupt leadership to fall apart from the inside. The primary mechanism of these sanctions was cutting Venezuela off from the US oil market. A year later, Donald Trump imposed secondary sanctions on Venezuela's state-owned oil company PDVSA and subjected every country that did business with PDVSA to US sanctions. With this, Venezuela was basically cut off from the entire world's market. Venezuela's oil production was already down by at least 50% compared to the 2000s when these sanctions were imposed, and the results were almost immediate. Oil production fell from 1,500 kilobarrels per day before the sanctions to 337 kilobarrels per day in 2020. That was less than a year later, by the way. The economy reached a new low because of this. It had shrunk by 73% since the start of the crisis in 2014. Maduro's regime, however, stays afloat because they're still doing business with Russia, Iran, Turkey, China, and Cuba. If anything, the regime increased its grasp on power in Venezuela by taking leadership of the National Assembly, which was the last political body controlled by the opposition in Venezuela, the last pillar of hope for any semblance of reason in the country. The United States, now led by Joe Biden, Canada, the European Union, and the Organization of American States all condemned this move, stating that the Legislative National Assembly election was fraudulent. It seemed like Maduro did not care one bit about international sanctions, though, because Venezuela found a safety net in a few powerful countries still willing to do business with them. Despite that, times had never been worse. In 2020, the GDP growth rate was at negative 30%, and hyperinflation reached 300,000%. Simultaneously, COVID happened, adding another disastrous layer atop the already hellish humanitarian crisis. 33% of Venezuelans were skipping one meal a day, and at least 12% were going an entire day without food. Poverty reached a staggering 91%, and as of 2021, 67% of the population lives in extreme poverty. Overall, Venezuela ranked 24th out of 25 Latin American and Caribbean countries in prosperity, according to the UK-based Legatum Institute. The only country in worse shape is, you might have guessed, Haiti. It's impossible for us to process these numbers while sitting on a comfortable chair half a world away. The reality of the everyday situation in Venezuela, once we look past the numbers, is that it turned from one of the wealthiest countries in the world not even 50 years ago into a modern hellscape of poverty, crime, and worst of all, there's just no end in sight.
I mean, that's pretty much what
We touched upon high murder rates and fuel smuggling, but crime in Venezuela is a topic that transcends presidency. It's been the same under Chavez and Maduro, and it's no different today. The crime network in Venezuela is vast, and if you think of any horrible criminal activity, well, it's probably going down in Venezuela. One of those activities is human trafficking, for which Venezuela has become a major hub. Both domestic and foreign victims are exploited, often sexually, and they're often sold to other Latin American countries. Women, of course, are especially vulnerable, and they're often lured with false promises of leaving their godforsaken homeland for a better world, only to find themselves in the clutches of another criminal group which will, at best, have them produce cocaine, and at worst, use them as slaves. Colombia, Chile, Trinidad and Tobago, and Aruba are the most common destinations. Trafficking goes hand in hand with extortion. Fake kidnappings are prevalent, with families paying but never seeing their loved ones again, while the victims themselves attempt to pay for their freedom with what little money or goods they might have, or favors. Illegal trade of various goods and services also found fertile ground in a lawless country with illegal weapons easily attainable in Venezuela. The government plays a monumental role in the illegal gun trade, as most bullets used by smugglers and local gangs come from state-owned firearm manufacturers, with government officials in charge surely receiving a cut of the sales. Security forces members know better, as they were documented selling their own arms as well as seized arms and ammunition on the black market. Gun smuggling and trade routes in Venezuela became conduits for the entry of Soviet and European weaponry into Colombia. The story's no different with counterfeit goods. At least a quarter of the country's entire market is made up of counterfeit products. This includes anything from suits and purses to electronics and pharmaceuticals, most of them coming from China and Russia. The smuggling of oil continues to this day, despite the country's national reserves dwindling and the prices rising. However, the faces of the main actors have changed. The everyday Venezuelan was the culprit behind the fuel and oil smuggling back in the 20th century and in the early 2000s. Today, they've been replaced with state officials and key players in the country's oil industry who can get their hands on whatever little oil they have left. This has resulted in billions of dollars of losses in the past few years alone. Gold and mineral smuggling is also rampant in the country. From all the countries sharing the Amazonian rainforest, Venezuela has the greatest number of illegal mining spots. They transport minerals and gold through secret airstrips, while the smuggling business and the mines themselves are run by gangs, often using the aforementioned victims of human trafficking to do the dirty work for them. Since several gangs are operating the mines, territorial disputes are common, and that often results in shootouts, which feeds into the huge homicide numbers in the country. Mass poverty has also threatened the environment as the energy crisis led to a rise in illegal tree cutting for firewood, with some developing major enterprises and selling wood on the streets. The story is similar with wildlife. Wild deer, manatees, and collared peccaries are now critically endangered in Venezuela because the locals are overhunting them in order to provide for their families in the midst of the ongoing crisis. Dolphins, pink flamingos, and sea turtles are also common targets. Finally, Venezuela is also a major hub for the production and transportation of narcotics. The government has reported a decrease in heroin production, but experts question whether this is genuine or if the government simply isn't trying to control it anymore, so they're falsifying numbers. Cocaine remains the most popular drug in the country, with high-ranking officials involved in the drug trade, using the Amazon River as a key trafficking route for getting the white powder to Brazil, from which it's shipped to Europe. The key factor in all of these crime sectors is that the actors are, more often than not, state officials. Police officers, captains, military officers, government officials. There is seemingly not a single state official actually upholding the law. Not only are they facilitating these criminal enterprises through their positions, but they're also providing protection to the entire criminal framework. At the same time, they seem to be preparing themselves for a guerrilla war with experienced militants from Iran and Lebanon training the Kosovitos, the government-backed paramilitary groups that desperately want to keep the regime afloat. Whichever way you turn and whichever set of problems you analyze, they all seem to boil down to the same common denominator. The people in power are unbelievably corrupt, more than willing to watch the country burn as long as they profit from it, and the structures of political power, once you break them down to their bare bones, have been privatized. In 2022, Maduro agreed to hold a free and fair president.
I
said, what's your thoughts on this so far?
Man, it's kind of looking like it's a dead-end situation for Maduro. And honestly, it's kind of everything I predicted that was going on in Venezuela. I've been knew a good amount of this was going on, but I didn't know to the extremes or how bad the numbers were. So to hear this up front is kind of like, man, I mean, to be real, they kind of need this guy out of power, and they need some real capitalist leadership, or else it's going to be the end. I don't even think Venezuela can recover. Well, actually, no, wait, I take that back. They can recover because they have the resources for it. But without the proper leadership, there is no recovery.
I mean, yeah, and then not being able to get help from the IMF because they're basically a war-torn country.
Oh, move closer to the mic. I can barely hear you.
I said not being able to get help from the IMF because they're a war-torn country isn't helping either.
Yeah, true. So I don't know what's really going to happen to these guys, but getting Maduro out of power, unless, like I said, he runs, then okay. But if we're trying to use military force to get him out of power, it's only going to make those people's situation worse.
Maybe not.
Well, shoot, how do you feel like it could turn out like better for him?
Well, if they do a system of strategic bombings and they drop the Marines and the special forces where they need to be, which considering we have CIA and NSA assets in the AOR, I mean, it's pretty much a swift battle, but it seems like they're just looking for a reason to make that happen.
All right. Well, shoot, man, let's go ahead and finish out this last little bit, and then we'll just talk a little bit more about it.
Presidential election in 2024. In exchange, Washington eased sanctions on Venezuela's oil and gas sector for 6 months, which resulted in a ramp-up of production. In 2024, though, the Venezuelan government failed to meet the basic conditions for a fair vote and even started an ancient territorial dispute over the oil-rich Essequibo region with Guyana. Washington then reimposed the sanctions because Maduro, no matter how good a promise he makes, simply cannot be trusted. In July of the same year, both Maduro and the opposition claimed victory in the presidential elections. The opposition claimed to have published more than 80% of the legitimate voting tallies, but since the government has complete control over the internet in Venezuela, these things can't be shown to the public. The voting tallies verified by several foreign independent analysts, showed the opposition candidate, Edmundo Gonzalez Orisha, winning by a landslide. He received 67% of the vote. The National Electoral Council, which has become Maduro's personal property at this point, declared Maduro a clear winner. And if that isn't enough of a testament to how rotten Venezuela's electoral process became, well, the government issued a warrant for the arrest of Gonzalo Orisha after posting the voting tallies online, forcing him to flee the country in September of 2024. Mass protests erupted, and they were met with a disproportionate amount of force used by the security forces and pro-government militias, which were legalized by the president. At least 2,400 people were taken prisoner and arrested for arbitrary things. Common denominator, all 2,400 took part in the protests. Political violence rose dramatically as Maduro dropped all pretenses of due process and democracy, openly showing that Chavez broke ground for autocracy, and he is now intending to build a dictatorial powerhouse on that same ground. The pair completely hollowed out one of the country's democratic institutions. And as long as the clique has, in essence, complete power over Venezuela, things are not going to get better. To make the unbelievably bad situation worse, Maduro, drunk on power and now entirely committed to serving as the president for the remainder of his life, managed to become a thorn in the eye of the United States. Officially because of trafficking cocaine into the United States, but unofficially because Venezuela still holds a lot of potential for oil production and it's gotten way too close to Russia and China. So President Donald Trump doubled the US bounty for Maduro's head to $50 million. He alleges that Maduro is a key player for several cartels that are smuggling narcotics into the United States. At the time of recording this video, the US military enveloped Venezuela with at least 10 warships and more than 4,500 sailors and Marines, with the USS Gerald R. Ford starting its trek from Europe to join the combat group. That amounts to 8% of the US Navy's entire global fleet. This is the result of Maduro refusing to step down, which the US has been trying to get him to do for years. According to some sources, Washington even offered Maduro and his inner circle a safe haven in another country if he agrees to step down peacefully, but the offer was rejected. Every day it looks more and more likely that Maduro, on top of leading his country and his poor, starving people into one of the worst humanitarian crises of the modern age, is leading Venezuela into a war against arguably the most powerful military force on the planet. The most apparent Venezuelan crisis is the crisis of democracy, begging the question, is there a way out for the Venezuelan people? Most experts agree that Maduro is obsessed with power at this point. He will not relinquish it peacefully, and it appears that a violent revolution or violent outside intervention is just a matter of time. The bigger question is, however, who is going to fill the Maduro-shaped hole? Even if Maduro were to step down at this very moment, the country is still facing massive problems with crime and corruption, and the stakeholders in this criminal network do not want a just and fair government. They want someone exactly like Maduro and Chavez.
And all right now. So I do got to take it in. I do got to head to bed now. But, I mean, we can have a quick little conversation about it. So, it's so funny now because it's crazy how Biden actually gave this man a way out and he still screwed it up. He said, you know what, bro, I'll give you your family that we have locked up here. And all you got to do is hold a fair election. And what this man do? He finessed the election. And here we are again with Trump because, well, Biden didn't want to take this man seriously.
Well, I mean, 2 U.S. presidents have basically given this man ample chances. So what choice do you have? And then not only that, it's not like we're going halfway across the world to handle an issue. This is in our backyard, and there's an obvious crisis going on with Venezuela where people are literally picking through trash and gang fights are happening on the regular. I mean, you can't exactly just stand by and do nothing.
Ain't that the truth? But all right, man, we're going to go ahead and call it a night on this one, bro. Appreciate you for coming up, man. Shout out Backyard Gaming. And shout out Lincoln for coming up. Hopefully, I was hoping that Social would come up so he can better explain himself, but it is what it is. But shout out, though. Appreciate the support, guys. I'm going to go ahead and head on this one and leave you guys out with some clips on the way out. Appreciate the support, guys. S.E.T with S.E.T Media, and I will catch you guys tomorrow. Peace.
Trump called the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, the R word.
Which one, retard?
Don't frickin' say it. Mental retardation was originally introduced as a medical term in 1961 for people with intellectual disabilities. You just frickin' said it, you retard. And that right there is the very reason it became a slur. People like you started to use this medical term as an insult. How do you think that makes people with actual intellectual disabilities like Down syndrome or Fragile X syndrome feel? Like their real existence, their unchosen reality is nothing more than your go-to put down? Honestly, just shut up. We are done with you mob of wokies controlling what vibrations we can make with our mouths. In America, I can say whatever the hell I want. Okay, say the N-word then. Shut the heck up. But this is the issue. The post Trump used the R-word in was calling out Tim Walz for overseeing $1 billion plus fraud scheme in a state where people, largely Somali immigrants, abuse COVID funds, funds for autism therapy, and Medicaid and Medicare funds, among others. This is the problem with wokeness. Your outrage shall lie here, not over a freaking word. Okay, first off, let's not demonize an entire community over the faults of a few. And second, yes, humans are capable of being upset at multiple things at once. I'm against fraud, but I'm also for treating people with dignity. You know, past presidents used to, at the very least, try to act with some level of dignity in public. Trump's destroyed all of that because he's realized that this fake, politically correct bullshit actually does nothing for the American people. Should we be more concerned about rooting out fraud in funds supposed to be used for those with autism, or more concerned with hurting some people's feelings? You know, the way we speak matters more than you might think. When you dehumanize and insult people, you're more likely to support harming that person. The words we say are often the precursor to the actions we do. Okay, Mr. Psychological Phenomena, you focus on the words, we'll focus on the fraud. You can do both. Tim Walz was only doing one. He was doing more than you sitting behind a frickin' camera. Look at you, bud.
Basically, I'm here to announce that we're building Iron Man.
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
Where I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody and I wouldn't lose any voters, okay?
So I've become friends with school shooters.
Do you think Bill Clinton was our first black president?
Is Elmo now, or has he ever been, a member of the Communist Party?
El hombre del peliquin.
Gotta have them ribs. And pussy too.
Do you hate cops just because of the cops? The next time you get in trouble, call a crackhead. I'm John Kennedy, and I approve this message.
Wakanda forever. Paid for by Kamala Harris.
Someone